I take the Earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Earth vs. Planet Fortress. The channel left by the advanced civilization in the space turbulence zone can only be regarded as a slightly narrow alley compared to the space turbulence within a range of more than 10 light-years. This alley is not like the alleys on the planet, but it is not passable left and right. Instead, it is impassable up and down, left and right, and there is only one passage in front. It is like a small hole on an apple. The advanced civilization has built a fortress at the entrance and exit of this small hole to prevent any possible rescue of the ferry ship in the space turbulence. At the same time, it is also to prevent the ferry ship from coming out along the channel, and there will be a last blockade line to block the ferry ship. So the huge fortress completely blocked the relatively narrow channel. And Lin Xu didn't know how huge this fortress was until he saw it with his own eyes. Because it was a planetary fortress. A planet about the size of the Earth was transformed into a fortress, and then dragged here to completely block the exit of the channel. The surface of the planetary fortress has long been transformed into a full metal form, with countless warships parked on it waiting for orders, ready to take off at any time. Various factories inside the planet are also on standby at any time, and weapons and equipment can be produced inside the fortress, just like on Earth. In the low Earth orbit surrounding the planetary fortress, there are densely packed turrets, each of which is as big as a mountain, with thick barrels piercing the sky. Under these turrets are thick pipes connected to the ground of the planetary fortress, and the antimatter reactor supplies sufficient energy for the turrets. There is even an antimatter extraction factory on the planetary fortress, which can produce antimatter annihilation bombs on site. This kind of weapon is also considered a nuclear weapon-level killer in advanced civilizations. Of course, the fact that antimatter annihilation bombs can be produced on site on the planetary fortress is actually top secret, and only a few senior officials know about it. And Total happened to be one of those few senior officials, so Lin Xu, who got the defense map drawn by Total, naturally knew about it. More importantly, the location of the antimatter extraction factory and the location of the antimatter annihilation bombs produced are also shown on the defense map. Lin Xu can only say that he is grateful for Mr. Total's selfless dedication. Otherwise, once the two sides go to war, even if they can win by force, the losses will exceed expectations. Think about the Earth-like planet that was blown up when humans used antimatter for experiments. Even if there is a perfect defense mechanism on Earth, the antimatter annihilation bombs have not yet flown to the Earth and have been intercepted by a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates. But the autonomous machinery will inevitably be consumed in large quantities. At least it is no problem to clear a large area in an instant. So unless it is necessary, Lin Xu does not want to face this kind of thing. This is not good for the battle in front of him, or for the subsequent rescue of the ferry ship. But now, I know where you are. Can I still let you fight? Of course, before the war starts, I will destroy you as soon as possible. Otherwise, according to Lin Xu's prediction, the advanced civilization on the planetary fortress would guess that the opponent this time was human once they saw the autonomous machine, and then they would use antimatter annihilation bombs at the first time. This can be seen from the reaction of the coalition forces when they saw the autonomous machine aggregate during the previous attack on the Nosea galaxy. For example, the Total that he captured did not have an antimatter annihilation bomb in his hand at that time. If he had, Lin Xu believed that he would definitely throw one out at the first time. Because fear brings despair, it also makes people want to grab every straw to save their lives. And the antimatter annihilation bomb is exactly that straw. Therefore, the more the advanced civilization fears humans, the more they will use the weapon that can bring them the most sense of security at the first time. Master, the Earth has entered the channel, and the distance to the planetary fortress ahead is rapidly approaching. The town star on duty reminded. The Earth has now entered the only channel of space turbulence, and the distance to the planetary fortress ahead is rapidly approaching. Although the planetary fortress is blocking the entrance to the channel, this long channel is 10 light-years long. The porch in front of the entrance alone is probably more than 10 billion kilometers long, and this is only a few 10,000ths of a light-year. Once entering the channel, there are space turbulence on both sides. Even the Earth has to temporarily reduce speed and adjust its state, otherwise it will accidentally rush into the space turbulence. Not to mention rescuing the ferry ship, it will be trapped. So the speed of the Earth quickly dropped from 10 times the speed of light to only half the speed of light. The sudden decrease in speed, coupled with such a large target, heading straight for the planetary fortress, it is impossible not to be discovered. Next, it is time for the brave to win when they meet on a narrow road. The first target is the storage point of antimatter annihilation bombs, and the second target is the production base of antimatter annihilation bombs. Then we will disintegrate the enemy's defense line and completely destroy the planetary fortress. Let's go. Lin Xu gave an order, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates rose from the Earth, gathered around the curvature engine to form temporary warships, and rushed towards the planetary fortress at a speed of 20 times the speed of light. Although the Earth did not dare to move at full speed for the time being due to the influence of the space turbulence on both sides and the narrow channel, the autonomous mechanical aggregates with a small enough target were fine compared to planet. However, this time, compared with the defense system of the Nosei galaxy, which was only a material distribution center before, the defense system of the planetary fortress was not so easy to break. At least it was not like before, when the autonomous mechanical aggregates easily broke through the defense line without any loss and then destroyed the entire material distribution center. This time, with the discovery of the Earth, the huge turrets surrounding the planetary fortress turned their directions one by one and aimed their gun barrels at the temporary warships flying all over the sky. Then the ion railgun fired plasma beams at a speed close to the speed of light. The speed of these plasma beams is much slower than that of the temporary warships, so it should not be difficult to dodge. But on such a battlefield, what is pursued is not precision strikes, but surface strikes. Endless plasma beams are like a wall, covering the sky and the Earth. Even if you want to dodge, where can you hide? So in an instant, countless temporary warships were hit. But the first wave of attacks did not cause much damage to the temporary warships, because the repulsive field defense on the temporary warships blocked the ion beams. But this is only the first wave of attacks, followed by the second, third, and fourth waves, which are endless. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Even if the temporary warships can block one or two waves, they can't block all of them. So, finally, an autonomous mechanical aggregate was damaged and exploded in the air. But it doesn't matter. After the explosion, the intact parts of the autonomous mechanical aggregate quickly decomposed, discarded the damaged parts, and then combined with the other autonomous machines nearby, so soon another autonomous mechanical aggregate appeared. Then it was combined again into a temporary warship and continued to rush towards the defense line. Of course, when the temporary warship rushed to the defense line, it did not forget to fight back. A large number of various attacks fell on the defense line and destroyed the turrets one by one. The battle between the two sides quickly entered a white-hot stage. There were constantly temporary warships being destroyed, and there were constantly turrets being breached. At the same time, the warships on the planetary fortress also began to take off and fought with the temporary warships that crossed the turrets. At the same time, there were also a large number of warships distributed in the universe around the planetary fortress, which also began to support the planetary fortress, and some even tried to besiege the Earth. It has to be said that in non-logistics positions, on the real battlefield, the combat effectiveness of advanced civilizations is still remarkable. It is not as bad as the previous defense line of the Nosei galaxy. However, in the battle between the two sides, the balance of victory quickly tilted towards the Earth. Often, a temporary warship can fight back and forth with more than a dozen or even dozens of warships of the same size in a battle, and finally perish together. You know, the autonomous mechanical aggregates that make up the temporary warships are positioned as consumables in the war, like consumables like drones. And even such consumables require higher civilizations to exchange them with more than 10 times or even dozens of times the actual warships. Autonomous machinery can start factories and replenish as much as it consumes. But the warships of higher civilizations cannot be replenished so quickly. Not only are the warships themselves replenished more slowly, but the personnel operating the warships are also replenished more slowly. Even while the war was going on, the factories on the Earth were still in operation, quickly producing and replenishing the consumed autonomous mechanical aggregates. While the Earth gained an advantage, countless artillery positions surrounding the planetary fortress in low Earth orbit were destroyed, and more temporary warships broke into the surface of the planetary fortress. Hidden among the vast number of temporary warships, The temporary warship carrying the antimatter annihilation bomb passed through the blockade of the near-Earth orbit and rushed to the surface of the planetary fortress. According to the selfless deployment map provided by the good man Mr. Total, the location of the antimatter annihilation bomb stored by the advanced civilization. The temporary warship dropped an antimatter annihilation bomb. At the same time, another temporary warship not far away also dropped another antimatter annihilation bomb towards the antimatter extraction factory. In the distance, on the Earth, which was getting closer and closer to the planetary fortress, the full system projection in front of Lin Xu broadcast the whole scene live. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes slightly and was ready to watch the fireworks. Liu Yao next to him was holding popcorn and coke in his hands, and even handed one to Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu, looking like a spectator. Then, the planetary fortress was detonated. Just like the Earth-like planet that was detonated because humans used antimatter for experiments. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 102 Planet Cannon or Star Destroyer? In the storage base of the antimatter annihilation bomb, a large number of staff members are still working as usual. Even though the planet fortress has become a mess, it is still a peaceful situation here, but the alert level has been raised. Because during this period of time, there are actually quite a few ordinary civilizations who rush over like waters to a flame to rescue the ferry ship. But in the end, the fleets of these civilizations were easily destroyed. There is no need for antimatter annihilation bombs at all. For ordinary civilizations in the galaxy, the human beings and human families in their eyes are not like the devil in the eyes of advanced civilizations. Instead, they are the great existences that have established the order of the galaxy and prevented advanced civilizations from taking whatever they want from ordinary civilizations. Although once it comes to chaotic energy, even if there are rules set by humans, advanced civilizations never follow the rules. After all, humans have disappeared. But if it comes to other things, even if humans have disappeared, under the deterrence of human families, advanced civilizations don't mind talking about rules with ordinary civilizations. This is already a very good result for ordinary civilizations that could only survive under the shadow of advanced civilizations. But now, everything will be broken. Just as the human immortals swear to follow humans, there are also a large number of ordinary races. These ordinary races that have received the favor of the immortal ships for thousands of years are followers of the immortal ships. Now that the immortal ships are trapped, whether they do not want to return to the Dark Ages when the advanced civilizations could take whatever they want, or they are loyal to the immortal ships, ordinary civilizations and apostles continue to attack the planetary fortresses and rescue the immortal ships. But all this is meaningless in front of the iron wall of advanced civilizations. In the storage base of the antimatter annihilation bomb, the staff drank the popular drinks of their civilization, gathered together to watch the fireworks brought by the explosion of warships from time to time in the sky, and each bet on how long the ordinary civilization that came to attack the planetary fortress could last. Then, gradually, they realized that something was wrong. Hey, why do I feel like we are not the ones who have the upper hand? Yes, look, another turret has been destroyed. How come most of the explosions are from our warships? This is impossible. Normally, it is very difficult for warships of ordinary civilizations to blow up one of our warships. How come? How come? The staff who gathered together to place bets began to panic. Before they began to realize that something was wrong, their superiors, who had more sources of intelligence, had already been like ants on a hot pot, constantly circling in the office. Human, it's human, there can't be any mistake, that autonomous mechanical aggregate. Until suddenly an alarm sounded throughout the storage base, and at the same time, a figure appeared directly in front of everyone in the base hall through the full system projection. That was the highest commander of the entire planetary fortress, Admiral Latcher. But now Admiral Latcher, who appeared in front of everyone, did not have the usual look of having everything under control. The panic that could not be concealed in his eyes could not be deceived. I order the antimatter annihilation bombs to stand by and be ready to launch at any time. The officer ran out of the office and saluted. Yes, Admiral Latcher. Latcher nodded, and the communication was shut down. Immediately, the whole base was in chaos. Although everyone followed the established work procedures that had been rehearsed countless times and began to put the antimatter annihilation bombs on the launcher, they were all wondering what happened. Until finally a temporary warship broke through the sky and landed very close to the ground. The muzzles on the ground were raised and fired at the temporary warships, And then the temporary warships split into countless smaller and easier-to-dodge small ships. The staff who witnessed this scene suddenly realized, humans are back. Are we going to continue? We can't beat humans. Someone's voice was already filled with tears. Is it too late to run now? Get ready, the antimatter annihilation bomb is about to be launched. Where is it going to be launched? Low Earth orbit. Will it blow you up too? No need to worry about that. However, before the antimatter annihilation bomb was launched, the human antimatter annihilation bomb arrived first. In an instant, like the expansion of a broken black hole, everything was swallowed by the sudden explosion of darkness. The last impression of the staff who were busy just now was that they saw the explosion of the antimatter annihilation bomb with their own eyes. Then, everything returned to silence. With a loud bang, the entire planet fortress was instantly blasted open with a huge gap. It was like an apple with a heavy bite on it. There was a big gap. You could even see the core and magma surging at the center of the Earth. The rest of the planet fortress that was still intact was also affected by this and became turbulent. It can be said that in just a moment, the planet fortress temporarily lost most of its combat effectiveness. Liu Yao, who was eating popcorn, even felt a little emotional. I thought the whole planet would explode directly. If the antimatter annihilation bomb is detonated deep in the bottom layer, it will be so. But if it is detonated on the surface of the planet, it is not enough to destroy the entire fortress. Miss Qiu explained with a complicated look. Before, she and a group of immortals rushed out of the channel to seek help in order to break through the blockade here. Many immortals died here again. She was one of the few who successfully escaped. Now revisiting the old place, naturally she is full of emotion. At this time, most of the planet fortress seems to be intact, but the huge shock that spread all over the world has made the intact parts unable to operate normally. They can only start preparing for evacuation and then regroup in space. As time goes by, a planet that has lost such a large mass will begin to collapse towards the middle. At that time, even if the planet fortress can barely maintain a smaller sphere, everything that has been built on the planet fortress is destined to be lost. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. But Lin Xu, who was driving the Earth to watch from a distance, did not want to wait slowly, and he did not have time to wait. He was ready to do it himself and give the planetary fortress the final blow. Admiral Latcher, let's go quickly, it will be too late if we don't leave now. The conference room had been in chaos for a day. Countless high-level officials of various advanced civilizations had already run to their respective ships under the protection of their guards. Then the ships took off at the fastest speed and fled from the planetary fortress that had broken a huge gap. It was impossible to stay here. The violent vibrations on the planet were like experiencing an 8 to 9 magnitude earthquake every moment. If it were not for the various buildings built by the advanced civilizations, they would have been crushed to death in them long ago. However, Admiral Latcher, the highest officer, refused to evacuate. I am the highest commander of the fortress. I will live and die with the fortress. You go. Latcher's eyes were no longer panicked at this time, but calm. He even waved to his men, urging them to leave. He had already prepared to die here, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, his officers obviously didn't think so. Everyone looked at each other, and finally nodded to each other, and rushed to lift Admiral Latcher up, surrounded him and fled like a ship. What are you doing? Let me go. General, our enemy this time is human. It's not your fault that we lost. You shouldn't die here. That's right. It's right to lose against humans. No one will blame you. We still have a chance. The coalition still needs you. Just like that, Latcher was surrounded by his men and left the planet fortress. At the same time, Lin Xu's consciousness connected to the third generation nanorobots spread all over the Earth, and began to act. Along the way, the nanorobots on the Earth have been upgraded. Whether it is the original nanorobot scattered in the air or the variant nanorobots that make up the Earth's dome, they have all been upgraded to optimized third-generation nanorobots. And now the optimized third-generation nanorobots all over the Earth are moving under Lin Xu's control. The dense and ubiquitous nanorobots in the air rose into the sky, and the nanorobots piled up into hills on the ground also turned into particles and rose into the sky. Then they penetrated the Earth's dome and came outside the Earth. At the same time, a large number of nanorobots gathered on the Earth's dome, making the Earth's dome temporarily thinner. And these gathered nanorobots, just like this, in space, in front of the Earth, formed a huge planetary cannon with a muzzle as big as the moon. At the same time, a piece of debris as big as half a moon that was scattered when the planetary fortress was broken was wrapped in it. The next moment, under the control of Lin Xu's consciousness, the planetary cannon gathered by a large number of nanorbits flashed with endless arc light. Based on the principle of electromagnetic gun, this planetary cannon simply and roughly accelerated a mass the size of half a moon to 100 times the speed of sound, and bombarded the remaining planetary fortress. This speed is not fast in the universe, and can even be said to be very slow. If the planetary fortress was intact, the shells fired in this attack would be directly destroyed by the endless weapons in the near-Earth orbit, and it would not be able to get close to the planet at all. But now it is different. The entire planetary fortress defense force was briefly paralyzed on a large scale, allowing this slow shell to successfully hit the target. Then, the planetary fortress in the center of the Earth was completely penetrated by this huge mass, and finally exploded in pieces. It turned into countless broken fragments, scattered everywhere. The planetary fortress was completely destroyed. The defense line at the entrance of the channel was opened. So the Earth did not even stop, and the nanorobots that had just formed the planetary cannon opened a barrier outside the Earth again. The Earth directly knocked away countless broken fragments and rushed into the channel. The temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates returned to the Earth. The Earth just left the messy defense line behind and rushed directly into the channel. Then the Earth adapted to the channel conditions and accelerated to 10 times the speed of light again, rushing all the way, constantly smashing the advanced civilization warships transporting supplies on the road, and heading towards the location of the ferry ship. There is a smooth road ahead, no more obstacles. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103, Being a Human's Dog is the Greatest Honor. The fragments of flying boats floating in space passed by the rapidly flying Earth. Those flying boats were left by the immortals who had left the immortal ship with Miss Qiu, followed the only channel, broke through the blockade of the advanced civilization joint fleet, and sought help from outside. However, most of these immortals who sought help were lost in this channel, and only a few of them could successfully break out like Miss Qiu. At this time, when returning to the old place, Miss Qiu looked at the broken flying boats and couldn't help sighing. The Earth was rushing at 10 times the speed of light, and the rescue immortal ship could not stay. But soon, a temporary warship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates flew over the Earth, gathered the flying boats along the way, and then chased the Earth at 20 times the speed of light, bringing the wreckage of these flying boats back to the Earth. Miss Qiu personally worshipped. Looking at the broken flying boats along the way, unless they were broken so thoroughly that they could no longer be seen in their original form, almost all of them were heading in one direction. Lin Xu was very curious, why was it so neat, as if these immortals adjusted the direction of the flying boat at the last moment before death. Is there anything over there? Liu Yao asked curiously first. That's the direction of the center of the Milky Way. Miss Qiu answered. Why did they all look towards the center of the Milky Way in the end? Liu Yao asked. This is our tradition, because according to legend, the Pangu tribe went there. So every immortal will face the direction of the center of the Milky Way when they die. Miss Qiu answered as a matter of course. Liu Yao nodded. Some say that a fox dies on its head. Others say that my master is in the north, so I cannot die facing south. Liu Yao didn't know what kind of heart this tradition came from, maybe both. So the Earth rushed all the way, and collected the corpses of immortals and flying boats everywhere. Lin Xu didn't know how many sacrifices the immortals had experienced in order to break out of the channel for help. But there were hundreds of corpses collected along the way, not to mention how many corpses were gone. In this regard, Lin Xu could only sigh. Master, we found a checkpoint set up by a high-level civilization ahead. Zhang Xing's voice sounded. At the same time, a line of defense composed of a large number of turrets appeared in the holographic projection. These turrets blocked the entire channel to prevent any smuggling behavior from being discovered. However, such a line of defense, even if it was tightly blocked, was just child's play compared to the previous planetary fortress. No wonder Zhang Xing only called it a checkpoint. No need to stop, just rush through. Lin Xu ordered. So the Earth did not stop at all, and just smashed the densely packed turrets of the checkpoint, which had only one layer, and rushed through it. Only the mess behind the checkpoint was left. In this way, a year passed quickly. The Earth was in the channel, and after a year of sailing, It broke through more than a dozen checkpoints and collected thousands of immortal corpses. Gradually, it encountered more and more fleets belonging to high-level civilizations. These fleets were all retreating to the rear for rest. In the tragic battle of attack and defense of the immortal ships, it was not only the immortal ships that suffered huge sacrifices, but also the joint fleets of advanced civilizations. So these already scarred fleets ran into the muzzle of the Earth's gun, and were not surprisingly crushed by the Earth's rampage. But Lin Xu did not forget to capture some prisoners and confirmed that the immortal ships were still holding on. This also made Lin Xu feel relieved. What he feared most was that he arrived after all the hardships, but found that he was too late. Until a scarred war star appeared in front of the Earth, full of traces of gunpowder, and obviously retreating to rest. That's right, it's a war star. It's not like the previous planetary fortress, which is just a modification of the planet. It's an entire planet built from scratch and completely dedicated to war. Miss Qiu recognized the identity of this war star as soon as she saw it. The war star of the Yearning civilization is the ultimate weapon of the Yearning civilization. It was built 50,000 years ago and completed 20,000 years ago. Since then, the Yearning civilization has become one of the most famous advanced civilizations in the entire Milky Way. It was not until humans emerged and the ferry ships patrolled the Milky Way that the war star of the Yearning civilization became low-key. Miss Qiu introduced the identity of the war star to Lin Xu. I remember you said before that there were 5 war stars besieging the ferry ships this time, from 5 advanced civilizations. Lin Xu recalled some information that Miss Qiu had said a few years ago. Yes, because of the war stars, these 5 advanced civilizations were once the overlords in the Milky Way until the emergence of humans. So these 5 advanced civilizations can be said to be the civilizations with the greatest dissatisfaction with humans. However, in that era, they could only choose to lie dormant, and now they can't help but jump out. It is precisely because these 5 overlord-level civilizations took the lead in forming a joint fleet that so many advanced civilizations joined the coalition, because these advanced civilizations really saw the hope of getting rid of the rules set by humans. War star. Lin Xu sighed. It took 30,000 years for the Yearning civilization to build a war star that became one of the overlords of the Milky Way. No matter from any aspect, it should be far stronger than the Earth, which is just a transformed mobile planet. But the Earth also has its advantages. First of all, the technological level of humans is far higher than that of the Yearning civilization. Whether it is autonomous mechanical aggregates, nanorobots, or even various weapons and equipment, etc., the Earth has the advantage. Even the Earth's moving speed is far faster than the war star. As far as Miss Qiu knows, the maximum speed of this war star is only 3 times the speed of light. This is also the main reason why the coalition forces wanted to trap the ferry ship in the space turbulence. The 5 war stars of the coalition forces could not catch up with the ferry ship. So even with the advantage of 5 war stars, the coalition forces still used the space turbulence to trap the ferry ship first before taking action. It can be said that the ferry ship was also careless. They had clearly obtained some intelligence from the neutral advanced civilization that some advanced civilizations had formed a coalition with the intention of challenging the order established by humans. The ferry ship did not expect that the advanced civilization coalition would be so generous and place so many space bombs on the road where the ferry ship passed in advance, and detonated them at the same time, creating such a large-scale space turbulence to trap the ferry ship. So with its actions restricted and under the siege of 5 war stars, the ferry ship was naturally in danger. Now, the Earth is facing only 1 war star. Although the channel is also surrounded by space turbulence, the room for the Earth to maneuver when moving is very small, but it is still many times better than the situation where the ferry ship faces 5 war stars at the same time. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Therefore, the speed advantage of the Earth began to play out. Coupled with the advantages in technology, Lin Xu was not afraid of this war star at all. Not long after the Earth discovered the war star of the Yearning civilization, the other side also discovered the existence of the Earth. The war was naturally imminent. On the war star where the Yearning civilization was originally preparing to rest in the rear, generals and soldiers from top to bottom were frantically searching for all information about the Earth. They didn't understand why a war star suddenly appeared in the safe rear. Because the nanorobbit polymer metal layer covering the surface of the Earth, that is, the Earth's dome, it is obvious that the Earth was also regarded as a war star. So, A large number of warships took off from the war star. A large number of temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical polymers also took off from the Earth. The two sides had a fierce fight in the universe. At the same time, the Earth itself, relying on its faster speed, adopted the tactic of flying a kite, hanging the war star and trying not to get close to it. After all, getting close will inevitably result in losses in the battle. If possible, Lin Xu would try not to destroy the ecosystem that the Earth had just restored. Soon, the warships belonging to the war star were no match for the temporary warships and were gradually suppressed back to the surface of the war star. Some of the temporary warships were also destroyed by the endless artillery fire above the war star in the orbit of the war star. After the temporary warship disintegrated, the intact autonomous mechanical parts combined with each other to form a new temporary warship. It was not until this time that the senior officials on the war star suddenly realized something. Autonomous machines? Are they humans' autonomous machines? Really humans? Are they back? How is that possible? How is that possible? They have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. It is impossible that they would come back just when we started the uprising. This is too unreasonable. It's your fault. It's all your fault. I clearly said that being a dog of humans is the greatest honor. But you insisted on resisting. Now it's over, right? It's all over, all over. Why don't we surrender? Yes, although we brainwashed the people below, saying that humans are cruel and that being caught would be worse than death. But we know that humans are actually very kind to prisoners. For a moment, everyone was silent. Those who can be on this war planet are the absolute top leaders of the yearning civilization. Compared with the coalition forces of the previous material distribution galaxy, there is also the coalition forces on the planetary fortress. Those are just some high-level people of ordinary advanced civilizations, and they cannot be compared with the 5 former hegemonic civilizations. In other words, in the eyes of the 5 former hegemonic civilizations, those advanced civilizations are nothing more than cannon fodder. Many of the impressions of those advanced civilizations on humans are hearsay or influenced by the 5 hegemonic civilizations. However, they are still somewhat unwilling to surrender like this. Humph, so what if it's human? Don't forget that we have a secret weapon, which is a power from the higher dimension. Even humans can't do anything in the face of higher dimensional power. Yes, we still have that weapon. But in order to make that weapon, we spent a full 10 units of chaos energy. If we use it like this, if we don't use it now, we may not have the chance to use it in the future. Use the higher dimensional weapon or surrender. Which one do you choose? Even if humans treat the captives well, we will inevitably lose everything we have now after surrendering. It's better to give it a try. That's the only way. Even when they were besieging the ferry ship before, they were reluctant to use the high-dimensional weapons made of chaos energy. Now facing humans, the yearning people had to use them. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 104 Law Weapon High Dimensional Attack. Lin Xu, who is on Earth, connecting his consciousness to the ubiquitous nanorbits and paying close attention to the attack of the autonomous mechanical aggregates in the starry sky on the yearning war star, suddenly felt an invisible wave in the starry sky. And it was also due to that wave that something deep in his consciousness was moved. It was like a drop of water suddenly fell into the originally calm sea of consciousness, disturbing the tranquility of the sea of consciousness. And it was precisely because the tranquility of the sea of consciousness was broken that Lin Xu suddenly discovered that there was a deep sea hidden under the sea of consciousness that he had never noticed before. It was as if he had only thought that the sea of consciousness was flat and two-dimensional. But now he suddenly realized that his sea of consciousness was actually three-dimensional. Hidden under the deep sea was the real me. This made Lin Xu suddenly have a kind of enlightenment at this moment, and today I know who I am. So Lin Xu focused his consciousness on the fluctuations in the starry sky. With this fluctuation, it was as if a false veil covering the entire universe was lifted. Lin Xu saw the truth under the universe. Everything in the starry sky was originally just a projection of high-dimensional information. With a certain change in high-dimensional information, the universe will also change. And now, Lin Xu, a high-dimensional creature. Because of the high-dimensional weapons used by the yearning civilization in a hurry, he finally saw for the first time what the real high-dimensional interference with a low-dimensional looks like. Even with the ability of the yearning civilization, the high-dimensional weapons manufactured can only maintain this high-dimensional interference, or high-dimensional attack for a moment. But for Lin Xu, It is still enough. Lin Xu recalled everything he saw at that moment, and at the same time he understood that it must be the high-dimensional weapons used by the Yearning civilization that controlled the War Star. Or it can also be said to be a causal weapon. At that moment, the Yearning civilization used some method to interfere with the high dimension. The high-dimensional interference, projected in the universe in front of him, produced an effect that temporarily changed the laws of the universe within a certain range, or the laws of physics. The modified law is also very simple, that is, within the universe where the Earth is located, a trivial theorem of physics has changed in a short period of time. Just like if gunpowder does not burn so violently, gunpowder weapons will not be born. If the conditions for electromagnetic induction to generate electric current increase or decrease a little, all existing generators will be scrapped and become scrap metal. Lin Xu did not know what impact this insignificant change in the law would have on the Earth. But he was very curious about what impact would occur later. So at the moment when the high-dimensional interference took shape, Lin Xu slightly deflected the target of the interference. Just like instinct, Lin Xu did not know how he did it, but when he saw the high-dimensional interference, Lin Xu knew that he could do something about this interference. So he deflected the interference originally on the Earth to the War Star. Then, he watched with great interest what happened on the War Star. The Yearning people who used the high-dimensional weapon felt sorry for the high-dimensional weapon that consumed 10 units of chaotic energy to complete and could only be used once. They were also very curious about what results this high-dimensional weapon, which could be said to be the final trump card of this civilization, would produce. Because they had never seen the effect of this weapon after use. Until, the gathered Yearning leaders suddenly felt that the War Star they were riding on was shaking violently. What's going on? What happened? It's bad, the curvature engine suddenly shut down. How could the curvature engine shut down? At this time, go and check the fault. The reading of the antimatter reactor is rising rapidly, and the reactor is about to explode. Where is the limiter? Pull the limiter quickly. The limiter failed. The loud noises of booming and booming were heard continuously. The whole War Star was shaking. The curvature engine exploded. The pillar structure inside the War Star began to collapse. I don't know why, the supporting structure that was originally strong enough suddenly couldn't support the huge mass of the War Star, and the War Star was collapsing inwards. If this goes on, the War Star will collapse inwards into a solid metal ball. However, such a future did not come, because before the War Star collapsed into a solid metal ball, the antimatter reactor had exploded first. The moment the antimatter reactor hidden deep inside the War Star exploded, the entire War Star was instantly torn into countless fragments. It didn't even hold up until it collapsed into a solid metal ball. Until the last moment, the high-level officials of the Yearning civilization on the War Star didn't understand what happened. Maybe some people guessed it. But they didn't understand why the high-dimensional weapon used on the Earth would eventually work on themselves. Only the high-level official who once said he wanted to be a dog of humans died the most peacefully. It was as if he had finally confirmed that he was right and everyone else was wrong before he died, and he died without regrets. Sure enough, humans are invincible. You people, if you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. On the distant Earth, after Lin Xu deflected the high-dimensional interference to the War Star, he first ordered the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates that were besieging the War Star to retreat temporarily. Lin Xu didn't know what the consequences would be, but he really didn't expect that just changing a little insignificant law on the War Star would actually cause such serious chain consequences. In just a short time, the War Star was completely turned into dust in the universe in front of his eyes, leaving only some insignificant fragments. Even some autonomous mechanical aggregates that did not retreat that far were affected. But no matter what, the strongest War Star of the Yearning civilization, one of the former galactic overlords, was destroyed. However, facing such a result, Lin Xu did not feel happy or excited for a while, but fell into a kind of confusion similar to the moment of the sage. He really did not expect that he, relying on himself alone, without relying on any external technology, just a little interference of high-dimensional information by himself as a high-dimensional creature, could instantly destroy a War Star. Although the interference was not done by him, he just deflected the interference. But when the Yearning civilization interfered just now, Lin Xu had already remembered the way that the high-dimensional weapon interfered. He slowly stretched out his hand and aimed at a space next to the Earth. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Lin Xu knew that now as long as he wanted, he could interfere with the space like he just did. This was the first time that Lin Xu truly felt the power that belonged to him. The power from a higher dimensional creature. Until Lu Yao, who was beside him, spoke up and woke up Lin Xu from his deep thought. What's going on? Why did the war star suddenly explode? I don't know, it doesn't look like an internal rebellion. Mu Zai was also confused. Only Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu with some doubts and said nothing. Although Miss Qiu is not a higher dimensional creature, as the companion bionic person who has the closest relationship with Lin Xu, Miss Qiu also has certain higher dimensional characteristics. She may not be able to fiddle with and interfere with the higher dimension like Lin Xu, but she is still sensitive to the higher dimension. Don't worry about it for now, let's continue on our way. Since we have seen the war star, we are not far from the front line. Lin Xu said. He hasn't figured out how to explain all this, so he might as well not say it for now and wait until he figured it out. In this way, the Earth continued on its way. After the destruction of the war star, some warships that had taken off from the war star and fought with the temporary warships, now with the destruction of the war star, were like headless flies for a while, not knowing what to do. However, before the commanders on these warships could think it through, the Earth had already rushed over them. One warship after another crashed into the dome of the Earth and turned into balls of fire. Only a few that had quickly escaped. Then the Earth continued to accelerate to 10 times the speed of light, rushing towards the battlefield that was not far away. Lin Xu was still studying the high-dimensional information that was everywhere around him. The high-dimensional information that Lin Xu had not realized before, after the high-dimensional weapons of the Yearning civilization lifted the veil. Although it was only a moment, Lin Xu finally realized the truth behind the universe. From this point of view, Lin Xu was actually very grateful to the Yearning civilization. Of course, gratitude is gratitude, and it does not conflict with their death. So Lin Xu did not feel any apology for the destruction of the war star. In this way, there are more and more broken warships, immortals flying boats and corpses in the universe. There are even fragments falling from war stars or immortal ships. The Earth finally arrived at the tragic battlefield, and saw 4 war stars in the starry sky that were besieging the shaky immortal ship, and the endless warships from various advanced civilizations surrounding the war stars. There are also immortals driving flying boats who are fighting fiercely with the warships in the starry sky. The immortal ship is still there. Mu Zai couldn't help but redden her eyes. Then she looked at Lin Xu. Lord Lin Xu, please let me join the battle. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Lin Xu gave her a reassuring look. Then he raised his hand forward, as if he had grabbed something in the void. At the same time, consciousness had already connected to the nanorbit and spread in the starry sky. After determining the position of the war star, consciousness slowly moved a certain point of high-dimensional information to make it change. So in an instant, high-dimensional interference was projected in the universe in front of him. The physical rules of the universe around the war star have changed slightly. It is the same effect as the high-dimensional interference weapon used by the Yearning civilization. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 105 Yourbugs. Lord Wei Yi, think twice. Once we give up the fairy ship, how can we, the immortal race, face the Pangu race? Yes, Lord Wei Yi, we are not at the end of our rope yet. We can still hold on. The people who asked for help have been gone for so long. Maybe reinforcements will come soon. In a large hall as wide as a square in the ferry ship, the silkpunk-style architecture has both the beauty of modern technology and the charm of classics. It is not the end of our rope yet, but if we really wait until the end of our rope, it will be too late to leave. A man in a wide robe and wide sleeves at the top side. You can give up the ferry ship. Luli, let me ask you, if people survive and land is lost, both people and land will survive. Do you agree? This is the words of the sages of the Pangu race, and I agree with it. The strong man answered with a fist. Yes, in fact, if we had abandoned the ferry ship earlier, more people from our human fairy clan should have been able to escape. Unfortunately, I am also immortal and I can't bear to give up these jars and pots. The man at the top laughed at himself. Although many immortals were reluctant, they were finally persuaded by the man named Wei Yi at the top. In the end, they left and organized their men to prepare to evacuate the ferry ship. According to the order of Wei Yi, the head of the ferry ship will directly hit the war star, blocking the only channel in front. If the war star does not dodge, the ferry ship will perish with it. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of immortals who have evacuated the ferry ship in advance will take this opportunity to rush straight to the channel and leave this dead place locked by the space turbulence. At that time, the broken ferry ship and war star after the collision will be behind the immortals, temporarily blocking the pursuit of the other 3 war stars and the warship, buying time for the escaping immortals. If the war star escapes, the ferry ship can also block the channel, block the pursuit from behind, and let hundreds of millions of immortals escape. The only thing to worry about is that the war star of the Yearning people who retreated to rest some time ago will inevitably cause heavy casualties to the fleeing immortals after encountering it in front of the channel. But there is no need to worry about it. As long as most of the immortals can escape, the human immortals will have a day to make a comeback. The ferry ship can be built, and the human immortals will not sink. On the specially reserved battlefield, 4 war stars surrounded the ferry ship in the middle, and the endless warships constantly attacked the defense of the ferry ship. A large number of immortals fought with warships. Swords were flying in the starry sky, and missiles were flying. Antimatter annihilation bombs flew towards the ferry ship from time to time, but they were all intercepted by the immortals controlling the flying boats with swords. At this time, among the 4 war stars, the war star of the Harnum civilization was responsible for blocking the only exit channel. Originally, this location belonged to the war star of the Yearning civilization, but because the ferry ships concentrated most of their power on the war star that blocked the exit channel, after more than 100 years of fighting, the war star of the Yearning civilization finally couldn't bear it and retreated to rest. Back then, in order to let the war star of the Yearning civilization take on this arduous task, the other 4 former overlord civilizations all paid a huge price. Now that the Yearning civilization can't hold on and retreat, in order to let the war star of the Harnum civilization also take over, the other 3 civilizations also paid a price. This made the Harnum civilization willingly use the war star to block the only channel. Although it suffered more counterattacks from the ferry ships were already at the end of their strength, and the counterattack force that the Harnum civilization suffered was much lighter than that of the Yearning civilization before. In comparing the benefits obtained, the Harnum civilization even thought that it had earned money. But soon, they didn't think so. Sir, the ferry ships are not in a good condition. Of course they are not in a good condition. Believe me, they can't hold on for much longer. Soon there will be no ferry ships in the Milky Way. Then, as long as we deal with the Tree King Arc-Avalon, the Milky Way will be under our control. Even if there are still human families in the Great Wall of the Galaxy, we are enough to fight them. After all, they have to guard against the Milky Way center and can't focus all their attention on us. The officer drank the hot drink and spoke as if he had seen such a future. He became excited. That, sir, I don't mean that. I mean the ferry ships seem to be flying towards us, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Flying towards us? What are they trying to do? If they keep speeding up like this, they will hide us directly. Wait a minute, hit us directly? They want to hide us, they are going to fight to the death. In an instant, several observation ports all discovered the intention of the ferry ship Penglai. The highest commander of the war star, who was about to take a rest, immediately appeared in the command room again, staring at the ferry ship Penglai, which was getting faster and faster, with a frown on his face. Commander, if we don't avoid it, we will really collide with it. I know, shut up. The highest commander naturally knew this. But the problem is that he must judge whether the ferry ship really wants to collide with it, or just to force him to give way. If it is just to force him to give way, then he will give up the only escape route and let the ferry ship escape. This plan of hundreds of years will be ruined, and he cannot bear this responsibility. Commander, with the current damage of the ferry ship, even if it escapes into the channel, it will be too late to escape. But what if it really hits the ferry ship? The adjutant next to him reminded. For the Harnum civilization, it is important to prevent the ferry ship from escaping, but it is more important to preserve the war star. After all, the Harnum civilization with the war star is one of the 5 overlords, and without the war star, it can only be reduced to a slightly stronger advanced civilization. I order, make way and let the ferry ship pass. The highest commander ordered. Suddenly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the ferry ship really hits them and perishes with the war star, they will not survive. So various orders were issued immediately. The war star of the Harnum civilization began to turn. On the ferry ship, the chief Wei Yi, who stayed until the last moment, looked at the front war star making way and felt a little regretful. Judging from the current situation, the ferry ship is definitely not going to be saved. And if we can take away the opponent's war star in the end, it will be a big profit. But unfortunately, I am afraid there is no such opportunity. Everyone, once the ferry ship rushes into the channel, immediately leave the ferry ship and escape from the channel. Wei Yi ordered. Lord Wei Yi, what are you going to do? Me? I am the chief of the ferry ship, and I will live and die with the ferry ship. Wei Yi said with a free and easy smile. For a moment, many deacons and guardians were speechless. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the hall. At this time, someone suddenly discovered that in the channel where the front war star had just made way, a suspected war star had appeared without knowing when. What is that? Is the war star of the Yearning civilization back? No, that's not right. That's not the war star of the Yearning civilization. It's a war star we haven't seen before. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Has the Joint Fleet found new reinforcements? But among the known civilizations, no civilization has war stars anymore. Wait a minute, is it possible that this is a reinforcement? As soon as the words fell, all the immortals became excited. Impossible, the war stars of the human family are all on the Great Wall of the Milky Way to defend the center of the Milky Way. How could they appear here? And if it was the war star of the human family, we would have received the identification signal now. There is indeed no identification signal, but there seems to be a large number of nanorbits on the war star. The immortals spoke one after another, with both expectation and disbelief. Finally, Wei Yi spoke. Everything will proceed as planned. As for whether it is an enemy or a friend, we will know it soon. That's right. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, we can know it by looking at the reaction between the war star of the Hanem civilization and the newly appeared war star. Will they besiege the ferry ship together, or will they fight each other? And it is obvious that the Hanem civilization also discovered the newly appeared war star in the channel one step ahead of the ferry ship. But before the ferry ship could observe the reaction of both sides, the entire ferry ship, hundreds of millions of immortals, were puzzled, but also shocked by the scene that happened. A series of explosions suddenly occurred on the war star of the Hanem civilization, which had just turned not long ago. The entire war star began to twist and deform. Then there was a loud bang, and the entire war star exploded unbelievably and inexplicably. All the immortals who saw it were stunned. Until half a while later, there were still immortals who couldn't believe that one of the war stars that had besieged the ferry ship for more than 100 years had exploded inexplicably. Just now, what happened? An immortal confirmed with his companion with a dry mouth. The war star exploded, but how could it explode? So now, is the new war star an enemy or a friend? Yes, the two war stars haven't come into contact yet, and one of them exploded. So which side is the new one on? However, soon, the immortals on the ferry ship didn't bother to think about this question anymore. Because it wasn't long after the Hanem war star exploded. Not far away, another war star that found that the ferry ship wanted to escape and rushed over to intercept it suddenly happened like the Hanem war star just now. A series of incomprehensible things happened on the war star. Then the whole war star began to twist and deform, and again accompanied by a violent shock wave, another war star exploded. No one knew what was going on, and no one knew what happened. Only Lin Xu on the earth looked at his palm and sighed. He thought of a classic line that he once liked very much. You are bugs. Yes, these so-called galactic overlord civilizations in front of him, in his eyes now, are they not bugs? The Earth side didn't even deploy the autonomous mechanical aggregate. I haven't even used any strength yet, and you fell down. Shaking his head, not thinking about it anymore, Lin Xu turned his consciousness to one of the only two remaining war stars. And those two war stars also realized something. But nothing can be changed. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets. Please give me recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 106, Judging the Galaxy in the Name of Humanity. What happened? What happened? Why did the war stars explode for no reason? And there were two of them. This can't be a malfunction. Did they get attacked? But what kind of attack could? Wait, high-dimensional interference. Being able to become an advanced civilization, they are naturally not fools. After eliminating all possibilities, no matter how incredible the remaining ones are, they are the truth. It was high-dimensional interference. It was definitely a law attack caused by high-dimensional interference. Could it be that the war star that just appeared carried law weapons? But this is not scientific. All known law weapons are disposable. I have never heard of making permanent law weapons. Whether it is possible or not, this is already a fact. What should we do now? That war star blocked the exit of the channel. We can't escape even if we want to. At this moment, the remaining 2 war stars finally experienced the experience of the ferry ships that had been besieged for more than 100 years. The feeling of having the only exit blocked and being unable to escape even if you want to. I don't believe they have permanent weapons of law. They must have made 2 of the same weapons of law. They can't have a third one. What if they really have a third one? It depends on our luck. The third weapon of law will be used on which war star? But this possibility is basically non-existent. They don't believe that any civilization will spend a lot of precious chaos energy to make 3 identical weapons of law. Even if they have this idea, they probably don't have so much chaos energy. Do they really think that chaos energy is cabbage? The chaos energy to make 3 weapons of law will bankrupt even a hegemon-level civilization like them. However, in the face of absolute power, all luck is meaningless. The 2 war stars are unwilling to fail. They don't even know who the enemy they are facing is. Because the Earth did not send out autonomous mechanical aggregates to fight from beginning to end, the 2 war stars did not realize that they were fighting against humans. So the 2 war stars turned around and rushed towards the Earth. At least it seems that the ferry ships have lost most of their combat power, and they still have 2 war stars. 2 war stars against 1 on Earth is still a big advantage. The advantage is mine, so there is no need to panic. With such a psychological preparation, the 2 war stars suddenly showed a momentum. A large number of warships surrounded the war stars, ready to start the siege of the Earth. But before they could fly far, one of the war stars once again had a series of violent explosions, and the entire war star began to twist and deform, as if it was about to collapse inward. But before the war star began to collapse, the antimatter reactor on the war star had already exploded. With a loud bang, accompanied by a shock wave, the warships around the war star were swept away, and another war star exploded. This is impossible. How could there be a civilization that could continuously create 3 law weapons? This is impossible. Should we continue? Will he have a 4th law weapon? I don't know. On the only remaining war star, everyone from top to bottom fell into chaos. For a moment, they didn't even know whether they should continue to fight or surrender. At least they could survive. But what if the other party didn't actually have a 4th weapon of law? After all, it was outrageous enough to make 3 weapons of law, so how could there be a 4th one? At the same time, another conversation on Earth was continuing. Lord Lin Xu, Miss Qiu was about to say something but stopped. Go, let them not be nervous, everything is over. Lin Xu waved his hand. So Miss Qiu bowed and saluted, then soared into the sky, left the Earth directly, and headed towards the ferry ship. Lin Xu even sent a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates to follow her, which was a kind of proof of identity. After all, the ferry ship had been on guard against the Earth from the beginning. Although they saw that the Earth had destroyed 3 war stars in a row, they were not sure whether the Earth was an enemy or a friend. What if the Earth was an indiscriminate attack? Until a sword light rose above the Earth, the sword light wrapped the flying boat and came towards the ferry ship. At the same time, around the flying boat, there were a large number of self-disciplined mechanical aggregates that were constantly changing their forms. The immortals on the ferry ship, who were originally a little worried, became excited. That is a self-disciplined mechanical aggregate? Am I seeing it wrong? That's right, it's a self-disciplined mechanical aggregate. It's the Pangu clan. The Pangu clan is back. No wonder, it turns out that the Pangu clan is back. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. In an instant, the entire ferry ship became a sea of joy. Even the face of the chief Wei Yi showed a smile. Until Miss Qiu, under the side of thousands of immortals, landed on the ferry ship, and was surrounded by everyone in an instant. Qiu? Isn't this Little Moon? Little Moon is back alive and brought back the Pangu clan. Qiu, well done. Miss Qiu was also very excited at this time. Although she still doesn't understand why the war stars exploded one after another. But it is obvious that Lin Xu did it. If that's the case, there is no need to delve into it. Anyway, in her opinion, everything the Pangu clan does is taken for granted. The rest of the human immortals probably had the same idea as her. They surrounded her and kept asking her how she found the Pangu clan and whether they could have the honor to meet the Pangu clan. As for asking how the Pangu clan killed several war stars in succession, no one asked at all. Everyone thought that since they were the Pangu clan, it was natural for them to kill more than a dozen war stars, let alone a few war stars. It was as if the immortals immediately lost their logic when something was related to the Pangu clan. Anyway, everything the Pangu clan did was natural. And the only remaining war star had naturally been observing the interaction between the Earth and the immortal ships. So it also clearly observed the autonomous mechanical aggregate flying from the Earth. So in an instant, the war star was in chaos. No wonder there are so many law weapons. If it was made by humans, it would not be surprising. Obviously, it is not just the immortals on the immortal ships who have blind faith in humans. Even the opponents also subconsciously have the subconscious belief that humans are omnipotent. Since they are human, it's no wonder. Why don't we surrender? Yes, let's surrender. We can't beat humans. After learning that the opponent was human, the high-level officials on the war planet immediately felt less psychologically burdened about surrendering. After all, they were surrendering to humans, not to an unknown civilization. Losing to humans, isn't that natural? It would be strange if they didn't lose. However, as the highest achievement of a civilization, how could there be no extreme hawks on the war planet? They were naturally unwilling to surrender, even if the opponent was human. Dying on the battlefield is an honor, so what is surrender? So the conflict between the two sides broke out directly. The surrender faction didn't want to die, but the resistance faction wanted to drag them to death, so don't blame them for resisting. So before Lin Xu could make a move, the war planet started fighting. The two sides were divided into two parts and attacked each other. Seeing the consciousness projected to this area with the help of nanorbits, Lin Xu, who wanted to conduct high-dimensional interference again to destroy the war planet, was stunned and even stopped temporarily. After all, they were still fighting, and suddenly their own people started fighting each other, which was indeed a bit weird. Lin Xu looked at the two sides curiously, as if they had a life and death feud and were determined to kill each other, even though they were comrades in arms not long ago. Even the surrender faction sent messages to the Earth through various communication methods, saying that they would dedicate the war planet to humans and asked humans to wait. At the same time, they also shouted slogans, saying that they would judge these traitors who betrayed humans in the name of humans. So, who are the traitors? Didn't you betray your own civilization? Lin Xu was confused for a while. In short, this unexpected civil war did dispel Lin Xu's idea of destroying the war planet directly. After all, it is a war planet. Even if it is useless, it is good to leave it to the ferry ship. When the time comes, just dismantle it and use it to repair the ferry ship, which must be excellent. It can also be regarded as making up for the loss of the ferry ship. So, Lin Xu directly notified the ferries on the ferry ship about a civil war on the war planet. Immediately, the immortals sent some immortals to board the war star to support the surrender faction and take over the war star. With the surrender of the war star, the warships of various advanced civilizations that originally besieged the immortal ship were directly dispersed. They also recognized the autonomous mechanical aggregate and knew that the new war star was actually a human being. What was there to fight for? The humans were back. So those who surrendered, and those who didn't want to surrender tried to escape, and then turned into fireworks in the universe. In this way, a war for the hegemony of the Milky Way, which lasted for more than 100 years, came to an end. Afterwards, a grand welcome ceremony was organized on the immortal ship to welcome Lin Xu. And Lin Xu finally set foot on the immortal ship full of silk-punk architectural style. Under the cheers of hundreds of millions of immortals, he met with Wei Yi, the first seed of the immortal ship, and many deacons, guardians, etc. This time, Lin Xu thoroughly felt the enthusiasm and respect of the human immortals for the Pangu clan. Even to the point where Lin Xu was a little uncomfortable. Looking at the immortals on the ferry ship, who were so ethereal, they lost control and burst into tears in front of him. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Their loyalty to the Pangu clan from the bottom of their hearts put a lot of pressure on Lin Xu. The ferry ship was ordered by humans to fight in the Milky Way, and it was doing things for humans. As a human, it was his duty to rescue the ferry ship. But the immortals felt that it was the incompetence of the immortals on the ferry ship that dragged Lin Xu down and had to rescue them. The tone of shame in their voices made Lin Xu have to comfort them. How can this be your fault? I was looking for my people all the way, and I had to pass by here, so you don't have to take it to heart." Lin Xu comforted the immortals. The immortals already knew Lin Xu's origins and knew that he was looking for humans with a human mother planet. So many immortals looked at the Earth docked in the sky with different eyes. This is the home planet of mankind. If they could go up and take a look, they would be willing to shorten their lives by 1,000 years. Fortunately, the immortals were still quite reserved, so they just thought about it and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Lin Xu, who was embarrassed to refuse, would soon see the grand occasion of hundreds of millions of immortals one-day tour of the Earth. "Lord Lin Xu, since you have come here in the footsteps of mankind, are you going to the center of the Milky Way next?" The first Wei Yi, who accompanied Lin Xu to visit the ferry ship, introduced the scenery on the ferry ship to Lin Xu while chatting with Lin Xu. "Yes, the next is the center of the Milky Way." At this point, Lin Xu also sighed. Before, in the Nosea galaxy, after obtaining the relics left by humans, Lin Xu already knew the next destination of humans. At that time, Lin Xu could really be said to be surprised. The earliest copy obtained was the landing point of the human plan, and the farthest plan was the Nosea galaxy, and there was no plan for farther at that time. So when Lin Xu found out that the next place for human beings to settle in the ruins of the Nosea galaxy was a galaxy 20,000 light-years away and very close to the center of the Milky Way, he was very puzzled. After sighing, the only feeling he had was that he might have to stay dormant for a long time this time. After all, at the current speed of 10 times the speed of light on Earth, if you want to reach 20,000 light-years directly, you need to sail for 2,000 years. Human beings have always gradually increased the distance of their settlements, from the Proxima Galaxy 4.3 light-years away at the beginning, to 200 light-years, 500 light-years, and 1,000 light-years later. Although Lin Xu thought that humans might go further this time, he didn't expect to jump from a distance of 1,000 light-years to 20,000 light-years all of a sudden. Speaking of which, the ferry ship was also a member of the fleet at the time, right? There are records on the ferry ship. Why did humans suddenly want to reach the center of the Milky Way? Lin Xu asked the question. Although Miss Qiu knew some of the history of the ferry ship, she obviously didn't know everything, so Miss Qiu couldn't answer this question at the time. But Wei Yi, who is now the first seat, obviously knows the reason. There is indeed a record on the ferry ship about this matter. 10,000 years ago, it was the most chaotic period in the Milky Way. The advanced civilization in the center of the Milky Way unscrupulously exploited the chaotic energy, which resulted in the outbreak of disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way and rapidly spread to the entire Milky Way. At that time, the Pangu tribe observed the abnormality in the center of the Milky Way, but did not know the reason, so they decided to go to the center of the Milky Way as soon as possible. That's why there was a long voyage that directly crossed the distance of 20,000 light-years. Speaking of the long voyage 10,000 years ago, Wei Yi was full of emotion. 20,000 light-years, the speed of the fleet was only 20 times the speed of light at that time? Did it take 1,000 years on the road? Lin Xu always felt that humans would not take so long. Of course not. During the voyage, the Pangu tribe temporarily concentrated all its scientific research forces to tackle the curvature engine and increased the speed of the curvature engine to the known limit of 100 times the speed of light. Wei Yi's eyes flashed and his tone was full of respect. Lin Xu nodded. 100 times the speed of light, then 20,000 light-years is 200 years. Even if we take into account the time to tackle the curvature engine, 300 years is enough. Wei Yi continued to talk, telling Lin Xu what happened later. It was not until we arrived at the center of the Milky Way that the fleet knew what the advanced civilization had done. So the Pangu clan ordered our clans to build the Great Wall of the Milky Way around the center of the Milky Way to seal the disordered filth within 1,000 light-years near the center of the Milky Way. At the same time, we punished the advanced civilizations that caused the disordered filth to erupt in the center of the Milky Way, and set rules for them, strictly ordering the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way to abide by them. We also ordered the ferry ships and the Tree King Ark to leave the fleet, patrol the Milky Way, and punish those who did not obey the orders. One by one, Wei Yi was extremely proud of them. Lin Xu nodded again and again, but he found something strange. In other words, the ferry ships at that time were traveling 100 times the speed of light. Lin Xu asked in confusion. Yes. Wei Yi paused, sighed, and continued, if it weren't for the speed of 100 times the speed of light, the ferry ship would not be able to patrol such a vast area of the Milky Way. Unfortunately, as time went by, the curvature engine of the ferry ship was also damaged over the past 10,000 years, and it could only be replaced with a curvature engine with a lower technical level. Now the speed of the ferry ship is only 8 times the speed of light. What Wei Yi didn't say was that this was also the reason why the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way dared to unite and resist the ferry ship. They all saw that the ferry ship was weakening. It was no longer the invincible ferry ship that could patrol the Milky Way at 100 times the speed of light. From 100 times the speed of light to 10 times the speed of light? Can't you make a curvature engine at 100 times the speed of light? Lin Xu asked in confusion. The Pangu tribe once left behind technical information, but unfortunately, after 10,000 years, the curvature engine made by the ferry ship still could not reach 100 times the speed of light, and at most only 10 times the speed of light. Wei Yi felt very ashamed. With complete technical information, he still couldn't make a curvature engine at 100 times the speed of light after 10,000 years. This made Wei Yi feel indescribably embarrassed when facing Lin Xu, a human. There is also a sense of shame for betraying the trust of mankind. Does the ferry ship have technical information? Can you show it to me? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. If he could get the technical information of the 100 times light speed curvature engine here on the ferry ship and upgrade the curvature engine, wouldn't it take less than 2,000 years to reach the center of the Milky Way? Wei Yi naturally had no objection to this. Although this technology is top secret on the ferry ship, it is human technology. As a human, Lin Xu naturally has no problem wanting it. It can even be said that as long as it is on the ferry ship, Lin Xu asks for it. Even if he is given the ferry ship itself, the human fairy clan will not hesitate. Any hesitation is an insult to the identity of the human fairy clan as a human family. In this way, Lin Xu got the technology that humans had not developed at all when they were in the Nosei galaxy, and only developed it on the way to the center of the Milky Way. After the calculation of Zhengxing, he quickly integrated the technology and was fully able to upgrade the existing curvature engine. Make the speed of the Earth reach 100 times the speed of light. That's right, it's 100 times the speed of light, not 50 times the speed of light. Because more and more curvature engines are produced on Earth and installed in the pillars of heaven. In addition, human new technology is becoming more and more mature. Even if it is dragging a large mass object for curvature navigation, it is still easy. In addition, the powerful power provided by the antimatter reactor. In the end, after the curvature engine is upgraded and transformed, the Earth can reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light. At the same time, Zhengxing also determined why the human immortal race has never been able to manufacture a curvature engine of 100 times the speed of light. To put it bluntly, it is still the supporting facilities that are not good. It's like even if you have a full set of production technology for aircraft carriers, you don't have a factory that can build aircraft carriers, related skilled workers, and various supporting factories, you still can't produce aircraft carriers. The same is true for immortal ships. There are no systematic factories of all industrial categories of humans on Earth on immortal ships. Many small parts used in a curvature engine that need to be developed from scratch on immortal ships, or even a screw, can be produced directly from factories on Earth. There is no autonomous mechanical aggregate like this, which can be upgraded step by step to the latest model of all-round industrial robot, and can be proficient in starting to transform the curvature engine. In short, Lin Xu, who has mastered the technology of 100 times the speed of light, quickly began to transform the curvature engine on the Earth. At the same time, he also helped to transform the curvature engine on the ferry ship. After the transformation was completed, the ferry ship once again became the ferry ship that it was in the past, traversing the starry sky at 100 times the speed of light, patrolling the galaxy, and conquering the rebellious. Not only that, the autonomous mechanical aggregate also helped the ferry ship repair the damage to various parts, and the materials consumed were all disassembled from the captured war stars. In addition to sorting out the warships of various advanced civilizations that were captured, the Earth and the ferry ship stayed on the battlefield for another 6 months. Until the ferry ship was repaired to the extent that it could sail again, and could be repaired slowly by itself later, the Earth and the ferry ship left the battlefield, followed the channel, passed through the space turbulence, and returned to the entrance of the channel, near the Nosei galaxy. However, Lin Xu did not go to the Nosei galaxy again. He really didn't want to see his statue on Benno Star and the photos of him all over the street. Afterwards, the ferry ship and the Earth parted ways at the entrance of this channel. Although the immortals on the ferry ship were very reluctant to leave Lin Xu, they still needed to continue to perform their duties and patrol the Milky Way. And this time, there was one more thing to do, that is, to judge and beat up all the advanced civilizations that participated in the siege of the ferry ship as a punishment. As for which civilization should be exterminated and which civilization can be suspended, it depends on the performance of the incorporated warships and the tattered war star at that time. The Earth will continue to follow the footsteps of mankind and sail to the center of the Milky Way to see what scale the Great Wall of the Milky Way, which was built 10,000 years ago, has reached now. And how terrible is the disordered filth that spreads over the center of the Milky Way for thousands of light years. So, the day of separation. Billions of immortals, covering the sky and the sun, stood above the starry sky and swore to Lin Xu on the bow of the ferry ship. We will judge the Milky Way in the name of mankind. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 107, A Human Monument Across the Galaxy. The ferry ship set off. Lin Xu stood on the dome of the Earth and watched the ferry ship enter the curvature navigation state and disappear in front of his eyes. Then, a large number of captured warships of various civilizations that would serve as cannon fodder in the next punishment operation also entered the curvature navigation state and disappeared. Lin Xu looked at the direction where the ferry ship disappeared for a long time before returning to the Earth's atmosphere and ordering the star to set sail. So the Earth also entered the curvature acceleration state and disappeared in the starry sky. At this time, the time was already 11,200 years after the departure. According to the current speed of the Earth 100 times the speed of light, it is expected to reach the center of the Milky Way 20,000 light-years away in 200 years. The so-called Great Wall of the Milky Way, Lin Xu also wanted to see it with his own eyes. On the wild African savanna, rhinos running wildly in the vast wilderness, and elephants playing in the stream. After more than 100 years of hard work, the ecology of the entire Earth has basically returned to its previous state. When the Earth was still in the solar system and had not stopped rotating, Lin Xu had stroked the lion in Africa. Lin Xu came here again. After the Earth's ecology was restored, he came to stroke the lion again. But this time, he didn't need to wear any bloated power armor. Instead, he directly covered the surface of his body with a thin layer of nanorbots, which was enough to block the lion's sharp teeth. No matter how hard the lion tried to bite Lin Xu's arm, it couldn't hurt Lin Xu. Instead, it was slapped by Lin Xu and could only lie on the ground obediently, with Lin Xu stroking its mane. Miss Qiu was still roasting bison meat beside him, and there were also Lu Yao and Miss Qiu. That's right, Miss Qiu didn't stay on the ferry ship, but followed Lin Xu. In fact, according to the opinions of the fairies on the ferry ship, they originally wanted to send more female fairies to take care of Lin Xu's diet and daily life along the way. Even the 3,000 harems were selected for Lin Xu. In the end, Lin Xu declined politely to prevent himself from being squeezed dry, for his own health. The fairies then disbanded the selected fairies with regret. On the contrary, the 3,000 fairies who were chosen thought that they could follow the Pangu tribe and were ecstatic. Who knew that in the end it was all in vain? The fairies who were indignant about this were said to have petitioned Wei Yi later, which made Wei Yi anxious for a while. But this has nothing to do with Lin Xu. Anyway, he didn't choose the people in the first place. So after discussing, the fairies thought that since Lin Xu didn't want too many people to follow him, he should send fewer people. Anyway, it would definitely not work if he didn't send anyone. In the end, it was decided to let Miss Qiu continue to stay on Earth. Lin Xu thought about it and agreed. After all, he had just rejected 3,000 fairies, causing them to protest. This time, he didn't agree to even one of them, which was a bit bad. Moreover, Miss Qiu had been on Earth for a long time, so it was not unacceptable for her to continue living there. This is regarded as another confirmation of Mr.'s theory of opening windows. If he first proposed to lift the roof, it would be easier to accept opening windows. Do you think lion meat tastes good? Lu Yao looked at the beef that Miss Qiu was grilling, and then at the lion that was submissively under Lin Xu's palm. At this moment, the lion seemed to feel something and shrank back behind Lin Xu. Hey, lions are so cute, why do you want to eat lions? Lin Xu quickly stopped Lu Yao's impetuousness. The lion under Lin Xu's palm shook its tail flatteringly. Cute? Do you think it's a cat? Lu Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Xu. It's a big cat, Lin Xu said with a smile. The two chatted, and Miss Qiu next to them had already grilled a steak. Miss Qiu quickly took over Miss Qiu's work and started grilling the second steak according to the method Miss Qiu had just taught. According to Miss Qiu, she is now given high hopes by hundreds of millions of immortals on the ferry ship. So she must learn from Miss Qiu how to take care of Lin Xu's diet and daily life. After all, the immortals gave her the honor of following the Pangu clan, so she must not live up to this honor. When she thought of this, Miss Qiu was full of energy and brushed barbecue sauce on the steak. Don't ask why barbecue sauce is brushed on steak. Anyway, Lin Xu likes to eat it this way, so just do it this way. Soon, grilled steaks and some fresh fruit side dishes were placed in front of the four people. It was already dinner time. The four of them had a delicious dinner on the wild African land, admiring the sunset and the animals strolling leisurely on the savannah. This voyage will take 200 years. Do you want to hibernate? Lin Xu asked this question after eating and drinking. I just want to follow your schedule, Miss Qiu said immediately. She is now following Miss Qiu in everything. She does what Miss Qiu does. As a follower of Lin Xu, Miss Qiu is her role model. You also want to hibernate? Then I'm the only one left. Lu Yao thought that after Lin Xu hibernated this time, she would be the only one left. Who knew that Miss Qiu would also hibernate? Speaking of which, when Miss Qiu was on Earth a few years ago, she could only see Lin Xu occasionally, and spent more time with Lu Yao. Although Miss Qiu wanted to see Lin Xu every day, she didn't have a suitable reason, and it was not good to disturb him all the time. But now, with the advice of the immortals, Lin Xu also recognized her as a follower, and she could finally follow Lin Xu openly. So what Lu Yao is now, I really don't know her. Okay, then you guys hibernate well, and I'll take advantage of these 200 years to make up for the lagging courses, and then I'll show you what a real academic master is, Lu Yao said eagerly. In this way, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu returned to Yanjing City after eating this meal and began to hibernate. Lu Yao lived alone on the prairie for a night, and the lion that she had once targeted was always trembling, fearing that it would be eaten. It was not until Lu Yao left the next day that the lion was pardoned. Lu Yao, who returned to Yanjing City, moved her things to the library and moved in directly. So time passed, and 200 years passed in a flash. During the last 100-year voyage, Lin Xu spent most of his time in hibernation, but there was still a small part of the time that he did not hibernate. At that time, Lin Xu had just obtained eternal life, and the Earth's ecology had just begun to recover, so he was so excited that he reduced his hibernation time. But now, when Lin Xu has adapted to eternal life and the Earth's ecology has fully recovered, he wants to see what this so-called Great Wall of the Milky Way looks like earlier. Even if hibernation cannot speed up time, at least it feels like it's just asleep, and time has passed. So Lin Xu chose to hibernate for 200 years, just to wake up and reach his destination. Master, the current time is 11,400 years of the departure calendar. The 200-year hibernation time has ended. The Earth is about to arrive near the center of the Milky Way, which is also the place where humans first arrived here. When Lin Xu woke up, the first thing he saw was Miss Qiu outside the hibernation chamber as usual. But this time, there was an extra Miss Qiu beside Miss Qiu. Seeing that she was trying to imitate Miss Qiu and looked serious, there was no sense of disobedience. After all, she was originally a serious person. Are there any accidents this time? Lin Xu asked as he stood up. No accidents happened, Master. We just have some new discoveries that Baizing needs to report to you, Miss Qiu explained. Then Baizing's voice rang out in the hibernation room, taking over Miss Qiu's answer to Lin Xu's question. Human Lin Xu, according to the report from the Forward Reconnaissance Autonomous Mechanical Aggregate, the front has reached the first foothold of humans in the center of the Milky Way, but from this foothold forward, there is a blank area. Blank area? What do you mean? Lin Xu asked puzzled. From here forward, there is a range of about 10 light years, and there are no stars. Baizing explained. 10 light years? Isn't it said that the closer to the center of the Milky Way, the denser the stars are? How can there be such a large range of blank areas? Lin Xu asked puzzled. The reason is currently unknown, and this is only the conclusion drawn from the forward exploration. The exploration up, down, left and right shows that the blank area has no boundaries, and it is all blank. Baizing further said. Wait a minute, there's only a 10 light-year blank area when exploring forward, but there are no boundaries in the blank areas above, below, left and right. Does that mean that there is a 10 light-year blank area surrounding the center of the Milky Way? Lin Xu understood everything instantly. From the known information, we can speculate so. Baizing replied. Could this 10 light-year area be the Great Wall of the Milky Way? Lin Xu frowned. Then he shook his head and denied it. No, it shouldn't be. The Great Wall of the Milky Way should be in the front, maybe behind this 10 light-year blank area. It is speculated that this 10 light-year blank area may be a quarantine zone created by humans to isolate the expansion of disorder and filth. Baizing also confirmed Lin Xu's idea. To completely clear the 10 light-year area, and it is a 10 light-year area surrounding the entire center of the Milky Way, how long can the circumference of this area be? Lin Xu asked. The circumference should be about 1,000 light-years. Baizing replied. 1,000 light-years, it's really a big deal. Lin Xu sighed. Even though he had seen the generosity of human beings along the way, Lin Xu was still amazed by the blank area that wrapped around the center of the Milky Way, with a circumference of 1,000 light-years and a thickness of 10 light-years. There must be tens of thousands of stars in this area. How did it completely clear out? In the end, Lin Xu could only conclude that after humans arrived at the center of the Milky Way, technology had made another breakthrough. In addition to the isolation zone surrounding the center of the Milky Way, which was suspected to be built by humans, the Earth dome had been completely completed after 200 years of construction when Lin Xu was dormant. It was not a temporary dome formed by the aggregation of nanorbits, but a building material with a strength standard far exceeding the strength of the nanorbits after aggregation, which was built into the pillars of heaven and the Earth dome. From the 10,790th year of the sailing calendar to the 11,400th year of the sailing calendar, it took more than 600 years for the Earth dome to be completely built. The time was much earlier than the initial estimate of about 1,000 years. After all, during this period, the Earth has continuously acquired the latest technology of mankind, whether it is autonomous mechanical aggregates or construction technology, all have been greatly improved, so the construction progress has also been greatly improved, which is natural. Moreover, during this period, as the latest technology was obtained, the autonomous mechanical aggregates built the pillars, and the previously built pillars were reworked and continuously strengthened with the latest materials. Otherwise, it would take even less time. So when Lin Xu stood on the sunny ground again and looked up at the sky, the dome of the Earth he saw was a brand new, high-strength dome that replaced the nanorobbit aggregate material. At the same time, the nanorobbits that originally existed as temporary domes did not leave their jobs, but continued to generate a circle of spare domes on the periphery of the Earth dome, which was considered a backup. You are finally awake. Hello everyone, I haven't seen you for 200 years. On the wall next to the courtyard, Liu Yao was lying there, yawning, and greeted the three people who had just woken up. How long have you not slept? Lin Xu looked at her curiously. With her physical strength, if she hadn't been awake for a year or two, she wouldn't be so sleepy. Forgot. Liu Yao thought for a while, and then gave up thinking. She had been studying and doing exercises in the library, and would only sleep for a while when she was too tired. Until a few years ago, she calculated the time and thought that Lin Xu and the others would wake up soon, so she returned to her own courtyard to live. But she studied every day and completely forgot to sleep. It was not until today when she heard the movement next door that she realized that Lin Xu and the others had woken up without her knowing. Why don't you go to bed first, otherwise I'm afraid you will die suddenly. Lin Xu said helplessly. Miss Qiu had already jumped onto the wall and directly picked up Liu Yao with one hand. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Liu Yao struggled hard. Unfortunately, her strength was still far behind Miss Qiu, although both of them had intermediate authority in terms of nanorobbit authority. But when it comes to the specific application of nanorobbits, Liu Yao is still far behind Miss Qiu. After all, Miss Qiu is also an immortal. You need to rest now. If you move around, I will knock you out. Miss Qiu was not polite at all, and even slapped Liu Yao on the butt with her free hand. Suddenly, Liu Yao's face turned red, but she also became honest. Lin Xu shook his head with a smile, and ignored them, but waved his hand to open the holographic projection. Suddenly, the images around the Earth at this moment were completely reflected in his eyes. Whether it was the blank area with no galaxies in front of him for a full 10 light years, or the galaxy closest to the Earth next to it, the first foothold when humans first arrived near the center of the Milky Way 10,000 years ago. All appeared in Lin Xu's eyes. Lin Xu first scanned the blank area of 10 light years, and then looked around. There was a star almost every 1 or 2 light years. The density of these stars is much denser than the Orion spiral arm area where the Earth was originally located. There is a star about 5 light years away. And this is not the real center of the Milky Way. It can only be considered as the outer area of the galactic center. In the real galactic center, the number of stars in each light year is even calculated in tens of thousands. Of course, it has now become the base camp of disorder and filth, and Lin Xu has no idea what the current situation is. Looking back at the area where the Earth is currently located, there is a star every 1 or 2 light years. Under such a density, the number of planets in the star is relatively scarce. According to the information obtained by the Autonomous Mechanical Aggregate Reconnaissance, in several nearby galaxies, basically each galaxy has only 1 or 2 planets orbiting the star. For example, the first place where humans will soon arrive on Earth, there is only 1 planet in the galaxy, orbiting the star. Lin Xu turned his eyes to this planet, which is naturally the place where humans have settled. Lin Xu was about to observe it, but found something wrong. Or rather, there was something wrong with this planet. There is no atmosphere on the planet, and there is no sign of life, only exposed rocks. But these rocks seem to have been carved. The surface of the planet is covered with crisscrossing gullies. From the planet, it may just be some unknown tall mountains and deep valleys. But when looking at this planet from the starry sky, it can be clearly seen that the lines engraved on it finally outline a picture. It's like a relief carved on a monument. It's just that this is a monument with mountains, rivers, land and other terrains engraved on it to praise humans. This, isn't it made by humans themselves? Lin Xu hesitated. It looks like it was erected by the human family to commemorate humans after humans left. Baizing replied. It's quite creative to shape the first foothold of humans when they arrived at the center of the Milky Way into a monument. Lin Xu looked at the relief on the planet and the words commemorating humans everywhere. Those are either passionate praises, or humble and respectful praises. Those families engrave deep nostalgia for humans. If Lin Xu didn't know, humans must have successfully upgraded to a higher dimension, and he would have thought that humans were actually dead. However, the existence of such a monument engraved in the starry sky also shows the feelings of the human family towards humans, and Lin Xu is still very happy. Let's go and take a look at this planet. Lin Xu decided. So the Earth accelerated and headed into the galaxy, stopping at a certain distance from the monument planet. Lin Xu boarded the King Fang and soon landed on this somewhat special planet. At the same time, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates also landed on the planet and began to look for human remains. Lin Xu believed that with human habits, there would definitely be something left here for him to pick up. He was eager to upgrade his technology. After all, he was about to go deep into the center of the galaxy to face the disordered filth that flooded the entire center of the galaxy. At this time, the more advanced the technology in his hands, the more confident Lin Xu would be. But Lin Xu still did not forget to remind him. Try not to destroy the terrain on this planet. Understood. Baizing replied. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates traveled back and forth above the planet, searching for possible signals. At the same time, there were also autonomous mechanical aggregates patrolling in other locations in the galaxy. Although there was only this planet in this galaxy, it was not ruled out that there were autonomous mechanical aggregates left by humans, hidden on the broken meteorites and asteroid fragments in the galaxy. Even stars have sent out autonomous mechanical aggregates for inspection. It is not impossible that humans 10,000 years ago left relics in stars. Humans at that time already had this ability. Standing on the monument planet, Lin Xu looked at the ground under his feet, trying to tell which part of the relief he saw in space. But before Lin Xu could confirm, Liu Yao, who had just taken a nap and followed him here, was looking up at the sky and patting Lin Xu's arm in amazement. What's wrong? Lin Xu was puzzled. Look up at the starry sky, Liu Yao said with some difficulty. So not only Lin Xu, but also the puzzled Miss Qiu and Mu Zilai looked up at the sky. Then, Lin Xu and the other two were stunned. Is this a human? Lin Xu's eyes were full of shock. Although he thought he had seen so many incredible scenes, Lin Xu was still shocked at this moment. Yes, it's human. Miss Qiu didn't know whether she was answering Lin Xu or confirming herself. It was just that Miss Qiu's expression remained unchanged for thousands of years, but the next moment she took out her mobile phone and took a photo of the starry sky, which still exposed Miss Qiu's restlessness. Because in the starry sky with twinkling stars, dozens of dense stars formed two Chinese characters in the form of light points. Human. Yes, it is composed of stars. With the light of the stars as points, Chinese characters were written in the universe. Because of the angle problem, the handwriting can only be seen when standing on this planet. It's like in ancient times, humans looked up at the starry sky and imagined the constellations composed of stars. However, this time humans themselves have become a member of the constellation. And unlike abstract constellations, the two words in the starry sky are written stroke by stroke, without any difference. Obviously, in order to achieve this, it is necessary to accurately intervene in the stars involved in the starry sky, and even adjust the positions of the stars. You know, stars are always orbiting the Milky Way, just like planets orbiting stars. Even if it is just to keep these stars in the same position relative to the monument planet, it is extremely difficult. With such a big hand, I don't know how the human family did it. Engrave humans in the starry sky across the Milky Way, not just on the planet. It can only be said that they are serious about commemorating humans. Lin Xu looked at the starry sky for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, he sighed. At this time, Bai Xing's voice also sounded. The signal of the ruins has been found, but the location of the signal is a bit strange. Strange? Where is it? Lin Xu asked immediately. It's not in the current space. Not in the current space? Then where is it? Humans are suspected to have opened up a subspace here and placed the ruins in the subspace. Bai Xing replied. Subspace. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 108, First time revealing one's identity and actively contacting the clan. Miss Qiu has a portable subspace. Even every immortal on the ferry ship has a portable subspace. In a sense, this is already a standard for human dependence. But Lin Xu, a human, does not have it. For this reason, Lin Xu was also very sad. So, this time when he heard that humans placed the ruins in the subspace, Lin Xu reacted immediately. It should be here that humans successfully developed the subspace technology. Then the subspace became the standard for humans and their dependents. Thinking of this, Lin Xu was even a little excited. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to obtain the subspace technology here, and then he should also have a portable subspace. He has envied Miss Qiu's portable subspace for a long time. Not only can he carry large equipment such as flying boats, but he can also carry luggage, RVs, barbecue grills, etc. This portable subspace is simply a must-have tool for home travel. The portable subspace of the immortals on the ferry ship is distributed by the ferry ship after every immortal reaches a certain age. The reason why the ferry ship has so many subspaces is because of the subspace generators for the clan obtained from humans. The subspace generated by this subspace generator can only be bound to the human clan. It cannot be bound to other races. Of course, if humans want to use it, they can use it, but obviously no human will bind the subspace for the clan. Because the subspace used by humans is far better than that used by the clan. In addition, before mastering the principles of subspace technology, Lin Xu was also hesitant about the safety of binding the subspace on his body. After all, he has always been a very cowardly person. So for a combination of reasons, Lin Xu did not bind the subspace. Until now, if the technology of subspace can be thoroughly mastered, then there is naturally no need to worry. However, if the ruins are in the subspace, how to open the subspace and open the ruins? For this reason, Lin Xu discussed with 7 intelligent computers including Bai Xing. And he observed the fluctuations generated by Miss Qiu's portable space when she opened it many times. In addition, when he was still on the ferry ship, he obtained some information about the subspace from the ferry ship. Finally, it was decided to start with Lin Xu's identity to open the subspace. It is known that the subspace is bound to this monument planet. Then the entrance must be somewhere on the planet. So first a group of nanorobots were called to the planet, and then Lin Xu's consciousness was connected with the nanorobots and spread to the entire planet. Under the eyes of Miss Qiu, who firmly believed that humans were omnipotent, the order to open the subspace was issued. Then, beside Lin Xu, a hazy light and shadow appeared, and the subspace was opened so easily. It was so easy that Lin Xu even felt a little incredible. Then a large number of nanorobots poured in, followed by autonomous mechanical aggregates. Not long after, the detection data about the subspace came out. This subspace is about the size of an Earth-like planet, which is about the same size as the monument planet where it is currently located. This made Lin Xu wonder if the size of the subspace is related to the size of the location where the subspace is anchored. But why is Miss Qiu's portable space so big? After all, she is not that big. It was not until Beijing read the data of the ruins laboratory in the subspace that he understood. There is a difference between the portable subspace and the anchored subspace bound to a certain place. The anchored subspace is more like the reverse shadow of the anchored location. The size of the reverse space is determined by the size of the positive space. The portable subspace is anchored to the consciousness of the anchor, and its size is related to the strength of the anchor's consciousness. For example, Miss Qiu, as an immortal, has a strong consciousness, so the subspace is naturally vast. However, this has triggered another puzzlement in Lin Xu. Is the consciousness of intelligent creatures really so incredible? It can actually be used as an anchor for space. But then I thought that I can even use consciousness to move high-dimensional information, which seems to be quite incredible. Although it is not accurate to compare myself with a high-dimensional creature, consciousness is a miracle born in the universe, and it seems to be a little incredible. Moreover, not all intelligent creatures have enough consciousness to carry a portable subspace. If it is just an ordinary intelligent creature, when it is bound to the portable subspace, the consciousness will be lost in the subspace because it is not strong enough. It didn't take Beijing much time to obtain the technical information of the database in the ruins. Then it was the integration of the information and the relocation of the ruins. And there was already a small manufacturing production line for the subspace in the ruins, so soon after the equipment was installed on the Earth, the first subspace was created. And it bound Lin Xu's consciousness. On the beach, Miss Qiu was grilling lobsters next to her, and Lin Xu kept trying to put everything on the beach into the portable space, feeling the space connected to consciousness, the extremely novel feeling. Even the melancholy of no bikini beauties on the beach was washed away. Not far away, Liu Yao's performance was similar to Lin Xu. She had just bound the portable space and was constantly experimenting with collecting items. That is, Miss Qiu, who had already had a portable space, was relatively calm, and had been helping Miss Qiu add garlic paste to the grilled lobsters. Of course, Miss Qiu, who had just bound the portable space, was also very calm, but everyone was used to her calmness. If she was not calm one day, I'm afraid that a few people would be surprised. I feel like I can take in the whole ocean. Lin Xu stretched out his hand towards the ocean in front of him, thought about it but didn't try. Is your portable space so big? You are indeed a high-dimensional creature. Your consciousness is strong and can withstand such a large portable space. Liu Yao on the side was a little envious. Can't you? Lin Xu asked. Of course not. It should be no problem to take in this small island, but the whole ocean is too exaggerated. Liu Yao shook her head. The island is not small. You can store some nanorobots in your portable space as a backup like Miss Qiu. Lin Xu reminded. Of course, I have already stored them. You haven't stored them yet, right? Liu Yao looked at Lin Xu suspiciously. Suddenly, Lin Xu was speechless. Because he really hadn't stored them yet. So he didn't respond, and simply connected his consciousness to the large number of nanorobots scattered throughout the Earth's atmosphere and piled up on the Earth's dome. Then, a large number of nanorobots were sucked into Lin Xu's portable space like a storm. In this way, no matter where you go in the future, even if there are no nanorobots around, you can rely on the nanorobots in the portable space to release enough nanorobots to assist in the battle at any time, and you can also have a good combat power. Like Miss Qiu and other immortals, they usually fight in unfamiliar star fields like this. Before the battle, spray the opponent's face with nanorobots, and then use the nanorobots to turn the battlefield into your own territory. At that time, you can fight however you want. In addition, the current third-generation nanorobots can also replicate themselves, so there is no need to worry about exhaustion. What stands out is arrogance. Hey, you have almost sucked it, right? Half of the nanorobots on the entire Earth will be sucked away by you, right? Where are you going to fight with people? Liu Yao was surrounded by a hazy light, protecting her hair from the wind caused by the rapid flow of nanorobots. I only sucked away the nanorobots in the atmosphere. The nanorobots on the dome can be supplemented. If they are not enough, They can be temporarily manufactured. The number of self-replication can be doubled very quickly. Although he said so, Lin Xu still stopped absorbing nanorobots. At the same time, he was thinking, since his portable space is so large, it looks like it is even as big as a galaxy, should he put some meteorites in it in the future? When he encounters an enemy, he can just use a big meteorite to hide him, wouldn't it be great? He can even put a few planets in it and hit the planets directly at the critical moment. Of course, Lin Xu has not encountered a situation where he can directly fight the enemy. Anyway, Lin Xu has not encountered it yet, but it does not prevent him from imagining it. In addition, Lin Xu is also preparing to fill his portable space with various floating guns, nuclear warheads, even antimatter bombs, space bombs, etc. When he encounters an enemy, he can just throw the king's treasure over, and what stands out is his arrogance. In short, although there are no bikini beauties on the beach today, there is a new portable space, as well as the garlic lobsters grilled by Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu, so Lin Xu is also having a good time. At the same time, the Earth has left a monument planet and headed for the 10-light-year isolation zone around the center of the Milky Way. At the current cruising speed of the Earth, which is 100 times the speed of light, it will take more than a month to cross the distance of 10 light-years. Thinking back to when I just left the solar system with the Earth, the 4.3 light-year Proxima galaxy had already been gone for thousands of years. I sighed when I recalled it. Through the optical telescope, we can see the dense stars 10 light-years away, as well as the shadows surging between the stars, but we can't observe what the shadows are. The detection of the space radar also failed when it encountered those shadows, and nothing was detected at all. Those are obviously disordered filth. Lu Yao, who was sitting on the beach eating lobsters, looked at the observation images 10 light-years away displayed on the holographic image beside the few people, and said bluntly, "I think so too, but these disordered filth are much more violent than those encountered on Xiantian star, and the expansion speed is incredible." Lin Xu looked at the observation image, and saw that a star that was originally bright, while the few people were eating and talking, was stained with a little shadow, and was completely swallowed by the shadow, becoming a member of the disordered filth. He could only sigh. Cosmic disasters, this is their nature, so the fairy ships have been preventing advanced civilizations from randomly discarding the residue of chaotic energy into the Milky Way. Miss Qiu has seen more disordered filth than Lin Xu and Lu Yao. Naturally, she understands it better, and her tone becomes heavier when she talks about it. This thing is really troublesome. Lu Yao sighed when she thought that although the spread of disordered filth on her body had stopped, it still existed. She was still thinking about curing herself, but her academic ability is not as good as Lin Xu and Miss Qiu. She can only continue to work hard. So she secretly decided that after eating the lobster, she would do 10 more sets of big questions. Back then, humans set rules for the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way, sent the fairy ships Penglai and the Tree King Ark to patrol the Milky Way, and ordered the clans to build the Great Wall of the Milky Way as a line of defense to prevent the spread of disordered filth in the Milky Way, and then led the fleet to the depths of the Milky Way, right? Lin Xu put down the lobster in his hand and asked Miss Qiu. Yes, we don't know why the Pangu tribe decided to sail to the center of the galaxy. It is obviously the place with the most disorder and filth, but the Pangu tribe believes that there is hope there. So we also believe that there must be hope in the center of the galaxy. Miss Qiu always firmly believes in humans. Hope? Lin Xu nodded, and had some guesses. The reason why the center of the galaxy is flooded with disorder and filth is because countless advanced civilizations are unscrupulously mining chaos energy here. And since the center of the galaxy can produce chaos energy, and chaos energy comes from high-dimensional energy, does that mean that the center of the galaxy has a passage to high dimensions? And will the human dimension upgrade be related to the center of the galaxy? So humans chose to sail to the center of the galaxy? However, if it is so easy to upgrade, wouldn't those advanced civilizations that once mined chaos energy in the center of the galaxy know this? Don't those advanced civilizations want to upgrade? So, what is the key point of upgrading? Moreover, Lin Xu once talked about the matter of human dimension upgrade with Wei Yi, the first commander of the fairy ship. After all, this is not something that needs to be concealed. Wei Yi seemed to have expected it and was not surprised by it. Obviously, when the fairy ship was still in the human fleet, humans did not hide some things from their families. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Therefore, If humans are heading to the center of the Milky Way for the purpose of upgrading their dimensions, there is no need to hide it from their families. According to the information Lin Xu got from the ferry ship, humans are heading to the center of the Milky Way, but there is no record of humans heading to the center of the Milky Way for the purpose of upgrading their dimensions. So, is the center of the Milky Way really unrelated to the upgrading of dimensions? Lin Xu felt that the more he thought about it, the more mysteries there were. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, as long as he continued to follow the footsteps of humans and searched, all the answers would surface sooner or later, so why worry now? A month passed quickly. The Earth crossed the isolation zone of the Milky Way center and arrived at the nearest star with abnormal brightness. This is the area that has not been spread by disorder and filth after observation. At the same time, the space radar also detected a large number of non-orbit aggregates here. So it is obvious that there are human families here. But what is also puzzling is why the brightness of this star here is so abnormal. Based on the size of this star detected by the space radar, the brightness of this star is more than 10 times that of the normal one. So that when observing this starry sky from a distance, the brightness of this star is extremely eye-catching among the twinkling stars. It is like a strong flashlight mixed in a group of ordinary flashlights. It can be said that the abnormal brightness of this star is also the reason why Lin Xu was attracted to this place in the first place. He always felt that there should be something special here. It was not until the Earth got closer and closer to this star that the planet orbiting this star came into Lin Xu's sight. Is that the war star? Lin Xu looked at the impact data obtained by the autonomous mechanical aggregates in the holographic projection. Yes, but according to the test, most of the parts of this war star are made of third-generation nanorbits. Taiyin, who is on duty, reported. Most of the parts of the ferry ship are also made of third-generation nanorbits. For the clan, the third-generation nanorbits that can replicate themselves are indeed an excellent building material. Lin Xu didn't care. Although the war star composed of third-generation nanorbits is somewhat inferior to the strength of Lin Xu's human point of view, Lin Xu thought about the war stars that besieged the ferry ship before. The materials they built the war stars were not as strong as the materials made of nanorbits. So, don't look at other races by human standards. And then, it was time for Lin Xu to make a decision. Does the autonomous mechanical aggregate need to come forward to identify itself? Taiyin asked. Should I continue to sneak forward and get as much information about the war star as possible? Or should the autonomous mechanical aggregate directly identify itself? This is a question. And Lin Xu made a decision quickly. Or he had already made a decision in his heart, but just said it just now. Show your identity. Now that you are here, there is no need to hide. So, the autonomous mechanical aggregates that were hiding behind meteorites or disguised as asteroids to approach the war star immediately took action. They no longer hid themselves, but directly aggregated into temporary warships and flew towards the war star openly. After the autonomous mechanical aggregates took the initiative to expose themselves, the war star soon discovered the existence of the autonomous mechanical aggregates. So a large number of flying boats rose from the war star, similar to the flying boats on the ferry ships, but these flying boats were decorated more gorgeously and distinctively. Even many flying boats had decorations similar to cat ears in front. Lin Xu, who was watching all this through the holographic projection, was stunned for a moment. This is a family that controls flying boats to cross the stars like the human ferry family on the ferry ship. Lin Xu was not surprised, but why were there cat ear-shaped decorations on the flying boats? This is the Great Wall of the Galaxy, the beacon tower guarded by the immortal Fox clan. According to the Galactic Civilization Convention formulated by the Pangu clan, any civilization is prohibited from entering the center of the galaxy without permission. Please stop and accept inspection. A large number of messages were transmitted from the flying boats to the temporary warships. At the same time, countless flying boats surrounded the temporary warships. Immortal Fox clan. Lin Xu was stunned, and finally understood after thinking about it. It turned out that the decoration on the flying boat was not cat ears, but fox ears. And the so-called immortal fox should be a fox spirit, right? This is true. Lin Xu didn't know how to face the bad taste of humans 10,000 years ago. However, he still asked the temporary warship to send a response message immediately. After all, they were all his own people, and it would be bad if it really caused misunderstandings. This is human. Repeat, this is human. The reply message was very simple, but when countless flying boats received this message, It was visible to the naked eye that the huge number of flying boats seemed to pause at the same time. Then the message that was constantly transmitted to the temporary warship also stopped at the first time. But the countless flying boats seemed to be at a loss, and they just stayed there. They didn't know whether to welcome the return of humans first, or to ask them to verify whether they were humans first. Moreover, it had been 10,000 years. Had humans really returned? Countless members of the immortal Fox clan who were driving flying boats were looking forward to it, but also afraid that everything was fake, just a scam. They were like wanderers who were afraid of returning home. Until those temporary warships that had been sent out, as if to prove their identity, instantly disintegrated and then gathered into another form. Autonomous mechanical aggregates are the iconic creations of mankind. So in an instant, countless flying boats excitedly began to draw circles in the starry sky. Some flying boats even collided directly with each other. It was not until half a while later that Lin Xu received the message from the flying boat. However, it was completely garbled. They were so excited that they even sent the wrong message. At the same time, on the War Star, a closed-door meeting was in progress. A group of immortal Fox clan leaders on the War Star were discussing the latest spread of disordered filth and whether to ask for help from other nearby clans. Once the beacon is lit, it means that the beacon tower is in danger, but we are obviously not in such a state yet. Based on the information detected so far, we have reason to believe that the next large-scale outbreak of disorder filth is about to come, and we are the first to bear the brunt. If we wait until the outbreak of disorder filth spreads here before asking for help, it will be too late. But the problem is, we are in danger here, and where is not dangerous? All the clans are facing danger all the time. How can we ask for help on the grounds of danger that has not yet arrived? The meeting discussed for a long time and finally decided not to light the beacon for help for the time being. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang, and a figure broke through the door of the conference room and broke in directly. Did the disorder filth break out? The deacons and elders who were in the meeting became nervous. No, the disorder filth did not break out. The clerk who broke in hurriedly said. Then why did you break in? It was not an outbreak of disorder filth, but he dared to break in and interrupt such an important meeting. The senior officials looked at this clerk with a new look. Unfortunately, there will still be no shortage of punishment. Until the clerk said something that made everyone wonder if they were hallucinating. Pangu tribe has returned. P.S. Please vote for me and please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Ignite the Star Beacon to announce the return of humanity. What, are you kidding? The first reaction of the high-ranking officials on the War Stars was that the guard was confused. It's true, the leader has confirmed it, it's really the Pangu clan. Then, the deacons and elders who had been calm just now rushed out of the meeting room one by one. In the process, in order to speed up, they even flashed a light on their bodies, and the original foxtail turned into nine-tailed or eight-tailed form. They were so anxious when the disorder and filth broke out. At the same time, the Earth has also welcomed visitors from the Fairy Fox clan. It is the leader mentioned by the clerk just now. The so-called leader is the leader of the young generation under the age of 1000 on the War Star to which the Fairy Fox clan belongs. Or to be more precise, it is the leader of the Fairy Fox clan's War Star number 16 in front of them. On the Great Wall of the Milky Way, the Fairy Fox clan is responsible for more than one War Star. Each War Star is like a branch of the Fairy Fox clan, with its own deacons, elders, leaders, etc. Just like the human immortals, in addition to the branch that followed the immortal ship to the Milky Way expedition, there are also many branches stationed on various War Stars and beacon towers of the Milky Way Great Wall. The leader of the number 16 War Star of the immortal Fox clan is selected every 200 years, and the leader of each generation is basically one of the future deacons and elders of the War Star to which he belongs. And this time, the leader of this generation, Lin Xu, who came to Earth, was just thanking her good luck today, and happened to be on duty for foreign affairs. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she happened to be the first batch of immortal foxes to contact the returning Pangu clan? Thinking of those little sisters who couldn't see the Pangu clan, crying and making a fuss, she almost laughed out loud. However, When the flying boat passed through the dome of the Earth and entered the Earth's atmosphere, Lin Xu adjusted her facial expression in the first time, concealed the little pride on her face, and replaced it with a graceful look. After all, she now represents the immortal Fox clan, and she can't be rude in front of the Pangu clan's immortals. In this way, a line of more than a dozen flying boats soon landed near the Great Wall. Lin Xu's eyes widened when she saw the winding Great Wall. Including the dozen fairy foxes under Lin Xu who arrived on Earth with her, they all looked at the Great Wall with a strange look in their eyes. They had seen in the records that the word Great Wall in the galaxy Great Wall was taken from the ancient architecture of the Pangu tribe's home planet. It was exactly the same as the Great Wall they saw in front of them. But isn't the real Great Wall far away on the Pangu tribe's home planet? Moreover, the Pangu tribe has never said where their home planet is, so many clans still don't know where to go if they want to make a pilgrimage. Otherwise, Lin Xu wouldn't have to take the Earth on a long voyage. When he woke up, he was probably surrounded by countless clans. However, the questions of the dozen fairy foxes about the Great Wall were soon temporarily thrown behind their heads. Because they finally saw the Pangu tribe they had been thinking about. When Lin Xu, the contemporary leader, saluted Lin Xu on behalf of the fairy fox clan, more than a dozen handsome men and beautiful women with fox ears and fox tails all looked at Lin Xu with sparkling eyes. This is the Pangu clan, the legendary Pangu clan, the living Pangu clan, not the Pangu clan sculptured in the museum. I really want to touch it. No, calm down, you can't be rude in front of the Pangu clan. Compared with the human immortals, the fairy fox clan, which is more lively, or eccentric, and extremely curious, can hold back their curiosity and still maintain courtesy, which is already a great respect for the Pangu clan. Of course, if it were someone else, don't expect the fairy fox clan to have such a big curiosity. You know, among the many races in the Milky Way, the fairy fox clan has always been known for its cunning and changeable. If the Milky Way clans were asked to evaluate the fairy fox clan, they would not think that the fairy fox clan was eccentric, but would only think that the fairy fox clan was good at scheming and layout, and was a good hand at calculating people and doing business. I can only say that it is worthy of being a fox spirit. However, the dozen fairy foxes in front of Lin Xu now are not as smart as usual, but more like a group of fans who have seen their idols. You are still calculating people. It's good enough that you don't sell yourself out. Of course, it's not just the people of the fairy fox clan who control themselves to stay calm. Lin Xu is also controlling himself. After all, I really want to touch these furry ears and tails. Will they feel like a cat or a dog? No, calm down. I am from the Pangu clan. I have to maintain my dignity. What's the matter with touching other people's ears and tails? The fairy chief is saying that this is the Earth? The home planet of the Pangu clan. Lin Xu widened her eyes, and the tips of her furry ears stood up because of surprise. The big tail was shaking restlessly. Not only her, but the other fairy foxes also began to look around in surprise. This is the Earth, the home planet of the Pangu clan. So, this Great Wall is the real Great Wall. Lin Xu turned her head and took another look at the Great Wall winding on the ridge not far away, her eyes full of emotion. Finally, she was no longer just a fangirl when facing Lin Xu. Yes, this is the Great Wall. I heard that your place is called the Great Wall of the Milky Way, so I think I should let you see it. Lin Xu's tone was also a little sad. While Lin Xu was touring the Great Wall with these dozen new generations of fairy foxes under the age of 1000, the high-level deacons and elders of the war star who hurried over finally arrived. Elder Lin, who was Lin Xu's master, first glared at Lin Xu fiercely, and then greeted Lin Xu with a flattering smile from his little apprentice. I am Lin, the 16th war star elder of the fairy fox clan. I am honored to meet you. Lin was also very excited at this time. After 10,000 years, the Pangu clan finally returned again. Sorry, I have to say sorry first. Lin Xu said apologetically. Lin was stunned, and he didn't understand why Lin Xu said that. I am not the human beings who sailed to the center of the Milky Way 10,000 years ago that you are waiting for. I also followed their footsteps. Lin Xu introduced his origins. The deacons and elders suddenly realized it, but they didn't care. You don't need to do that, immortal master. For our immortal fox clan, the Pangu clan is the Pangu clan. Respecting the orders of the Pangu clan and guarding the beacon tower of the Great Wall of the Milky Way is the mission of our clan. It has nothing to do with whether you are from the Pangu clan 10,000 years ago. And if you insist, None of us present here are from the immortal Fox clan 10,000 years ago. We are all new immortal foxes in the past 10,000 years. Jilin's statement made the deacons and elders nod their heads. The Pangu clan is the Pangu clan. When we first met the immortal master, the jumping of the Nanorobits told us everything. Even if you want to deny it, I'm afraid it won't work. Another elder followed suit. The human clan has the intermediate authority of the Nanorobits. With this authority, they can sense some details of the Nanorobits. The cheers and excitement of the Nanorobits when facing Lin Xu cannot be faked. This is the reaction that the Nanorobits will only have when facing humans. It can be said that this is the best proof of Lin Xu's identity. Therefore, whether it was Miu Xiao who had just met Lin Xu, or the current Xianhu clan, as long as they met Lin Xu once, they could immediately confirm his identity. Speaking of guarding the beacon tower, do you call the War Star beacon tower? Lin Xu asked doubtfully. Yes, the War Star we are on is the beacon tower we guard, and every War Star guarded by the clan around the center of the galaxy is a beacon tower. Jilin explained to Lin Xu. What is the beacon? Lin Xu continued to ask. The star surrounded by the War Star is our beacon. Jilin replied. The star is a beacon? What about the abnormal brightness of the star? Lin Xu thought of the star surrounded by the War Star, which is 10 times brighter than an ordinary star. We accelerated a nuclear fusion of the star to use the star as a signal transmitter. Only in this way can we maintain communication between the clans. Jilin explained. Signal transmitter? Maintain communication? Is it real-time communication? Lin Xu asked. Through the accelerated fusion of stars, light particle communication channels are generated between stars. By emitting light particles through stars, real-time information transmission between beacon towers can be achieved. However, such real-time communication also has a price and cannot be used unlimitedly. Therefore, unless a major event occurs, such as the outbreak of disordered filth, it is necessary to coordinate the power of the clans to fight against disordered filth, and the beacon will be lit. The problem of long-distance real-time communication between universes has always been a difficult problem. If the distance is only a dozen light-years, it can be solved through quantum communication or space curvature communication. However, once the distance reaches more than 100 light-years, these communications are completely useless. Because the distance is too far, the signal has completely dissipated halfway. Even if the power is increased so that the signal can be transmitted farther, real-time communication cannot be achieved. The delay time can even be calculated in years. Such communication cannot be said to be useless. But it is not very useful. Not to mention the long battle line of the Great Wall of the Milky Way, which is built around the center of the Milky Way and has a circumference of about 1,000 light-years. Therefore, in order to ensure that every node on the Great Wall of the Milky Way can communicate in real time at critical moments, so as to unify forces to deal with the outbreak of disordered filth. Then there were the beacon towers and beacon plans of the Great Wall of the Milky Way. The War Star is the beacon tower, and the star that the War Star orbits is the beacon. In this way, a great wall that blocks the center of the Milky Way is constructed. This is the Great Wall of the Milky Way. It was also the first time that Lin Xu knew the full picture of the so-called Great Wall of the Milky Way. 10,000 years ago, when the Great Wall of the Milky Way was initially established, there were only a dozen star beacon nodes. And the beacon towers were not as grand as the War Stars, but just some warships of the clan separated from the fleet. But 10,000 years have passed, and after 10,000 years of development, the clan has had countless branches, and even these branches have War Stars. Then the War Stars orbited the stars, forming the current scale of the Great Wall of the Milky Way, which is thousands of times larger than the original. But in the same way, the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way has also expanded for 10,000 years and has become increasingly difficult to resist. It can be said that the human clan is expanding, but the disordered filth is expanding faster. If it weren't for thousands of years ago, at a certain point in time, the clan suddenly discovered that the Nanorobits, which originally had a certain resistance to disordered filth and were not easily contaminated by disordered filth, were the biggest help for the clans to fight against disordered filth. Suddenly, they became completely immune to the pollution and assimilation of disordered filth, and I'm afraid the clans would have been unable to hold on. It was from that time that the clans had some speculations. Everyone thought that this might be because the Pangu clan had successfully upgraded their dimensions, so the Nanorobits suddenly had such changes. This is why Wei Yi, the first seed of the fairy ship, was not surprised when he heard about the human dimension upgrade from Lin Xu. The clans had already made some guesses. After all, the sudden changes of the nanorbits could not be hidden from the clans with intermediate authority. When humans sailed to the center of the Milky Way, they wanted to find a way to solve the disordered filth, but they lost their traces. In fact, the clans at that time were also a little pessimistic. They didn't know what happened to humans. Although they insisted that humans would be fine, it was often more like a kind of self-comfort and self-deception. It was not until the changes in the nanorbits that the clans were sure that humans were fine and had successfully upgraded. Although it is unknown what happened to humans after they sailed to the center of the Milky Way, humans have not returned until now. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. It is also unknown what humans encountered later and successfully upgraded. But it doesn't matter, just keep waiting. The clans are very patient, all they lack is hope. And the successful dimensional upgrade of humans gave them hope. With hope, they are not afraid of any obstacles. By the way, since this is the first time for the immortal to come to the center of the Milky Way, do you want to come to the war planet of my fairy fox clan? The war planet of my fairy fox clan is quite special. It will also give me some time to light a beacon and notify the other clans on the Great Wall of the Milky Way that the Pangu clan has returned. Jilin invited. I am very interested in visiting the war planet, but there is no need to inform the other clans. Lighting the beacon fire should only be used when disorder and filth break out. Don't break the convention for me. Lin Xu didn't want to make such a big fuss and cause trouble for others. The return of the Pangu clan is a major event for our clans. In front of this matter, disorder and filth are also trivial. Please don't refuse, it will hurt our sincere hearts. Jilin said sincerely. Okay, then you can do it. Since others said so, Lin Xu couldn't refuse. Then the deacons and elders walked on the Great Wall for a while, and then reluctantly left this legendary human mother planet and went back to arrange all matters to welcome the Pangu clan. Nanzhu, the leader, was left behind to lead the way for Lin Xu. Nanzhu, who thought he would go with them, was suddenly overjoyed. Of course, she was still restrained in front of her master, with a reserved and steady look. It was not until the deacons and elders left with a flying boat that she completely relaxed. Is there any place you want to go, immortal? Do you want me to recommend it to you? I know there's a shop that has very good fried chicken. Would you like to try it? Or should we go to the Starry Sky Zoo? There are many unique creatures from various planets, and some of them are really interesting. Nanzhu introduced Lin Xu enthusiastically. She has beautiful long golden hair, and the fur on her ears and big tail is also golden. Her big eyes look at Lin Xu expectantly, which makes Lin Xu look forward to this trip to the immortal Fox Clan's War Star. Do you eat fried chicken here? Of course. I heard that this is the way of eating that was passed down from the Pangu tribe. However, we have been improved for tens of thousands of years, and it is very different from the past. You can try it and see how it tastes. You can try it. The Starry Sky Zoo you mentioned seems to be very interesting. You can go and have a look. Nanzhu stayed on Earth for one night. She rested with Miss Qiu that night. Miss Qiu didn't understand why. She was annoyed when she saw the fox running around Lin Xu. Of course, even so, when entertaining Nanzhu, Miss Qiu tried her best to be a good host. After all, she was a guest, and Miss Qiu was half the owner of this place. Thinking of this, Miss Qiu felt much more balanced. However, when the group went to the War Star the next day, they saw Nanzhu directly holding Lin Xu's hand and taking Lin Xu on her flying boat, and then driving the flying boat to carry Lin Xu and Miss Qiu to the War Star. Miss Qiu, who also jumped on her flying boat, became more and more unhappy. But he hurried to follow. Lu Yao, who was riding on her flying boat, was laughing. What are you laughing at? Miss Qiu was puzzled. Did I laugh? I didn't. Don't slander my innocence out of thin air. Lu Yao refused to admit it. She was now focused on having fun. How could she get involved in the war? Just like that, two flying boats, one in front and one behind, landed on the War Star with several people. At this time, the billions of fairy foxes on the War Star had already known about the arrival of the Pangu clan and were looking forward to it. So with Lin Xu's arrival, the entire War Star fell into a sea of joy. Grand celebrations, laughing crowds. Lin Xu looked at the sea of fairy foxes, each with animal ears and a big furry tail. It can be said that he used a lot of effort to restrain the urge to stroke it. While the celebration was going on, The stars in the sky suddenly flickered. The whole star was like a light bulb that was about to break, flashing at a high frequency. Lin Xu looked up at the sky in surprise. Nanzhu, who had been accompanying him to entertain him, came over immediately, as if afraid that he couldn't hear clearly in the cheers of the celebration. She took his arm, put her head close to his ear, and explained to him. Master, this is the beacon being lit. The twinkling of the stars just now is sending a message. About 10 seconds later, all the beacon towers on the entire Milky Way Great Wall will receive the news of your arrival. Lin Xu actually wanted to say something about Nanzhu's overly intimate behavior, but every time he looked at the beautiful girl with blonde hair and fox ears, she looked at you with a pair of big eyes full of admiration. Just because of your compliment, she looked happy from head to toe, from the tip of her ears to the swaying furry tail. Compared with the introverted Miss Qiu, the overly enthusiastic and proactive Nanzhu really made Lin Xu unable to resist. In the end, he could only let this little fox go. After all, Lin Xu hadn't felt the touch of the murder weapon pressed against his arm for a long time. When he went shopping with his ex-girlfriend, she always hugged him like this. To be honest, he missed it. Soon, Zanzing received messages from beacon towers all over the galaxy Great Wall. There were surprises, and ecstasy in the messages, and some even confirmed that they would send someone to meet him immediately. In short, Lin Xu's arrival lit the beacons of countless beacon towers on the entire galaxy Great Wall. The frequent communication scene that can only be seen when disorder and filth erupt on a large scale is staged today because of Lin Xu. Many people who had just received the news subconsciously thought that it was a beacon tower of disorder and filth eruption as usual, but they did not expect that this time it was good news. However, the joy did not last long. The billions of fairy foxes on the war star were still immersed in the ocean of joy. Lin Xu, led by Nanzhu, hid his identity and wandered around on the war star. The space radar outside the war star that has been monitoring the direction of the Milky Way suddenly burst out a large amount of garbled code. The inspector who was watching the celebration image broadcast by the holographic broadcast and paying attention to the radar status suddenly changed his face. He directly controlled the nanorbits around him and pressed the red button not far away. In an instant, the alarm rang throughout the space station. At the same time, the news was also transmitted to the war star. The elders and deacons who gathered together rarely relaxed for a while, but were pulled back to reality by the alarm. What's going on? What happened? Disordered filth. The disordered filth that was monitored before really broke out in our direction, and the speed is very fast. Damn it, we are really confused. We shouldn't let the immortal come to the war planet. What should we do now? Evacuate. Let Lord Lin Xu evacuate immediately. This is the top priority. Soon, Nanzhu, who was taking Lin Xu to play around, received a message from his master, and his face changed immediately. What happened? Lin Xu saw the problem at the first time. Lord Lin Xu, actually I stayed on Earth for one night before, and I haven't walked around much. If you have time, how about you take me around the Earth again? Nanzhu pretended to be fine. Sure, next time you come, I'll take you around. Lin Xu nodded. Don't do it next time. Why don't we go now? How about we go around the Earth? Nanzhu immediately shook Lin Xu's arm with a little coquettishness. Lin Xu looked at her carefully. He was not stupid, so he naturally saw that something was wrong. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, what could happen? Nanzhu pretended to be stupid. You can't act at all. Tell me, what happened? Lin Xu asked. Nanzhu smiled bitterly. It's not that she can't act. She usually acts very well. It's just that when she faces Lin Xu, her heart is confused as soon as she sees Lin Xu. She can't even play 100% of her acting ability. How can she act well? After hesitating for a while, Nanzhu finally told the truth. A large-scale outbreak of disordered filth. Lin Xu nodded, then looked at Nanzhu and said, You know, I've been wanting to try something recently. What is it? Nanzhu subconsciously felt that it was not good, but still cooperated and asked. Disordered filth comes from the residue of chaotic energy, but after falling from the high dimension, it no longer belongs to the high dimension. So will disordered filth still work on high-dimensional creatures? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 110 Experiments from Higher Dimensional Creatures. Lord Lin Xu, you don't want to. Nanzhu's eyes widened, her tail stood up nervously, and she subconsciously wanted to object. But she couldn't say anything against the Pengu clan. Don't worry, I'm still very cautious. I just want to do an experiment. I'm not going to rush into the disordered filth to start a war. Lin Xu smiled and comforted. Oh, you scared me to death. Lin Xu breathed a sigh of relief, and then reacted. Do an experiment? How to do an experiment? It must be a safe enough experiment, you will know later. Well, thank you for hosting me this time. The situation is urgent, I won't say goodbye to Jilin and the others, and I will go back to Earth first. Wait a minute, I want to follow you. Lin Xu hurriedly stepped forward. Your guide work has been successfully completed. You don't need to waste time here. Go and do your own thing. As the leader, you should have a lot of things to do at this time. That won't do. Master said that I must follow you every step of the way. And what other work can be more important than you? It is because I am the leader that I am qualified to be assigned such an important job. Lin Xu held up his weapon and said proudly in a trembling voice. Okay, follow me if you want. Lin Xu didn't care much about it. So Lin Xu sent a message to his master and chased Lin Xu back to Earth. Halfway through, Lin Xu had already started to contact about the experiment. Taiyin, do you remember the experiment you did with my hair before? You want? I understand what you mean. Taiyin understood it immediately. Once at the beginning of the voyage, before arriving at the test site planet number 1, the Earth encountered an ancient battlefield of the Norse, and it was there that he first met the elf Eve. Although the elves on the planet number 1 of the test site are not human relatives, they are also descendants of human creations, so they have low-level permissions to control nanorobots. It was also at that time that Xing used Lin Xu's hair to conduct an experiment on Eve. The experiment at that time was used to test nanorobots. This time, Lin Xu planned to use it to test the disordered filth. The preparations were not complicated. Lin Xu cut off a strand of his hair, which was wrapped by nanorobots layer by layer, and boarded a temporary warship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates, heading towards the direction of the large-scale outbreak of disordered filth in deep space. At a speed of 100 times the speed of light, it didn't take long for the temporary warship to arrive at an area where the disordered filth had not yet begun to erupt and was still in a stable stage. Through the signal transmitted back by the temporary warship, Lin Xu also observed for the first time what the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way was like. It must be said that in the center of the Milky Way, the disordered filth that continued to spread and expand between stars one after another was completely different from the small-scale disordered filth that Lin Xu had seen on the Xianyun star that had not erupted. Anyway, at this moment, Lin Xu, through the perspective of the temporary warship, saw the disordered and filthy zone on the holographic projection in front of him, which was completely a mosaic of surging black clouds. Stars and stars were assimilated by disordered filth into a chaotic existence without order. Lin Xu even saw with his own eyes that a star was only stained with a little disordered filth, and the whole star was rapidly assimilated by disorder and became a disordered and chaotic existence. The star that was still burning originally turned into an unknown and inexplicable thing. From following the order of nuclear fusion, constantly fusing and emitting light and heat, and conservatively estimated to continue to shine for billions of years, the order collapsed in the blink of an eye, and the chain reaction of nuclear fusion could not be successfully completed. Nuclear fusion, one of the underlying rules of this universe, is now invalid in this area because of disordered filth. Not only nuclear fusion, but also various other physical rules are also invalid in this disordered and filthy area. The 3 laws of mechanics no longer exist, and the laws of thermodynamics no longer exist. Nuclear physics no longer exists, quantum mechanics no longer exists. Everything is falling towards chaos, and there is no order. It's like the entropy increase has reached its limit and the universe is about to be destroyed. It has arrived ahead of time because of the disorder and filth. That's why it is said that the wanton expansion of disorder and filth will bring about the destruction of the universe. That's why the Great Wall of the Galaxy is needed to restrain it, otherwise the Milky Way will definitely be destroyed before the universe is destroyed. Human Lin Xu, the warship has arrived at the edge of disorder and filth. Shall we start the experiment? Taiyin's voice sounded. Let's start. Lin Xu ordered. Lin Xu was also a little nervous at this moment. Once the experiment was successful and proved that disorder and filth were indeed ineffective for him, then there were too many things he could do. Lin Xu, who already knew what experiment Lin Xu was doing and understood the significance of this experiment, had already nervously hugged Lin Xu's arm. Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu's other empty arm and was secretly angry about why she didn't have such courage. Who knew that Miss Qiu next to her would push her directly to Lin Xu's side, and even grabbed one of her arms and put it into Lin Xu's arms, while giving her a look that could only be understood. Unfortunately, Miss Qiu's brain was already blown up at this time, and she didn't notice Miss Qiu's eyes at all. But then she still mustered up the courage and hugged Lin Xu's arm as well. Obviously, she came first, and she would not give up just like that. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, a little surprised by Miss Qiu's behavior, but at this time most of his attention was on the experiment, so he didn't take it seriously. Lin Xu showed Miss Qiu a friendly smile, but Miss Qiu felt that it was more like a fox's smile. Then, both Lin Xu and Miss Qiu returned their attention to the experiment. Jealousy is just a little episode in life. As an immortal and a fairy fox, they naturally know what is the most important. At this time, the nanorobots wrapped around Lin Xu's hair in the temporary warship had dispersed, dividing Lin Xu's dozen hairs into dozens of parts, and each hair was wrapped by a nanorobot. Then the temporary warship aimed at the disordered filth and fired a group of nanorobots wrapped around a hair like a cannonball towards the disordered filth area. The nanorobot aggregate, which was instantly accelerated to 1/10 the speed of light by the electromagnetic force, crossed the universe and rushed into the disordered filth a moment later. In an instant, a ripple appeared in the disordered filth. The disordered filth tried hard to assimilate the nanorobots that entered it. Normally, any object belonging to order will be assimilated by the disordered filth and become part of the disorder when it comes into contact with the disordered filth. But nanorobots are different. As nanorobots created by high-dimensional humans, they have already partially transcended this dimension in concept and become an existence that the disordered filth cannot assimilate. Since it cannot be assimilated, it can only be attacked and destroyed. As for the nanorobots, which are highly ordered, they are also full of hostility towards disordered filth. The two sides are like natural enemies, and there will be a fierce collision whenever they meet. Unfortunately, the number of nanorobots entering disordered filth is too small. The two sides that had a fierce collision soon decided the winner. The nanorobot was destroyed, and the hair belonging to Lin Xu inside was revealed. Then, everything stopped. Disordered filth seemed to be unaware of the existence of higher dimensions and directly ignored the existence of this hair. Although there was endless disordered filth surging around, Lin Xu's hair was like a drop of water in the ocean, even rarer than a drop of water, but the sense of existence was so strong that it seemed as if there were only two existences left in the world. One is the disordered filth that spans the starry universe, and the other is Lin Xu's hair. As the saying goes, low dimensions cannot observe high dimensions. Even a cosmic disaster like disordered filth is also a low-dimensional existence. Therefore, it is natural that the disordered filth cannot affect Lin Xu's hair that belongs to the higher dimension, and even cannot observe the hair. Not only that, there is even a circle of existence like a domain around the hair. Within a certain range around the hair, all the disordered filth retreats. It's like the ripples generated after the higher dimension is projected on the lower dimension. Even this circle of ripples cannot be observed or eroded by the disordered filth. However, Lin Xu and others who are still waiting for the results of the experiment on Earth at this time do not know all this. Because the disordered filth blocks everything around, even if the hair is safe and sound, the information cannot be transmitted, and Lin Xu in the outside world naturally cannot know the results. So soon, the second group of nanorobots wrapped in hair was launched again, and the target was exactly the location where the previous group of nanorobots was launched. Groups of nanorobots wrapped in hair were launched into the disordered filth one after another. After waiting for a while, the temporary warship began to move. In an instant, a large number of nanorobots poured out from the temporary warship and rushed to the place where the nanorobots had just been launched. So a fierce collision broke out between the nanorobots and the disordered filth again. And because the number of nanorobots this time was huge and they came prepared, they destroyed a large number of disordered filth in a short period of time and even counterattacked into the disordered filth. Although it was only a few hundred meters away, it was insignificant compared to the disordered filth that spanned the starry sky. But it was enough to temporarily clear a field and recycle Lin Xu's hair that had just been launched into the disordered filth. When the recovered hair appeared in the holographic projection intact, not a single strand was missing, and even a single cell on the hair was not damaged. Even Lin Xu couldn't help but clench his fist. Success! We succeeded, Lord Lin Xu. The fairy and the fox girl on the left and right were also excited. Afterwards, The temporary warship quickly retreated with a recovered hair and broke away from contact with the disordered filth. The hair was brought back to Earth for further testing. But whether there was any further testing or not, the fact that the hair was intact was enough to prove the problem. Disordered filth was indeed ineffective against higher dimensional existence. And after further extension, would disordered filth be immune to higher dimensional interference? If higher dimensional interference can work on disordered filth, even if it is only a tiny effect, can it turn disorder into order? Even if this order is extremely limited. But order is order, which is a fundamental difference. If it really works, then has it found a way to purify disordered filth? You know, there are only two known ways to deal with disordered filth. One is to find a remote galaxy and discard the disordered filth. When the disordered filth expands to a certain extent and swallows the entire galaxy, it will naturally gradually stabilize. As long as there is no external stimulation, it will generally not continue to expand. Another way is to seal the disordered filth, but this will consume a lot of energy, financial resources and material resources to manage it. If you don't pay attention, once the disordered filth leaks, it will engulf the entire galaxy, so many advanced civilizations will choose to discard it directly. Anyway, the result will be the same sooner or later, so why bother to seal it? Just throw it away directly. But it is precisely this irresponsible behavior of advanced civilizations that has caused the outbreak of a large amount of disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. So now it has endangered the entire Milky Way. So later, the fairy ship Pengley and the Tree King Ark patrolled the Milky Way, and any civilization that was found to directly discard the disordered filth instead of sealing it would be punished. As for the way to purify the disordered filth, there has never been one. So when Lin Xu thought that high-dimensional interference might play a role in purifying the disordered filth, he couldn't help but get excited. If it really works, then the Milky Way will really be saved. The war against disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way, which lasted for 10,000 years, may finally see the end. However, this still needs further experimental confirmation. However, before Lin Xu could figure out how to conduct the next experiment, the disordered filth that erupted in this direction had already arrived. A large number of dark objects continued to spread. Soon they came into contact with a large number of nanorbits in the starry sky. For tens of thousands of years, nanorbits have been constantly replicating themselves, and have already spread their existence throughout the non-disordered filth area in the center of the Milky Way. It is precisely because of the suppression of disordered filth by nanorbits that the expansion of disordered filth can be suppressed to this extent. Otherwise, disordered filth would not have any stable stage. The so-called stable stage is nothing more than being restricted from all directions by nanorbits, temporarily losing the substances that can be swallowed, and then it's stabilized. As long as the stability is slightly broken, the rapid expansion of disordered filth will come. Just like now, the boundless disordered filth is surging. At the same time, it is constantly in fierce conflict with the nanorbits in the starry sky. The two sides annihilated each other, but the disordered filth expanded faster. Until it met the large defense line composed of nanorbits set up by the Fairy Fox clan outside the galaxy. In an instant, the starry sky was filled with sword energy, magic weapons were flying, and the disordered filth that surged like black mist was reduced layer by layer by the attacks of the fairy foxes. If it was a normal attack, I am afraid that when it encountered the disordered filth, it would have been assimilated by the disordered filth and become a member of the disordered filth. Not only will it not reduce the disordered filth, but it will also make the disordered filth stronger. But if these attacks were launched by the fairy foxes controlling the nanorbits, it would be different. The attacks launched by the nanorbits would naturally not be assimilated by the disordered filth, and they could even continuously reduce the disordered filth through mutual annihilation with the disordered filth. In this way, the continued outbreak of disordered filth was temporarily curbed. But this was only temporary. Judging from the intensity of the disordered filth outbreak, it would not take long before this defense line would be broken. But this defense line itself was just used to buy time. Human Lin Xu, the war star has started. Taiyin reminded. Lin Xu, whose consciousness was connected to the nanorbits, had already known the movements of the war star through the nanorbits that were everywhere in this universe. At the same time, Lin Xu also switched the picture projected by the holographic projection to the number 16 war star of the Fairy Fox clan, which was still orbiting the star. It was seen that the war star had left its original orbit and was heading towards the front line. Soon the war star arrived at the front line. At the same time, the fairy foxes on the war star drove the flying boats, rushed out of the war star, rushed to the disordered filth, fought with the disordered filth, and continuously reduced the expansion of the disordered filth. Lin Xu watched all this nervously, and couldn't help but hug Lin Xu's arms tightly. Then, he loosened his hands holding Lin Xu's arms, took a step back, and left Lin Xu's side. Master Lin Xu, I'm very sorry. Although Master ordered me to follow you all the time, I'm afraid I have to disobey Master's order. Are you going to join the battle? Lin Xu looked at the holographic projection, and saw that there were fairy foxes constantly being dragged into the disordered filth. When they attacked the disordered filth, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yes, although it is more important to be with you, I am the leader, and I can't stay out of it at this time. Lin Xu said with a smile, and finally bowed to Lin Xu, and called out the flying boat to leave. Wait a minute. Miss Qiu, who was a little bit at odds with her, stopped Lin Xu and stepped forward to hand her a J talisman taken out of the portable space. This is the acceleration talisman given to me by the chief master before I left. It can increase the speed of the flying boat by 2 levels when it is sailing at curvature. You take it first, and remember to return it to me later. After saying that, Miss Qiu turned around and returned to Lin Xu without waiting for her answer. Finally, she didn't forget to remind him, you must return it to me. Lin Xu looked at her performance with a bit of amusement. He was embarrassed to say that he must return it directly, so he changed it to you must return it to me. He didn't expect Miss Qiu to have such a proud side. The Earth will also go to the front line to continue the next experiment. Are you sure you don't want to follow us? Lin Xu confirmed to Lin Xu, who was about to set off. It doesn't matter whether I am with you or not in the experiment, but the front line needs me now. Lin Xu said firmly. Okay, as long as you decide, when everything is over, you are welcome to continue to be my guide. I have just visited the war star of the Immortal Fox clan for a while, and I plan to continue to see it. I can't do without you as a guide. Lin Xu nodded and didn't insist. Well, if I still have this honor, please allow me to leave first. The next moment, Lin Xu had boarded the flying boat, and then the flying boat cut through the sky, sailed away from the Earth, and headed towards the front line where the battle was fierce. She will be fine. Miss Qiu said a little worriedly. She has her things to do, and we have our things to do. Lin Xu patted Miss Qiu's shoulder from behind, as a comfort. Then he ordered, let's go. We'll also set off to the front line, but don't go to the most intense part of the battle for the time being. Go to the place next to it where the battle is relatively stable, which is more suitable for experiments. Yes, sir. So Taiyin drove the Earth to the front line. But he avoided the most intense part of the battle and chose a place where the battle was relatively intense. Along the way, you can see that groups of fairy foxes died in the starry sky. Some bodies were snatched back, and some bodies were involved in the disordered filth. Because the bodies of fairy foxes are full of nanorbits, there is no need to worry about being assimilated by the disordered filth, but they will disappear completely with a mutual annihilation of nanorbits and disordered filth. Soon, the front line discovered the movement of the Earth, and Jilin's communication request was sent to Lin Xu. Lord Lin Xu, the front line is very dangerous now, please withdraw to the safe area behind as soon as possible. It is best to leave this star field. I recommend you to go to the nearby God-given elf clan number 33 war star. The elves will definitely entertain you. Jilin said impatiently as soon as he came up. Looking at the environment around him, you can know that he is also at the front line. Don't worry, I'm safe now, and I'm just here to do an experiment. If this experiment succeeds, it will be great. Lin Xu did not say what would happen if the experiment succeeded, because he was afraid that if it failed, wouldn't it be giving people hope in vain and destroying hope? Experiment? What experiment? Jilin wanted to urge Lin Xu to leave, but he couldn't say the words to urge the Panga tribe. It can be seen that he was very anxious. I'll tell you when there is a result. Just command a battle with peace of mind and don't be distracted. Lin Xu finally reminded him. Then he turned off the communication. At this time, Jilin on the other side of the starry sky wanted to say something, but the communication had been turned off. In the end, he could only sigh. He couldn't ask about Lin Xu's affairs. Although he was worried, he could only focus on commanding the battle in front of him. The information about the large-scale outbreak of disordered filth had just been transmitted to many clans of the galaxy Great Wall through beacon fire. Soon, support will arrive. But what Jilin is worried about is whether they can hold on until the support arrives. Because they couldn't hold on until the support arrived, there were already countless clan branches that were wiped out. And compared with the survival of this branch of the immortal Fox clan, he was more worried about Lin Xu's safety. He only hoped that even if this branch was really destroyed, it would buy enough time for Lin Xu to escape. At the same time, Lin Xu, who was worried about him, had already arrived at a relatively stable front and was ready for the experiment. He was about to try to perform high-dimensional interference on the disordered filth. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 111 I Am the Savior. When the Yearning civilization used high-dimensional weapons against the Earth, Lin Xu took this opportunity to lift the veil that shrouded him and realized how to use his instinct as a high-dimensional creature. That is, how to interfere with a high dimension. It's like a person who has never used chopsticks and doesn't know about chopsticks. When he sees others use chopsticks, he understands what these two small sticks are used for. But if no one tells him that these two sticks can be used to clamp things, he will probably always think that they are just two sticks. Lin Xu is the same. He saw the high-dimensional weapons used by the Yearning civilization to interfere with the high dimension, and then he understood that he could also do this to interfere with the high dimension. But there are more interference methods that he hasn't seen yet, and he doesn't understand. So for the time being, Lin Xu will only know this way to interfere with the high dimension. That is to change the physical theorem, or physical constant, of a specific area. Unless he sees more types of high-dimensional weapons in the future and learns more ways of interference. But can this change work for the disordered filth that is already in a disordered state and the physical constants are completely invalid? This is the biggest uncertainty. The Earth slowly approached the front line, and the fairy foxes that formed the defense line retreated slightly to make room for the Earth. Then a large number of nanorobots emerged from the Earth to block the gap left by the fairy foxes. Lin Xu also came to the dome of the Earth, facing the surging black tide in the starry sky in front of him, raised one hand, facing the direction of the black tide with his palm, and slowly closed his eyes. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao behind him could not help much, and could only pray silently for the success of the experiment. This experiment is too important for the entire Milky Way and even for the universe. And Lin Xu's consciousness has extended along the nanorobots to the forefront of the confrontation with the black tide. In his consciousness, he felt countless nanorobots, and then annihilated them in the collision with the black tide formed by disordered filth, and also took away a certain amount of disordered filth. Feeling the large-scale dissipation of nanorobots, Lin Xu's consciousness spread as widely as possible, and then locked the target, which was the disordered filthy area in front, and high-dimensional interference was launched. On a low-dimensional scale, all order in this area has been lost, from the movement of atoms and molecules to the effects of quantum particles, all are irregular. But on a high-dimensional scale, it's like a jigsaw puzzle that has been randomly pieced together after being disrupted. Perhaps creatures living on a two-dimensional scale would find it incomprehensible that their world is so messed up. Why is there only half of a flower, and this half is spliced together with half a fish? Why does water flow to the sky and there are icebergs in the sun? But on a higher scale, it's just that the puzzle is wrong. Just reset the puzzle to the correct position. But the problem is that resetting a huge, completely disrupted puzzle is a very complicated and troublesome thing even for high-dimensional creatures. Not to mention that Lin Xu is still a complete novice who has just begun to master the ability of high-dimensional interference. It's like asking a primary school student to solve a university problem. Lin Xu can't solve it at all. But if you just restore a small area of the completely disrupted puzzle to a little order, Lin Xu can still do it. He used the method he had mastered, high-dimensional interference, to change the physical constants of a specific area. So, high-dimensional interference was launched. The interference of high dimensions was projected into low-dimensional space. That is, the universe in front of him that had been completely eroded by disordered filth. In an instant, everything changed. The disordered filth in front of him, which was still expanding outward madly, trying to assimilate everything into a disordered state, suddenly paused. In this complete disorder, because of Lin Xu's interference, there was order, even if it was just a little bit of insignificant order. Everything else was still in a state of chaos, but this little bit of order was enough to make the disordered filth escape from the complete disordered state. From disorder to order. Even if this order was only a little bit, it was still a qualitative change. The thick black tide was still fighting against the nanorobots, constantly annihilating each other with the nanorobots. But this seemingly unchanged black tide had lost the strongest ability of the disordered filth, which was also the most troublesome ability for the clans. Assimilation ability. Normally, the disordered filth will assimilate all the ordered things it encounters into disordered existence, causing the disorder to continue to expand. But the one in front of us is no longer pure enough. The disordered filth, which already has a trace of order, can no longer assimilate the other ordered things it encounters. Although this black tide seems to be still expanding and is still colliding fiercely with the nanorobots. But this black tide will never increase itself. Their continued expansion will only make themselves more and more diluted. This is an unsustainable expansion. The faster it expands, the more it dilutes itself. Similarly, because they no longer have the ability to assimilate, attacks from ordinary weapons that are not nanorobots can also slowly eliminate this black tide. In the past, any attack launched by non-nanorobots would not only not work when facing the disordered filth, but would be assimilated into itself by the disordered filth. But now, even the ordinary weapons of ordinary races can still fight against this black tide. And this black tide that has been given a trace of order and cannot continue to grow by assimilation can no longer be called disordered filth. Or it might be more appropriate to call it inert filth. Moreover, this kind of inert filth, because it has a trace of order, seems much weaker when facing the attack of nanorobots. Although inert filth still seems to be very aggressive, compared with the once arrogant assimilation of everything, it is like changing from a heavyweight boxer to a lightweight boxer. Maybe it doesn't make any difference to ordinary people, anyway, they are all killed by one punch. But for the boxer's former opponent, the difference is simply a world of difference. Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes and was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. But unfortunately, at present, only the starry sky in front of him, at most the size of a galaxy, has the disordered filth fallen into inert filth under his high-dimensional interference. In a farther range, the vast amount of disordered filth in the entire galactic center is still expanding and assimilating all the ordered existences it encounters. And Lin Xu cannot do it for the time being, directly interfering with the high-dimensional information of the entire galactic center. Master Nanzhu, who is in a very embarrassed state and had a piece of tail hair bald in the battle, finally met his master Jilin. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay with Master Lin Xu? Jilin knew what was going on when he saw his apprentice, but he still glared at her. I'm not needed there, I'm needed here. Nanzhu answered Jilin while controlling the flying sword, and sending sword energy to the black tide that penetrated a defense line in front of her. Go back and write a 10,000-word self-examination. You are not allowed to look for templates online during this period. Jilin was too lazy to say anything to her and directly threw out the punishment. Suddenly, Nanzhu, who was originally sure that the master could not do anything to her on the battlefield, trembled from the tip of her ears to the tip of her tail. In the end, she could only say I know with a sad face. However, the next moment, Nanzhu and Jilin, who were constantly bombarding the black tide and repelling it again and again, were both startled at the same time. The two suddenly had the same feeling. Master, do you feel it? Nanzhu was a little uncertain. Feel that the offensiveness of the disordered filth has weakened? No, it should be said that there have been some changes in the attack of the disordered filth, and the nanorobots can counterattack more calmly. Jilin was keenly aware of this. And it was not only Jilin who noticed this. Countless fairy foxes on the entire front line all discovered it. Although they did not understand why, everyone's morale was immediately boosted. On the defense line that was originally suppressed by the black tide, countless fairy foxes directly counterattacked. They directly pushed the black tide back hundreds of kilometers, and they were still pushing back. They were ready to destroy this disordered filth in one go. At the same time, everyone also noticed that this disordered filth seemed to be gradually weakening. Originally, no matter how much was destroyed, it could assimilate ordered things to replenish losses and become stronger. It seemed that the disordered filth could not continue to replenish itself all of a sudden. Could it be that Lord Lin Xu's experiment was successful? Nanzhu became excited. What experiment? Jilin asked. Nanzhu then told Jilin about the experiment that Lin Xu was going to conduct. Yes, the experiment must have been successful, otherwise how could there be such a change? Jilin also became excited. At this time, Lin Xu's communication request came. Jilin opened the communication immediately. Lord Lin Xu. It seems that you know something. Lin Xu looked at Nanzhu beside Jilin and the excited expressions of the two, and said with a smile. Yes, Did you successfully purify the disordered filth? Jilin asked anxiously. Not really, it can only be said to be weakened. A little order was added to the complete disorder, which changed certain characteristics of the disordered filth, or now it can be called inert filth, because the disordered filth with order can no longer expand and grow. Lin Xu explained simply. That's enough. The most dangerous thing about disordered filth is that it can devour order and continue to grow. Without this characteristic, it cannot replenish itself and will be destroyed by us sooner or later. Jilin was in high spirits, as if he had finally seen the dawn of a complete victory over the disordered filth. Don't be happy too soon. The scope of my influence is limited now, and the center of the Milky Way is too big. How to interfere with the disordered filth in the entire center of the Milky Way is still a problem. Lin Xu was not so blindly optimistic. The battle of the Fairy Fox clan went very smoothly. The black tide, which had fallen from disordered filth to inert filth, was beaten back by the attacks of the Fairy Foxes. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Soon, the large area of the starry sky that was originally swallowed by the disordered filth returned to the control of the Fairy Foxes. Although all the matter that originally existed in the starry sky has been swallowed by the disordered filth, whether it is stars or everything. But being able to take back the starry sky from the disordered filth through counterattack is already a miracle that has never happened in 10,000 years. Over the past 10,000 years, even with the support of the Great Wall of the Milky Way, the clans have barely managed to hold the front line. Although they have not been defeated, failure is also the norm. And now, the counterattack has finally succeeded. The excited Jilin immediately lit the beacon fire again and conveyed this good news to all the clans on the Great Wall of the Milky Way. At the same time, the news that Lin Xu could transform disordered filth into inert filth was also conveyed. So a moment later, the beacon fire on the entire Great Wall of the Milky Way had never flashed so fiercely. Countless clans kept sending messages to confirm whether what Jilin said was true. They have been waiting for too long, since 10,000 years ago when humans sailed to the center of the Milky Way to find hope to fight against disordered filth. 10,000 years have passed, and humans are back, and they're really brought back a way to fight against disordered filth, defeat disordered filth, and save the Milky Way. And Lin Xu is the savior. Savior? Me? That's a bit big. How can I be worthy of it? Nanzhu, who returned to the earth, mentioned this statement to Lin Xu, and Lin Xu just waved his hand to deny it. Why not? You are the savior now. Nanzhu looked at Lin Xu with starry eyes, full of admiration. And her dusty face, even a bald spot on her tail, and the smoke of gunpowder on her body made Lin Xu stop refutation. Why did you come here right after the front line? Why don't you take a good rest? It is my duty to be your guide. I have been absent from work just now. Of course, I have to come back quickly after I am done. Nanzhu argued and hugged Lin Xu's arm again. When she said she was dusty, she just meant that she looked embarrassed, not that there was really any dust on her body. Then Nanzhu saw Miss Qiu next to her, who was looking at her with a complicated expression. By the way, I will return your acceleration talisman to you. Miss Qiu nodded and took it. Thank you. Nanzhu said immediately. You are welcome. Miss Qiu pretended to be indifferent, but the raised corners of her mouth still exposed her inner thoughts. However, although I am very grateful to you, Master Lin Xu, I will not give it to you. Nanzhu then said with a smile, revealing the nature of a fox. Who asked you to give it to me? Miss Qiu's face flushed instantly. Lin Xu shook his head helplessly, and ignored the fight between the two. He began to think about the next action, and at the same time asked Taiyin about the test results of the hair recovered in the previous experiment. Taiyin, what are the test results? No signs of damage were found on your hair, and even intact nanorobots were found around the hair. Taiyin's reply made Lin Xu stunned. Intact nanorobots? Yes, the disordered filth not only cannot cause any impact on your hair, but also cannot affect objects within a certain range around the hair. How big can this range be? Lin Xu asked. According to the extracted nanorobot records, the range is about 1 centimeter around the hair. 1 centimeter? In other words, if I enter the disordered filth, the area within a few dozen meters around me should not be eroded by the disordered filth. Lin Xu calculated the result in the blink of an eye. Theoretically, the scope you can influence should be much larger than this, because your consciousness is the main body of the higher dimension, and your body tissue is more of a projection of the higher dimension in the lower dimension. Therefore, The scope you can influence after entering the disordered filth cannot be based on the scope of the hair. I see, that is to say, I have to go in personally before I can get the result. Lin Xu nodded and said. Taiyin did not answer. Although theoretically, after the hair experiment, Lin Xu could not be in any danger. But Taiyin could not encourage Lin Xu to enter such a dangerous place as the disordered filth. Go in personally? You want to go to the disordered filth? Nanzhu, who was listening, suddenly became nervous. The rest of Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao, who had been watching the show, also revealed their worries in their eyes. After all, that was the disordered filth, a disaster that was enough to cause the destruction of the universe. And now Lin Xu was going to enter it. Don't worry, haven't we done the experiment? It's okay. Lin Xu comforted them. Master, is this necessary? Miss Qiu asked. It didn't seem to be a big deal to determine the scope of Lin Xu's influence in the disordered filth. It's very important. I have thought of a plan, but it requires me to be in the disordered filth and the scope of influence is large enough to implement it. Lin Xu explained. Master, I'll go with you. Miss Qiu said immediately. No, the disordered filth is ineffective on me, but it may not be effective on you. Lin Xu denied immediately. Your surrounding area is a safe area. I just need to stay by your side all the time. Miss Qiu argued. Yes, I'll go with you too. Nanzhu also said immediately. And me. Mu Ziao was not left behind. Instead, Lu Yao did not join in the fun, but just sighed. Although I want to go, I may only cause trouble for you if I go, so forget it. That's right, her body was already eroded by the disordered filth. If she entered the base camp of the disordered filth, what if she was affected? She was not afraid of being affected, but it would be bad if Lin Xu was implicated because of it. Okay, I know you are worried about me, but because of this, I should go alone. Lin Xu persuaded. You're right. Bringing me along might only hinder you, but you must come back safely. Miss Qiu was the first to give up the idea of following him in. Although she was not eroded by the disordered filth like Lu Yao, what if she really dragged Lin Xu down? So it's better to wait for him to come back now. Seeing that Miss Qiu had given up, Nanzhu and Mu Ziao had to give up as well. Just like that, Lin Xu decided to enter the disordered filth alone to see the scope of his own influence. Then, he did not say hello to Ji Lin, mainly because he was afraid that he would stop him. Taiyin drove the earth towards the nearest normal disordered filth area that had not been interfered with by Lin Xu's high dimension and had just fallen into inert filth. He was going to start Lin Xu's third experiment there. It was also the most dangerous experiment. But Lin Xu was not afraid at all. After all, he already had the theoretical basis. Even his hair was fine, so it was even less likely that he would be in trouble. Chapter 112, The Earth is put into the portable space. The Earth soon arrived near the disordered filth. Of course, in order to prevent the disordered filth from suddenly expanding and coming into contact with the Earth, it did not get too close. Although the Earth, as the home planet of mankind, may also have a certain resistance to disordered filth. But Lin Xu did not want to take risks with the Earth, so it was better to be safe. So when there was still a certain distance, the Earth stopped. Lin Xu got out on the Qingfeng, and under Miss Qiu's nervous eyes, he drove to the disordered filth alone. Until he reached the edge of the disordered filth, he flew off the Qingfeng again and rushed into the disordered filth alone without hesitation. It would be a lie to say that Lin Xu was not nervous at all at this moment. Especially when he saw the thick, boundless black tide getting closer and closer in front of him until he swallowed himself. But when he really crossed the boundary of the black fog and entered the black fog, Lin Xu relaxed instead. Because the thick black tides on all sides really seemed as if Lin Xu did not exist, and he stayed there quietly, without any reaction at all. Even when Lin Xu stretched out his hand, he could push the black tide to move, just like swimming in the water. However, this made Lin Xu frown. Obviously, after the hair entered the disordered filth, the surrounding area would not be eroded by the disordered filth. But why did the disordered filth not avoid his body after he entered? Until Lin Xu's mind moved, his consciousness entered the state of high-dimensional observation. There was no high-dimensional interference, just high-dimensional observation of everything around. In an instant, the black tide surged and retreated in all directions, leaving a range of thousands of meters around Lin Xu. Lin Xu immediately understood that it was indeed the case. Only after his consciousness entered a high-dimensional state can a radiation barrier of a certain range be formed in the low dimension, so that the disordered filth retreated. As for why when there was only one hair before, it automatically formed an area that the disordered filth could not enter. Lin Xu suddenly had a guess. Could it be that under normal circumstances, his high-dimensional state is always on, but his subconscious mind has turned off the high-dimensional state? So after the hair left his body, without his subconscious mind actively shutting down the high-dimensional state, the hair returned to the normal high-dimensional state, which naturally made the disordered filth retreat. Yes, as a true high-dimensional creature, the high-dimensional state should have been the most normal state, but because his subconscious mind had not yet accepted the fact that he had been upgraded, he took the initiative to shut down the high-dimensional state. It seems that he should open the high-dimensional state as much as possible in the future and adapt to the high-dimensional state as much as possible. In short, the experiment was very successful. Lin Xu confirmed that after he entered the disordered filth, as long as he opened the high-dimensional state, the disordered filth would retreat from him. He also observed the space in the disordered filth and confirmed that the space was still intact and could perform curvature navigation. It seems that the disordered filth can assimilate all order into disorder, but not space. Space, compared to an entity, is more like a concept that runs from high dimension to low dimension. Whether it is one-dimensional space, two-dimensional space, three-dimensional space, or even higher dimensional space, it is not unique to our dimension. Because the concept of space also exists in the higher dimension, and maybe the space of our dimension is also a projection of the higher dimension space in the lower dimension, so the disordered filth has basically no effect on the space. In short, after everything that should be confirmed was confirmed, Lin Xu became more and more sure of his plan, and the possibility of realization was very high. In the end, he even took out a flying boat from the portable space and tried to sail in the disordered filth at 100 times the speed of light for a while. Because the disordered filth withdrew from the distance of thousands of meters around Lin Xu, the flying boat was always perfectly protected by Lin Xu and would not come into contact with the disordered filth, and it could operate normally. After confirming that everything was fine, he drove the flying boat directly, rushed out of the disordered filth, and returned directly to the Earth. Of course, he did not forget to recycle the kingfin. Before leaving, Lin Xu, who is always in the high-dimensional state, also interfered with the disordered filth in a high-dimensional way, turning it into inert filth. This will make it much easier for the Fairy Fox clan to clean up in the future. Master, are you okay? Miss Qiu rushed over first, checking Lin Xu's body up and down, and finally confirmed that Lin Xu was okay. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, the experiment was successful. Lin Xu said with a smile. Are you planning to sail in the disordered filth and completely transform all the disordered filth into order along the way? Miss Qiu saw Lin Xu just rushing out of the disordered filth in the flying boat, and guessed his plan. I have this plan, but it's also for another thing. I want to confirm it in advance. Lin Xu nodded. Another thing? The last stop before humans enter the galactic center. Miss Qiu is worthy of being the person who knows Lin Xu best, and immediately understood what Lin Xu meant. Yes, Lin Xu admitted. Humans set rules for advanced civilizations, ordered fairy ships and tree king arcs to patrol the Milky Way, and built the Great Wall of the Milky Way, with their families stationed there. After doing all this, they chose to sail to the galactic center to find a way to completely solve the disordered filth. At that time, the disordered filth spreading in the center of the Milky Way was far from being as large as it is now, covering the entire center of the Milky Way for hundreds of light years. At that time, the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way was more like the densely packed watermelon seeds in a watermelon. There were many of them, and they continued to expand in all directions. In the conceivable future, they would sooner or later fill the center of the Milky Way, and even fill the entire Milky Way. But at that time, there were spacious normal star-filled roads between the disordered filth, so humans could move directly to the center of the Milky Way. According to the records of the clansmen who were left to guard the Great Wall of the Milky Way, they later received quantum signals that humans had emitted near the center of the Milky Way 100 years ago. Before humans really entered the center of the Milky Way, they stayed somewhere. They even stayed there for decades before diving into the center of the Milky Way. As for what humans did during those decades, the clansmen who stayed behind did not know. But humans must have done something there. Master, Are you going to look for the last remains before humans entered the center of the Milky Way? But it has already been swallowed by the disordered filth, so there is no way there is anything left. Miss Qiu asked in confusion. Normally, it should have been swallowed by the disordered filth a long time ago, but I found that the disordered filth has a very limited impact on space. It may be because space is a concept that runs through many dimensions, from high dimensions to low dimensions. Therefore, if humans also put the remains in the subspace this time, maybe the remains still exist and have not been destroyed. Lin Xu analyzed. Indeed, if the last remains of humans still exist, maybe we can find out why humans chose to find hope in the center of the Milky Way. Miss Qiu nodded in agreement. That's right. Why did humans back then think that there was hope to save the Milky Way in the center of the Milky Way? And why didn't they find hope, but instead succeeded in upgrading? I always feel a strange feeling. Yes, Lin Xu always felt that there was a sense of disharmony in this. First of all, the purpose of humans heading to the center of the Milky Way was to find a way to eliminate the disordered filth and save the Milky Way. This is not false, and it has been confirmed by the clans. Humans back then never hid it from their clans. The ultimate goal of humans is to upgrade their dimensions. So if humans were heading to the center of the Milky Way for the purpose of upgrading their dimensions, they would not have hidden it from their clans. But it was just so strange that humans disappeared and did not come back with a method to eliminate the disordered filth. Instead, they quietly upgraded their dimensions. This is very contradictory. Lin Xu wanted to explore what happened behind all this. At this moment, Nansu, who had been listening to the conversation between Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, suddenly raised her hand. I have a question. Along with the action of raising her hand, the fox's tail also rose. What's the question? Lin Xu looked at her. If you want to sail into the disordered filth, you can only use a flying boat-sized aircraft like you just did, right? The target is too big, and the area you can be immune to is not enough. It will definitely be swallowed by the disordered filth. In that case, what about the Earth? Don't you take it with you? Nansu asked with concern. Earth, then there is only one way. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Is there a way? What way? Nansu was puzzled. Did he abandon the Earth? No way. Just put it in the portable space. Lin Xu replied. Portable space? Can it fit? Nansu was surprised. She also had a portable space, which was also very large, but it was impossible to fit a whole planet. But then she thought that Lin Xu was a human, and his portable space must be big enough. Don't worry, it can fit. Lin Xu said affirmatively. Not to mention an Earth, even a sun can fit. Lin Xu's portable space can fit a galaxy. Of course, a planet is more than enough. It's just that I didn't think of doing this before. But now that we have to cross the disordered and filthy zone and can't drive the Earth forward, let's put the Earth in the portable space. Although the Earth, as the mother planet of mankind, should have some resistance to disorder and filth, Lin Xu still doesn't want to take risks. Otherwise, there will be no place to cry when he regrets it. This can also be regarded as a kind of protection for the Earth. So Lin Xu suddenly realized, when he just left the solar system, he still needed to rely on the Earth to protect himself. But now, it has become the Earth that needs his protection. Is this what growth is? Did humans in the past also experience such growth? Yes, in this vast universe, the Earth is too small, so small that it is like dust. At the beginning, humans took shelter in the mother planet. But sooner or later, the mother planet will rely on us to protect it. The Earth returned to the starting point and reunited with the war star of the Fairy Fox clan. Jilin led many elders and deacons again to visit Lin Xu on Earth as soon as possible. Thank Lin Xu for purifying the disordered filth and eliminating the most difficult characteristics of the disordered filth, so that the disordered filth they are facing now has become an inert filth that will not grow again, will not continue to devour order, and can be eliminated. If the front line is not still fighting, and the fairy foxes are still counterattacking, there may be another celebration. And Lin Xu also took this opportunity to say goodbye to everyone and told them his plan. For a while, many fairy foxes looked at each other. Although everyone was worried about Lin Xu's risk alone, they couldn't say that he shouldn't go. Whether it was his identity that prevented everyone from restricting his actions, or the crisis at the center of the Milky Way, it was too late to delay. In short, after Lin Xu had said goodbye and sent off a group of fairy foxes, he brought Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao to the dome of the Earth. Then he waved his hand, and the space around him suddenly opened like a big pocket, directly covering the Earth. The Earth was just collected by Lin Xu in his personal space. For a while, Lin Xu, who was standing in the universe, looked around and felt empty, and was a little uncomfortable. But soon he waved his hand again, and a spaceship that had just been rushed out on Earth, with a length of only more than 100 meters, appeared in the universe. When humans sail 20,000 light-years away and reach the center of the Milky Way, in addition to completing the curvature engine with a speed of 100 times the speed of light, they also completed the miniaturization of the curvature engine. Lin Xu got all these data on the ferry ship, but at that time, compared with the miniaturization of the curvature engine, the speed of 100 times the speed of light was the most important, so only the speed of the curvature engine was upgraded. Now that there is a need, it is very simple to temporarily produce a spaceship equipped with a miniaturized curvature engine. At the same time, Lin Xu did not forget to leave a batch of equipment for the immortal Fox clan to produce 100 times the speed of light curvature engine, which are also miniaturized. In the past 10,000 years, the clans guarding the Great Wall of the Milky Way have always regarded war as their top priority, and their development has almost stagnated. Even like the ferry ships, the equipment left by humans that could produce 100 times the speed of light miniaturized curvature engine could not be used for various reasons. They can only produce curvature engines that are several times the speed of light, and they cannot be miniaturized, all of which are a kilometer long. This also made the flying boats that the clans used to cross the universe were about 100 meters. After 10,000 years, they have become huge flying boats of about a kilometer. Getting bigger is not an upgrade, but a degeneration. But the clans don't care. After all, speed and size are not necessary to fight against disorder and filth. The latest novel is published on 69 Shuba. But now that there is hope to completely eliminate the disorder and filth, Lin Xu still hopes that they can develop better in the future. So he left a batch of production lines and more detailed information, hoping that after they get rid of the war, they will devote their energy to the research and development of technology and master these technologies thoroughly. In this way, Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao and boarded the spaceship that was only 100 meters long and had no weapons. For a while, I was even a little uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter, anyway. The Earth is in the portable space, and I can go there anytime I want. As long as I enter Lin Xu's portable space, I can go back to Earth for a vacation or something. Just as Lin Xu and the other two had just boarded the spaceship, a 1,000-meter-long flying boat came in the distance and stopped next to the spaceship that was only 100 meters long. Then Nanzu jumped off the flying boat, put the flying boat into the portable space, and entered the spaceship. In the small control room, she met Lin Xu and the other two waiting for her. "I'm back." Nanzu, whose tail was shaking slightly with excitement, threw herself on the back of Lin Xu's seat and said, "Are you done saying goodbye? Well, I'll go back to my residence and put all the things I like into my personal space." Nanzu replied, "Really not staying? Once you leave, it will be a long time before you come back." Lin Xu finally confirmed. "Master told me to take good care of you. If the ferry ship had not only sent one person, Master would have wanted to find a few more people to accompany you." Nanzu sat down in the seat next to Lin Xu. This is a row of seats facing the porthole, which is considered the driver's seat and the command seat. After all, this spaceship is too small, only more than 100 meters long, and most of the internal space is used to place the curvature engine. Even if it is a miniaturized curvature engine, it is still a curvature engine, and it is impossible to not occupy any space. In addition, there are also living areas, leisure areas, work areas and other areas, so the size of the control room is naturally not comparable to that of a large battleship. "Okay, let's go." Lin Xu nodded and said no more nonsense. Not in the familiar small courtyard on Earth, but in the real spaceship control room, a new round of voyage begins. This somewhat novel experience allows Lin Xu, who has been sailing in the universe for more than 1,000 years, to experience a different kind of fun in space travel. Just like the people driving spaceships in the movies I have seen before. Target the center of the Milky Way, mark the direction, and set sail. Yinghuo's voice sounded in the control room and the cockpit. At this time, Yinghuo's body is still on the Earth, but through the channel specially opened up by Lin Xu's portable space, he can directly control the navigation of the spaceship. In this way, just like driving the Earth before, Yinghe drove this small spaceship and rushed towards the inert filth area where the fairy foxes were still fighting not far away. The spaceship disappeared in the blink of an eye, dragged by space, and instantly accelerated to the speed of light. It rushed directly into the inert filth. At the same time, Lin Xu also opened his high-dimensional observation perspective to protect the spaceship. In an instant, a 1,000-meter wide area was opened in the fallen filth area. A spaceship of more than 100 meters was more than enough to sail in it. Soon, the spaceship accelerated to 100 times the speed of light. It also rushed out of the inert filth area and entered the real disordered filth area. But from Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective, the disordered filth in all directions still retreated to a radius of 1 kilometer. No matter how fast the spaceship moves, there will never be disordered filth within a radius of 1 kilometer. Miss Qiu came behind Lin Xu's seat and stretched out her hands to gently press Lin Xu's temple. "Master, are you okay?" "Fortunately, don't worry, nothing will happen in a short time." Lin Xu smiled and patted Miss Qiu's palm and said, "It is indeed a bit tiring to keep the high-dimensional state on. But as a high-dimensional creature, the high-dimensional state is Lin Xu's true attitude. It was abnormal to keep the high-dimensional state off before. So it would be a good thing if Lin Xu could get used to always keeping the high-dimensional state through this voyage. It's really dark outside. Can you tell the direction?" Lu Yao stared out the porthole, and at the same time, she kept paying attention to the changes in the disordered filth in her body. Maybe it was because Lin Xu was by her side, and he also opened his high-dimensional state. So even if she was in the disordered filth, Lu Yao did not feel that the disordered filth in her body had a tendency to rebel. She even found that the disordered filth in her body had a faint feeling of wanting to leave, as if it was repelled by Lin Xu's high-dimensional state, and the disordered filth would have such a reaction. But it might just be her own illusion, so Lu Yao weighed the pros and cons and did not say anything for the time being, but wanted to observe it. As for the direction, we can only rely on guessing. We adjusted the direction before coming in and flew straight to the target location. As long as we don't deviate in the middle, we shouldn't deviate. So, it should be fine. Lin Xu answered Lu Yao's words, although he was a little uncertain. "What if we get lost?" Lu Yao asked. The disordered and dirty area in the center of the Milky Way is about a few hundred light-years in range. Even if we get lost, a few years is enough to pass through it, and we didn't do nothing along the way. Lin Xu said with a smile. Along the way, in addition to opening the high-dimensional perspective and turning on the high-dimensional state, he was also constantly performing high-dimensional interference. Whenever he passed through a disordered and dirty area, he would interfere with this area and make it fall into an inert and dirty area. So even if he got lost, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. A few years, turning on the high-dimensional state for several consecutive years, can ye hold on? Lu Yao became worried again. It should be fine, and we can rest in the middle. Although most of the area of the galactic center has been occupied by disorder and filth, there are still some areas inside that have not been polluted by disorder. It's like an oasis in the desert. We can definitely find a place to rest. Lin Xu was not worried. What if we can't find an oasis? Lu Yao argued. That's easy. Throw the spaceship and you into the portable space. You stay on the Earth first. I'll be alone. I'll turn off the high-dimensional state to rest and have a good sleep. When I wake up, I'll turn on the high-dimensional state again and let you out. We'll continue on our way. Lin Xu said indifferently. It was precisely because of this last retreat that Lin Xu was not worried at all. You are so bold to sleep alone in the disorder and filth. Lu Yao complained. Being bold is something that is trained. Otherwise, what else can you do? Lin Xu shrugged. At this time, Miss Qiu, who had been watching for a long time and thought she had learned Miss Qiu's massage technique for the temple, jumped out to replace Miss Qiu and continue to massage Lin Xu. Miss Qiu was guiding her from the side. Nanzhu was jealous and wanted to try it. After Miss Qiu massaged Lin Xu for a while, she hesitated and gave her place to Nanzhu. Time passed like this, and a month passed quickly. Although the small spaceship was not big, it also had a rest area and rooms prepared for everyone. But during this month, no one went to the room to rest. Because Lin Xu couldn't rest, he needed to keep his high-dimensional state open. So everyone just accompanied him. Anyway, for them, they were all immortals or fairy foxes, and not resting for a month was nothing. If you are really tired, just close your eyes and take a nap, and you will recover. Only Lin Xu couldn't rest for a month, and taking a nap was not okay. To be honest, he was really a little tired, so he was also thinking about whether to let everyone enter the portable space and drift in the disordered filth for a while and take a nap. In fact, there are people who are more tired than Lin Xu, that is Lu Yao, who has been doing questions for a month with a book in her arms, without taking a break, as if she is addicted. I don't know if she persisted and is still excited. The dark circles under her eyes are more serious than Lin Xu's. At this moment, the thick black tide outside the porthole suddenly disappeared. Various detectors on the spacecraft were blaring. Lin Xu was immediately shocked. The voice of Yinghuo also sounded. The spacecraft entered the oasis. Repeat, entering the oasis. Do you need to pause and rest? Rest. Lin Xu said immediately. So the spacecraft quickly began to reduce its speed from 100 times the speed of light. At the same time, the voice of Yinghuo sounded again. Quantum communication signals were found in the oasis. Repeat, quantum communication signals were found, and it is suspected that intelligent life forms were found. Intelligent life forms? Here. Lin Xu was stunned. This is simply beyond the description of incredible. Master, do you want to go and check? Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu lying on her thighs and asked. Because she was always in a high-dimensional state, in order to relieve Lin Xu's fatigue, Miss Qiu directly used her knees to massage Lin Xu's temples. Let's go and have a look, Lin Xu said. At the same time, he finally turned over and sat up. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 113 Long Live Humanity. The diameter of this oasis zone is about 100 astronomical units. This place has not been infected by disorder and filth. It is one of the few oasis zones in the entire galactic center that has not been infected. But as time goes by, there will be fewer and fewer such places in the galactic center. The so-called astronomical unit refers to the average distance from the Earth to the Sun, which is 1 astronomical unit. 100 astronomical units is about 16,000ths of a light year. It is extremely small in the universe. But the distance from the Sun to Pluto is 40 astronomical units. So for an intelligent race living on a planet, this range is large enough. And this oasis of 100 astronomical units that appeared in front of Lin Xu belongs to the territory of a star. There are 2 planets orbiting this star. The continuous communication signal is sent from one of the planets. The content of the signal is very simple. It is constantly broadcasting information that this place is surrounded by disorder and filth, and at the same time requires the remaining intelligent life to retreat to the last stronghold. The last stronghold? Is it that planet? Lin Xu looked at the deciphered communication signal thoughtfully. As expected, the signal was sent by the human family, as can be seen from the coding method of the signal and the nanorobots that can be seen everywhere in this oasis. It can even be said that it is the nanorobots that are fighting against the erosion of disordered filth around the galaxy that have protected this galaxy. Although a random outbreak of disordered filth is enough to destroy this small resistance, fortunately, until now, the disordered filth in this area has not erupted. Is this a defense node that was once swallowed by disordered filth? But it has been so long, and it is still holding on. Nanzu's voice was also full of disbelief. The Great Wall of the Milky Way is not just a line of defense around the center of the Milky Way, but also has defense nodes that extend into the center of the Milky Way. It's just that as time goes by, these defense nodes are either abandoned or swallowed by disordered filth before they can be abandoned. And the one in front of us is obviously the latter, and it was swallowed before it could be abandoned. But I'm afraid no one would have thought that this defense node swallowed by disordered filth was not destroyed, but survived. Let's go. We'll know after we take a look, Lin Xu decided. So the spaceship flew towards the planet that was constantly sending signals, and soon arrived above the planet. Lin Xu looked down at the red planet with violent hurricanes and flying sand below, and the spaceship landed on the surface of the planet. Soon they arrived at the place where the signal was sent, a huge interstellar base built with nanorobots as building materials. Large pieces of steel covered the red planet, which was extremely conspicuous. When several people jumped off the spaceship had been put into Lin Xu's personal space. At the same time, Lin Xu released a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates parked on the Earth in the personal space from the personal space. Some of them patrolled in this base, and the other part flew to the sky to check on another planet in the galaxy. Although there was no signal sent from that planet, the exploration was necessary, otherwise what if something was missed? Lin Xu then took Miss Qiu, Nanzu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, a group of 5 people, into this huge interstellar base. Although he couldn't find the door for a while, it was very easy for Lin Xu to get in. The building materials composed of nanorobots could not stop him no matter what. Lin Xu only needed a thought, and the rough steel wall in front of him turned directly into liquid nanorobots, opening the door for Lin Xu. Lin Xu walked in directly, and then the nanorobots behind him turned back into walls. In this way, there was no need to go through the corridor and explore slowly. Lin Xu went straight forward, and all the walls he encountered along the way were directly nanorobotized, opening the way for Lin Xu. Lin Xu and his friends swaggered all the way into the core area of the base. Along the way, Lin Xu saw all kinds of chaotic scenes in the base. Various instruments fell on the ground, and broken bottles and jars. Even after thousands of years of erosion, there are still some traces left, which can be seen when there was a sudden chaos here, and the haste and panic of evacuating. It's a pity that it's obvious that not everyone evacuated successfully, otherwise there would not be continuous signal sending, asking intelligent life to gather here. Look at this decoration style, it looks like our fairy fox tribe. Lin Xu observed the surrounding scene along the way, and poked at broken bottles and jars on the ground from time to time. This pendant belongs to our human fairy tribe. Miss Qiu picked up a jade pendant from the ground and said, "Why are the pendants of your human fairy tribe so murderous? They are either engraved with swords or knives? Look how cute ours is." Lin Xu held a half-test tube and shook it in front of Miss Qiu and said proudly. On the half-test tube, there were 2 hollow decorations of fox ears. "How much do you like your ears and tails?" The flying boat has to decorate the ears, and the test tube has to decorate the ears. Miss Qiu said speechlessly. "But the Pangu tribe just likes our ears and tails, what's the problem?" "If you believe it, ask Lord Lin Xu, he always stares at my tail." Lin Xu said proudly. "Ahem, I don't have it." Lin Xu quickly denied it. "Master Lin Xu, you must be very tired from being in a high-dimensional state these days, right? Do you want to have a good sleep and rest? Why don't you sleep with my tail as a pillow? It's very comfortable. I usually like to sleep with it." Lin Xu poked Lin Xu's arm with his fingers, and said with a smile as his fox ears trembled. It seems that I can try it." Lin Xu admitted that he was tempted. "Master, you exposed your inner thoughts?" Miss Qiu complained. Passing through the wall all the way, the huge base was quickly walked through. However, some small episodes occurred during the period, such as some plasma bombs that fell on the ground and were ready to be fired. It has been thousands of years, and it is still in a state of being about to be fired. After being touched by a few people, it exploded directly. I can only sigh at the technical level of the human family back then. However, this level is not even a threat to the people in front of me. The plasma from the plasma bomb exploded, and before it fell on Lin Xu, it was repelled by the repulsive field automatically generated by the nanorobots on his body, and was repelled away from him by 1 meter. The rest of the people were similar. Miss Qiu casually blasted a plasma bomb that was about to be fired with a sword, and broke a big hole in the wall. "Hey, this is our base after all. How can you destroy it? It's so rude." Lin Xu yelled directly. He even jumped in front of Lin Xu and continued yelling. "Lord Lin Xu, she is really too rude. I propose to deprive her of the right to massage you next time, and let me do it instead. Your wishful thinking can be heard by people several light years away. Do you want to fight?" Miss Qiu said that this was intolerable. Lin Xu silently calculated the fighting power of both sides, and finally stopped fighting. After all, the human fairy clan is indeed better at fighting than the fairy fox clan, especially in sword fighting. If it comes to wisdom and strategy, the fairy fox clan is indeed better. But fighting, Lin Xu decided not to bother with her fighting maniac. Lu Yao, who was still doing mental arithmetic, rolled her eyes at the two of them. It was fine when the two of them were not familiar with each other before, and they only competed secretly. Now it's good, they are familiar with each other, and they are completely free. But it's good, so that Miss Qiu doesn't always regard her as a potential enemy. You can fight if you want, I just want to do the questions. Men are not as interesting as doing questions. Wait, what did I calculate just now? It was mainly Lin Xu who was noisy all the way, and Miss Qiu was just a supporting role. With Lin Xu, Lin Xu suddenly felt that the whole atmosphere was much more lively when everyone was together. So, is this the so-called person who is good at livening up the atmosphere? I can only say that she is worthy of being a vixen. Finally, after passing through the last liquefied wall, Several people arrived at the control room where the signal was constantly sent out. It can be seen that this is a combat command room, surrounded by large screens, tall seats in the middle, and rows of seats are divided downwards, and at the bottom are staff officers sitting around the screen. It's a pity that there is only a ruin now, and some skeletons sitting in the command chair. Are they the ones who held on to the end? Lin Xu looked at the skeletons one by one, feeling a little heavy. This one is from the human fairy clan, this one is from the fairy fox clan, and this one is an elf. Lin Xu identified the skeletons one by one, and his expression was also much more serious, without the lively temperament just now. As I said, she is worthy of being a fox spirit, with a variety of temperaments and switching freely. Are they the ones who didn't wait until the end to retreat to the base? Miss Qiu felt a little sad. Isn't this a good thing? No one retreated here, which means everyone evacuated successfully. It was Liu Yao who patted her shoulder and comforted her. You are right. Miss Qiu was convinced. Yinghe, take over the database of the base. I want to know what happened in the end. Lin Xu ordered. Understood. Yinghe's voice came. Lin Xu always kept a channel connecting to the outside world for his portable space, so that the intelligent computer could support any of his needs at any time. This channel is only a few atoms in size on the surface of his body. Even if he is in the disordered filth that cannot invade his body is helpless against such a channel. But such a channel is enough for him to keep in touch with the Earth in the portable space at any time. Master, I found the last data record of the base. Do you want to check it? Check it. Then the next moment, a holographic projection was formed in front of Lin Xu. It was the image projected by the nanorocket controlled by Yinghe. There were a few snowflakes on the image, and the picture was not clear, and even a little tilted. It was obvious that the camera was on the verge of being scrapped, and it barely captured these pictures. Sir, why haven't you left yet? My body, Shasha, has been corroded by disorder, and I can't hold on for much longer. Shasha. You guys go, I'll stay. Shasha. The galaxy. Shasha, has been blocked. Shasha. Can't escape, those who failed to evacuate. Shasha, gather. Shasha. Location. Repeat. Gather. Hold on. Watch. Long live humanity. Alright, turn it off. Lin Xu couldn't listen anymore. So Yinghe turned off the projection. If you have anything important to say, just tell me directly. Lin Xu said after a pause. Forward node 3005 base encountered the expanding disorder filth 3000 years ago. The base then began to evacuate, but during the evacuation, the disorder filth erupted abnormally and engulfed the entire galaxy. Deacon Peng Ziping was ordered to hold on to the base to the end and collect the people who failed to evacuate, a total of 137 people. After 200 years, these 137 people died one after another. The 7 people on the command chair were the last few to die. No one could collect their bodies. 200 years? How could they die so quickly? Lin Xu asked in surprise. You have to know that these people are either immortals, fairy foxes, or elves. Their lifespans cannot be so short. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. They were all eroded by the disorder, so they voluntarily stayed and held on to the end. Eroded by the disorder? Then how did they die? Lin Xu noticed a blind spot. Because the family was eroded by disorder, they would eventually completely degenerate into monsters on the disorder side, and it was impossible for them to leave peacefully. Before they died, they ran away and were killed by their companions. The last 7 people committed suicide by using nanorobots to completely annihilate the disorder and filth in their bodies. So only incomplete skeletons were preserved, and the missing skeletons were already disordered and annihilated by the nanorobots according to the order. Lin Xu was silent for a while before speaking again. Where were the corpses of those people collected before? Here, you can go directly. Yinghe showed a map in front of Lin Xu with a holographic projection. At the same time, it was also indicated on the map that the shortest route was to go through the wall in a straight line. Let's go, take a look, and help bury them by the way. Lin Xu said, and there were nanorobots around him that automatically combined into the shape of a coffin, and put the corpses on the command chair into it. Then Lin Xu walked towards the direction of the gate not far away, and the coffin floated behind him. Don't go through the wall anymore. Didn't Liu Yao immerse herself in the ocean of knowledge of math problems? No, don't save this little road. Lin Xu said. Liu Yao's mind, which had just been pulled away from the math problem, finally reacted. Lin Xu probably wanted to give these people the last respect. But soon, Lin Xu stopped in front of the door because the door could no longer be used and could not be opened. Of course, he still had a way. The nanorbits that were directly combined into the door liquefied, opened the passage, and Lin Xu walked out. This was considered to relieve the embarrassment. Lu Yao resisted the desire to complain, and several people came to another cabin not far away. This is where the corpses are placed. In a cabin, a small box contained the corpses of 130 people. Lin Xu also added the last 7 people. "Master, are we going to take these corpses away?" Miss Qiu asked. "No, let them stay here." Lin Xu hesitated for a while, but decided. But before leaving, he would first purify all the disordered filth around him into inert filth to ensure that the disordered filth would not erupt and erode this place after he left. What happened next was waiting for the clans in the rear. After regaining the lost land, they would naturally know what to do. As long as the disordered filth of the galactic center can be purified into inert filth, it is only a matter of time before the clan regains the lost land. Let them stay here for a while. Everything is almost over, almost. Lin Xu promised. Soon, the autonomous mechanical aggregate finished its reconnaissance of another planet, and no signs of the existence of the clan were found on that planet. The autonomous mechanical aggregate on this planet also did not find anything else. After cleaning the cabin containing the corpses of 137 people, Lin Xu also left here. He took off straight up, penetrated through the layers of automatically open ceilings, and left the base directly. Then he took out a small spaceship of more than 100 meters from the portable space and returned to the cockpit of the spaceship. "I'll take a rest and then continue to set off." Lin Xu did not go back to the bedroom prepared for himself on the spaceship, but lay directly on the sofa. The fatigue of opening the high-dimensional state for a long time needs to be relieved. Although Lin Xu is already a high-dimensional creature, his subconscious has not accepted this and still regards himself as a low-dimensional creature. So the subconscious is at work and the high-dimensional state is always closed. And he kept opening the high-dimensional state to concentrate his attention and constantly remind his subconscious mind not to turn off the high-dimensional state subconsciously without paying attention. And concentrating on doing one thing for a long time, even playing games, will make you tired. Not to mention that he has to constantly interfere with the disordered filth along the way, and turn all the disordered filth in the passing area into inert filth. However, Lin Xu believes that the difficulties are only temporary. When he slowly adapts to this state and gets used to opening the high-dimensional state for a long time, he will no longer be so tired. It's just that the fatigue of long-term high-dimensional interference is still inevitable. So he urgently needs to rest before he can continue on the road. So Miss Qiu sat down on the sofa silently and put Lin Xu's head on her thigh. At the same time, she continued to massage Lin Xu's temples. Lin Xu did not refuse and soon entered the dream. Nanzu on the side looked a little jealous. If it was Miu Xiao who was resting her head on Lin Xu's thigh, she would probably compete for this position, but since it was Miss Qiu, then just watch honestly. Lin Xu didn't sleep for long, and woke up refreshed a few hours later. Then he continued to turn on the high-dimensional mode. Under the control of Yinghe, the spacecraft instantly accelerated, rushed out of the galaxy, and rushed towards the disordered filth. Lin Xu looked back at this galaxy where the creatures of the clan were floating everywhere, and the last thing he saw was a satellite that had not been in operation for many years and had long been decommissioned. Then the spacecraft rushed into the disordered filth, sailing at 100 times the speed of light towards the direction closer and closer to the center of the Milky Way. And Lin Xu also cheered up, and under the high-dimensional state, he constantly interfered with the disordered filth along the way, and pulled all the disordered filth in the passing area into an inert state that would not continue to expand. In this way, a whole year passed in one flight. At the speed of 100 times the speed of light, the spacecraft has crossed a distance of hundreds of light years. During this year, the spacecraft also passed through several oasis areas and encountered 2 defense nodes that the clan had once defended. During this year, Lin Xu would occasionally let Miss Qiu and the others enter his personal space because he was tired, and then he would float alone in the disordered filth, turn off the high-dimensional state, take a nap and rest. When he woke up, he would turn on the high-dimensional state, take out the spaceship, and continue on his journey. After a year of continuous activation of the high-dimensional state, Lin Xu has now become completely proficient in it. Or perhaps his subconscious has been corrected by him. In short, now that Lin Xu has activated the high-dimensional state, he will no longer feel tired because of the long time. But constant high-dimensional interference is still a very tiring thing. In this way, 100 light years have passed. Calculating the distance, it should not be far from the final destination of mankind. But this is the case without deviation along the way. Although Mars controls the spacecraft and is trying to go in a straight line, and under the calculation of the supercomputer, the spacecraft will not go astray in theory. But sailing in the disordered filth without any reference and unable to anchor the coordinates, no one dares to guarantee that the route will be 100% accurate and will not deviate. So Lin Xu can only pray that his luck is good enough. But it doesn't matter. Even if he misses it, he can just go back and fly a few more times. It's nothing more than spending a few more years. Anyway, he has plenty of time. While comforting himself, he activated the high-dimensional state and constantly interfered with the disordered filth passing by. Suddenly, Lin Xu saw in the high-dimensional state that a few light years away, there was a space that seemed to be specially marked, and it was very obvious in the high-dimensional perspective. Could it be that the subspace where humans stored the relics? Lin Xu suddenly became alert. Looking at the direction, it was indeed off course. As expected, that should be the foothold of humans. But why is this subspace so obvious in the high dimension? It is so eye-catching that it seems that the location of the subspace is deliberately marked in the high dimension. At least the subspaces that Lin Xu encountered before, whether it was his own portable space, or the portable subspaces of Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Liao, and the portable subspaces of those clansmen, were not like this. Wait a minute, marking the location in the high dimension? Did humans do this on purpose? But how did humans of this period manage to mark the location in the high dimension? Humans of this period have not yet upgraded to higher dimension. And why do humans mark the location of the subspace in the high dimension? It was as if it was deliberately telling itself that the subspace you were looking for was here, come quickly. Moreover, how did they know that someone would come? Everything was full of mysteries. Lin Xu gave Yinghao an order to change course. Although Yinghao was puzzled, it still followed Lin Xu's order, changed course, and sailed towards the location of the subspace. It was a distance of several light years, and it would arrive in about 10 days. However, the closer the distance was, the more doubts Lin Xu had. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 114, Human Relics and the Age of Galactic Counterattack. The small spaceship, which is over 100 meters long, was named Skylark after everyone voted. The name means that a sparrow is small but has all the necessary organs. Lin Xu didn't care about this, anyway, he was a bad namer. If you think this name is good, then use it. Strange, is it my illusion? Why does the black tide here seem to have become lighter? Nanzhu, who was lying by the porthole and observing the heavy black tide a few hundred meters away, was full of doubts in his tone. I also feel that it seems to be a little different, much lighter. Is it an illusion? But how can the disordered filth become lighter? Miss Qiu was also puzzled. It's not an illusion, the disordered filth here is indeed starting to become thinner. Lin Xu confirmed the two people's statements. Does the master know something? Miss Qiu asked. From here, we are getting closer and closer to the weak point of the high dimension. Lin Xu replied. As a high-dimensional creature, Lin Xu can naturally perceive information related to the high dimension. The flooding of disordered filth in the Silver Heart was originally due to the mining of chaotic energy in the Silver Heart by advanced civilizations. Then the residue after the use of the chaos energy, that is, the disordered filth, was randomly discarded in the center of the Milky Way, which caused the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way to overflow, so that the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, and finally it was out of control. The reason why the area of the center of the Milky Way can mine chaos energy is because there is a high-dimensional weak point in the center of the Milky Way. Of course, the existence of a high-dimensional weak point does not mean that you can pass through the weak point into the high-dimensional space and become a high-dimensional existence. Just like a fish jumping onto the shore, it does not mean that you can immediately become an adult. It is more likely that you will die of thirst on the shore. Moreover, the so-called high-dimensional weak points in the center of the Milky Way are not something that intelligent life can pass through. Take the mining of chaos energy by advanced civilization as an example. Gathering the power of the entire civilization and bombarding the high-dimensional weak points can at most open a few atomic-sized high-dimensional channels, and then use these atomic-sized high-dimensional channels to collect chaos energy bit by bit. Basically, it takes thousands of years to collect a unit of chaos energy the size of a sunflower seed. And how can a few atomic-sized high-dimensional channels be passed through by intelligent life? That is why, although Lin Xu had long known that there were varying numbers of high-dimensional weak points in the center of the galaxy, he did not take it too seriously. Especially when he knew that the humans who pursued dimensionality upgrade 10,000 years ago did not regard these high-dimensional weak points as opportunities for dimensional upgrade, he naturally subconsciously ignored these high-dimensional weak points. Unexpectedly, although humans did not use these high-dimensional weak points for dimensional upgrade, they effectively utilized these high-dimensional weak points. As the distance to the subspace marked in the high dimension got closer and closer, Lin Xu could feel more and more that the boundary between high and low dimensions here was weakening. This is a high-dimensional weak point in the center of the galaxy. It turned out that the last foothold of humans before entering the center of the galaxy was a high-dimensional weak point. Lin Xu suddenly realized something. It seems that although humans did not regard the high-dimensional weak points in the center of the galaxy as a convenient channel for dimensional upgrade, they used this place to conduct in-depth research on high dimensions. It may even be here that humans officially took the first step in dimensional upgrade. Otherwise, how could humans mark the location of the subspace in the high dimension? It must be that the humans at that time had achieved certain success in the research of high dimensions, and thus successfully marked the location of the subspace in the high dimensions. As the boundary between high dimensions and low dimensions weakened, the disordered filth here became increasingly thinner, and even had a tendency to withdraw from this space as a whole. Disordered filth is ineffective against high dimensions, so as the boundary between high dimensions and low dimensions weakened, the disordered filth gradually became less violent, and even lost the characteristics of devouring everything and assimilating order. It became more and more like the inert filth purified by Lin Xu. Of course, this is only the case in this area. After leaving this area, these disordered filth will return to their original appearance. However, with the arrival of Lin Xu has purified them into real inert filth, so even if they leave this area in the future, they will lose the ability to assimilate order. However, Lin Xu's attention is no longer on these disordered filth. He is just subconsciously continuing to interfere with the high dimensions and purify the disordered filth. In fact, his attention has completely shifted to this strange high-dimensional weak point. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this place is no different from the normal universe. The advanced civilization that mined the chaos energy here tens of thousands of years ago could not see any difference between this place and the normal universe. Even the humans who studied the high dimension here 10,000 years ago could not see any difference between this place and the normal universe. They just used various instruments and equipment, and even mathematical calculations, to find the high-dimensional weaknesses and imagine the existence of the high dimension. But in the eyes of Lin Xu, who is now a high-dimensional creature, it is not the case at all. Lin Xu saw the blurring of the boundary between high-dimensional and low-dimensional. In this space, high-dimensional and low-dimensional are so close, as if there is only a thin layer of paper between them. Even Lin Xu felt that it was countless times easier for him to mobilize high-dimensional power and conduct high-dimensional interference here. Because here, high-dimensional and low-dimensional are so close. Lin Xu even had a feeling that through the high-dimensional weak points here, he could even directly cast his sights on the other high-dimensional weak points in the silver center from a high-dimensional perspective. Then with the help of these high-dimensional weak points, he could directly project the power of high-dimensional interference to the entire silver center. Does that mean that he can directly interfere with the disordered filth of the entire galactic center and transform all the disordered filth within hundreds of light years of the entire galactic center into inert filth? Thinking of this, Lin Xu's heart was pounding. However, whether it can work or not depends on whether he can find the weakest position among the high-dimensional weak points first, and then try it. And it may be difficult for ordinary civilizations, or even humans 10,000 years ago, to find this point. But it is not difficult for Lin Xu. In Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective, everything is clearly visible. At the same time, Lin Xu also saw that the foothold of humans 10,000 years ago that he was looking for, the subspace where the relics were stored, was also at the weakest point. Obviously, humans 10,000 years ago deliberately placed it here. Master, there is an asteroid over there. Miss Qiu's voice, which has always been calm, fluctuated. In this disordered filth that devours all order, there is actually a substance that represents order. This is simply a miracle. No, even miracles are not enough to explain. Asteroid? Really? But how is this possible? Lin Xu leaned on the porthole, her pretty face was flattened, but she was still pressing forward, staring at the asteroid that was half the size of the moon with wide eyes. Here, yes, it's inside the disordered filth. Miss Qiu turned her head and looked around to confirm the existence of disordered filth. The thick black curtain here has faded a lot, so some things in the distance can be seen through the black curtain. Everyone saw the existence of the asteroid. But no matter what, it is still inside the disordered filth. Incredible, incredible, what is the principle? On the other side, Lin Xu, who was deaf to the outside world and devoted to studying math books, even raised her head from the math problems, with a pen on her ear, studying the asteroid not far away with everyone. The Skylark was slowly approaching the asteroid. Because the asteroid was the destination. Because this place is close enough to the high dimension, even within easy reach, the activity of the disordered filth is suppressed to the lowest level. Even the inert filth is more active than the disordered filth here, so it is not surprising that there are residual substances. Lin Xu explained on the side. At the same time, the Skylark landed on the asteroid. Lin Xu also opened the portable space at the same time. In an instant, a large number of nanorobots poured out of the portable space. And after pouring out, as soon as they left the 1,000-meter range around Lin Xu, they had a fierce conflict with the disordered filth. It's just that although this is the base camp of the disordered filth that has completely lost its activity due to the suppression of the high dimension is no match for the nanorobots. It was easily expelled by the nanorobots. So soon, the entire asteroid and a certain range nearby became the world of nanorobots, and all the disordered filth were either eliminated or forced back. However, the nanorobots can only maintain such a large range. After all, this is the base camp of disorder and filth. If it were not for the high-dimensional suppression, the nanorobots would not be able to expel all the disorder and filth on an entire asteroid so easily. Then, Lin Xu's consciousness spread to various places on the asteroid through the nanorobots, and issued an order to open the subspace. The next moment, the subspace anchored on this asteroid was opened. As the subspace opened, the autonomous mechanical aggregates on the Earth in Lin Xu's portable space instantly surged out, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates entered the subspace and began to excavate human relics in the subspace. At the same time, Lin Xu projected his sight from the high dimension to the other high-dimensional weak points in the galactic center through this weakest position between the high dimension and the low dimension. He was observing and trying to see the possibility of high-dimensional interference in other places in the galactic center through the high-dimensional weak points at a long distance. It is also because the boundary between the high dimension and the low dimension here is close, so Lin Xu is also much easier when performing high-dimensional interference. Even if it spans countless light years, long-distance interference has become possible. So Lin Xu lay down on the sofa in the cockpit of the Skylark. Lord Lin Xu, are you tired? Let me help you massage your head. Lin Xu was the first to notice Lin Xu's action. His eyes lit up and he rushed over. Without waiting for Lin Xu's consent, he sat directly on the sofa and put Lin Xu's head on his thighs. At the same time, he covered Lin Xu with his furry tail. Lin Xu, who originally didn't want to distract his attention by resting his knees on the pillow, changed his mind for the sake of this furry tail. There was no way, who made this tail feel so good? However, Lin Xu rarely touched Lin Xu's tail. The tail was Lin Xu's sensitive point. Every time he touched her tail, Lin Xu's face would turn red. Although she said it was okay, Lin Xu didn't dare to touch it more. But today was a special situation, and Lin Xu felt that he should relax. So he hesitated for a while, but still didn't refuse. Don't move, I need to concentrate, don't disturb me for a while. Lin Xu said with his hand on the tail. Well, I will be good and will never make a sound. Lin Xu nodded repeatedly. What the hell is not making a sound? It sounds like I will do something. However, Lin Xu still closed his eyes, and then his high-dimensional state was completely open to the maximum. He penetrated the high-dimensional space and projected his consciousness to the various high-dimensional weak points in the center of the Milky Way. Then, through each high-dimensional weak point, he mobilized the high-dimensional power to the maximum extent and began to carry out high-dimensional interference. Normally, with Lin Xu's current ability, the range of high-dimensional interference is not even a galaxy. But because he is now deep in the fuzzy boundary between high-dimensional space and low-dimensional space, he can mobilize high-dimensional power to the maximum extent in the low-dimensional space. In addition, the various high-dimensional weak points in the Milky Way allow him to better project interference power. So under the superposition of various situations, Lin Xu successfully carried out high-dimensional interference on the disordered filth covering hundreds of light-years in the entire Milky Way center. At this moment, the entire Milky Way center seemed to pause. Then, everything was different. The 338th war star of the human immortal clan. The war star that served as a beacon tower had already left the star that served as a beacon and joined the frontline battle. The black tide that spread from the center of the Milky Way had already swallowed up several lines of defense and was approaching the war star. Countless immortals continued to fly from the war star in flying boats, and then slash the black tide with sword energy, joining the front line of the fight. As the leader of the war star, Mo Chen stood tall in the void, silently watching the black tide that was getting closer and closer, and constantly dispatched troops. Finally, when another gap appeared, he also rushed to the battlefield. But before he could draw his sword, the black tide on the entire battle line suddenly seemed to pause. Then, all the immortals found that everything was different. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. The disordered filth that had devoured everything, assimilated everything, and continued to grow stronger and stronger suddenly stopped devouring the substances it encountered. It was as if it had lost the ability to devour. At the same time, with the attack of the immortals, the black tide began to weaken. Mo Chen was a little puzzled at first, but suddenly he was shocked. He suddenly thought of the news from the number 16 war star of the immortal Fox clan. So Mo Chen ignored the dissuasion of others and rushed directly into the black tide, and rushed out again after a moment. He was sure. This was no longer disordered filth, but inert filth. Gradually, more and more people discovered this. The number 338 war star, which had begun to despair, regained its morale and was simply bursting with morale. Lord Lin Xu, it must be Lord Lin Xu who succeeded. We are going to win, we are finally going to win. Long live the Pengu clan. Number 1176 war star of the Xinlong clan. Fish scales, snake body, eagle claws, deer antlers, the Shenlong with a length of 10,000 meters, stretched its body in the universe. Countless dragons scattered across the starry sky were rushing towards a space station not far away that had already fallen into the black tide. The warriors on the space station, originally named Orcs and now renamed the Berserker clan, shouted wildly. The reinforcements that arrived from afar filled their bodies with strength again, and they rushed towards the black tide outside the space station. They repelled the impact of the black tide again and again, and the black tide enveloped them in all directions, but the black tide could never completely engulf the space station. Until the reinforcements of the dragon clan dispersed the black tide, countless dragons directly dragged the space station and escaped from the range of the black tide. They fled and retreated, retreating towards the 1176th war star. The Berserker clan's war star here had been swallowed by the black tide. The Dragon clan's war star came to rescue, but only saved the last survivor of the Berserker clan. But seeing the violent black tide getting closer and closer, more and more dragons who came to rescue were also trapped in the black tide. Suddenly, a certain dragon that was trapped in the black tide burst out and directly forced the black tide back 3,000 meters. For a moment, all the dragons were stunned. Something is wrong with you. When did you become so strong? No, this is not right. These disordered filth have changed. This is not disordered filth, it is inert filth. These disordered filth have changed in the moment just now. Could it be? For a moment, both the dragons and the berserkers on the space station looked towards the center of the galaxy. Did Lord Lin Xu succeed? This is the only possibility. Can we finally fight back? Fight back, and regain lost ground. Forward, we won, we are finally going to win. God-given elf battle star number 756. Battle star 338 and battle star 1176 are in critical situations now. Which one should we rescue first? Battle star 1176 is currently the closest to us, so of course we should rescue it first. But battle star 1176 was originally going to rescue battle star 889. Although battle star 889 has been destroyed, the combat power of battle star 1176 has not been damaged. Normally, It is possible to block this wave of disordered filth outbreak, so I think Battlestar 338 is more worthy of rescue. The outbreak of disordered filth is not so easy to block. Instead of letting Battlestar 1176 bear it alone, why don't we support Battlestar 1176 first, so as to block the disordered filth outbreak over there and support Battlestar 338 together? But Battlestar 338 is about to collapse. In the conference room, the elves argued with each other, but no one could convince anyone. Seeing the time was consumed bit by bit, there was no result. Even the elves, who were always known for their elegance, gradually became anxious. At this moment, an emergency communication was suddenly received in the conference room. The content of the message made all the elves stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't believe it. Success? Lord Lin Xu succeeded. Has the disordered filth in the entire galactic center been purified? Is it true? Incredible, this is too incredible. But, the founding race is so incredible, isn't it? Yes, the founding race has been upgraded to higher dimensional existence, and it is natural that it is even more incredible. Okay, I propose to light the galactic beacon immediately and ask all the defense nodes of the galactic Great Wall whether the disordered filth there has also fallen into inert filth. Second. So, on the galactic Great Wall, the beacon fire has never been lit so frequently. Light particle signals that have been accelerated to the limit are quickly transferred between the star channels in the form of jumps, bringing communications to various nodes of the galactic Great Wall. Soon, all nodes confirmed with each other that the disordered filth faced by all nodes in the center of the Milky Way had all fallen into inert filth. At first, the news was only spread among the top leaders, but soon, the news was passed to the people of each war star. For a time, cheers resounded among the war stars. People spontaneously rushed out of their homes and celebrated. Some even directly controlled flying boats, running around in the universe, wielding sword energy everywhere, and exploding fireworks in the sky. After 10,000 years, they finally saw the possibility of completely defeating the disordered filth. They finally found a way to completely recover the lost territory of the Silver Center. At this moment, they have been waiting for too long. On the number 16 war planet of the immortal Fox clan, Elder Jilin looked at the cheering crowd below, and then looked in the direction of the Silver Center. The faces of Lin Xu and his little apprentice Nanzhu appeared in his mind. His face, which had always been tense, also showed a rare smile. Then he turned to face the many elders and deacons behind him. Everyone, let them celebrate their own celebrations. Let's make a plan for how to counterattack first. It should be so. This is the most important thing to do now. Make a plan early, and then send the plan to all the clans. Everyone will determine the area for counterattack. This time, the great counterattack must completely eliminate the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way. That's right. I've been waiting for 10,000 years. I can't wait any longer. This great counterattack is estimated to take a long time. It will take at least hundreds or thousands of years to fight from here to the center of the Milky Way. 1,000 years is already very fast. The disordered filth expanded here, but it took tens of thousands of years. I estimate that 1,000 years may not be enough. It looks like another protracted war. That's right, but this is the last war. Yes, it's the last war. The elders and deacons looked at each other and laughed. Facing an upcoming 1,000-year war, they were not afraid at all, but were extremely happy. Then they turned together and entered the conference room and quarreled about how to send troops. Such a situation can be seen everywhere among the human clans on the entire Milky Way Great Wall. At this moment, the times began to change. The Milky Way finally got rid of the crisis of extinction that was always looming over him. The Milky Way was safe. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 115 Lin Xu and the Humans High-Dimensional Reunion. Lin Xu, who was lying on Nanzhu's legs, felt a burst of pain in his head. He covered his head with both hands. At this moment, Lin Xu felt as if his brain was boiling, as if even his brain was boiling. Although he took advantage of the high-dimensional weakness, it was still too much of a stretch for him to carry out such a large-scale high-dimensional interference with his current ability. After trying his best, the result was that his brain was about to explode. Master Lin Xu, are you okay? Nanzhu's face, which had just turned red because Lin Xu stroked her tail, was now pale, and she was in a panic and didn't know what to do. Master, how are you? Miss Qiu, who had been by his side for a long time, also spoke in an unnatural voice. Hey, you're not going to die before I die. Even Lu Yao, who was busy doing questions, raised her head and looked at Lin Xu uneasily. But Miss Qiu glared at him. PFFT, you crow mouth, stop talking nonsense. I won't talk. Lu Yao quickly covered her mouth, indicating that she had been sealed. At this time, Lin Xu finally recovered a little. It's okay, I'll take a nap and rest. Lin Xu's voice was very weak. He looked up at the girls gathered around him, forced a smile, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Is Lord Lin Xu okay? Miss Qiu asked in a low voice. Although with her ability, she could easily tell that Lin Xu was just asleep, but at this time she seemed to not trust her ability at all, and wanted to seek approval from others. Just fell asleep. Miss Qiu was the calmest, although there was still visible uneasiness. It's good to fall asleep, it's good to fall asleep. Nanzhu, who was resting her head on Lin Xu's thigh, patted her trembling chest and wanted to take a few deep breaths, but was afraid of disturbing Lin Xu who was sleeping on her legs. Finally, they had to take a few deep breaths carefully and slowly. In the following time, none of the girls had the mind to do anything else, so they gathered in front of the sofa, feeling that the days were passing by like years. Even Lu Yao, who was doing the questions, seemed to have lost the attraction of the questions in her hand. She looked up in the direction of Lin Xu. After half a day, she couldn't solve a single question. Until a few hours later, Lin Xu finally woke up from his sleep. Master, how are you? Miss Qiu asked nervously immediately. My head still hurts a little, but it's nothing serious. Lin Xu pressed his forehead. Miss Qiu was visibly relieved, and Lu Yao pouted. Finally she could do the questions with peace of mind. Miss Qiu, who was walking around the sofa in circles, also relaxed. Nanzhu took over Lin Xu and gently stroked his forehead for him. At the same time, her tail couldn't help but swing gently on Lin Xu's body, which was a sign that she was in a good mood and happy. How is the situation? Nothing happened after I fell asleep, right? Lin Xu turned over and sat up, and then asked about the current situation. The excavation of the ruins is going on as scheduled. You should ask Yinghe, who is in charge of the ruins, for the specific situation. There is nothing wrong here. Miss Qiu replied. It's good that everything is fine. I was afraid that I fell asleep. Without the high-dimensional barrier, it would be troublesome for you if the disordered filth counterattacked. Lin Xu nodded and said. The disordered filth has lost its disordered ability and has become inert filth. Even if it counterattacks, it's no big deal. Nanzhu said nonchalantly. That's right. Lin Xu nodded. Originally, when this area was still disordered filth, the disordered filth on this asteroid at the high-dimensional weak point was very slow, almost the same as inert filth. Now the disordered woohoo in the entire galactic center has become inert filth. The inert filth in this area is even lazier than the inert filth elsewhere. Before it became inert filth, it symbolically attacked and defended the nanorbits wrapped around the asteroid. Now it doesn't even have any attack or defense, just lazily keeping out of the nanorbits. Although my head still hurts a little, it's no big deal. And solving the disordered filth in the center of the Milky Way can be regarded as lifting a big stone from my heart. Even though it hurts, Lin Xu feels more happy. But after being happy, it's time to get down to business. Regarding this relic, Lin Xu still has a lot of doubts, waiting for Yinghe, who is responsible for the excavation, to answer his doubts. Master, the data in the database of the ruins has been retrieved, and the upgrade information of various technologies has been archived. Later, only your order is needed, and the Earth can start the upgrade of various technologies. There are also some new technologies in the database. The most important new technology is the research and development information about vacuum zero-point energy, as well as the production factories of several vacuum zero-point energy collection devices in the ruins. Vacuum zero-point energy? Can it be used? Lin Xu asked with a refreshed spirit. This is a better source of energy than antimatter annihilation. It is safe and has endless energy, but the technical means to achieve it are more difficult. 10,000 years ago, the fleet replaced the vacuum zero-point energy collection device here, and obtained a more continuous and huge energy than the antimatter reactor, and also increased the speed of the curvature engine to 1,000 times the speed of light. 1,000 times the speed of light? Isn't it said that 100 times the speed of light is already the limit of the curvature engine? Lin Xu asked puzzled. That was just the known limit at that time. Any limit in science is constantly being broken. And the ability to increase to 1,000 times the speed of light is also thanks to the use of vacuum zero-point energy. Lin Xu explained. Very good, then after thoroughly understanding the data, start the transformation of the curvature engine on Earth and complete it as soon as possible. There is also a factory for vacuum zero-point energy collection, which should be moved to Earth as soon as possible, and then resume production according to the data, and at the same time copy and expand the factory. Lin Xu issued a series of orders. Yes, Master. In addition, there are a lot of observation data on high dimensions and deduction and calculation data on high dimensions in the database. Lin Xu's words immediately afterwards cheered Lin Xu up. High-dimensional data. Yes, most of the time humans stayed here, they use the weak points of space here to study high dimensions. What did they research? Lin Xu asked. You may need to see it in person. Please forgive me for not being able to understand the information related to high dimensions for the time being. Lin Xu's voice was full of regret. I understand. Send me the data and I'll take a look later. Lin Xu nodded. Okay, the data has been sent to you. There is one more thing you may need to do in person. What is it? There is a location in the ruins that cannot be captured or observed by computers. It is suspected to be related to high dimensions. According to the database search, I suspect there is a message left by humans for you there. Lin Xu finally said. Where is it? Lin Xu was immediately refreshed and asked anxiously. In the core of the subspace ruins, because it involves high dimensions, the autonomous mechanical aggregate cannot relocate it, and you need to go there in person. Lin Xu explained. Wait a minute, you mean, the message left for me? Lin Xu noticed a bright spot. Yes, the message left for you, or more precisely, the message left for the humans who will arrive here later. Lin Xu explained. Do they know that humans will come to find them? Lin Xu's heart was pounding, as if he was approaching a truth. Sorry, the information is limited and it is impossible to deduce. Lin Xu replied. I understand. I'll go and see for myself. Lin Xu nodded. It seems that this trip must be made. Master. Miss Qiu stepped forward and stood beside Lin Xu, looking at him with a firm look. Me. With me. Mu Xiao and Nanz, who also stood beside Lin Xu. And me. Even Lu Yao, who was doing questions in the distance, raised his hand. This is something related to the higher dimension, and he must join in the fun. Then come together. Lin Xu nodded. Since it is a message left by humans for themselves, there must be no danger. If you want to go, just follow them. So the 5 of them left the Skylark, and Lin Xu waved his hand to put the Skylark into his personal space, and then the 5 of them flew towards the open entrance to the subspace of the ruins in front of them. At this time, the relic subspace was opening a huge entrance and exit tens of thousands of meters high on the asteroid. At the same time, opposite the entrance and exit of the relic subspace was Lin Xu's personal space, which also opened an entrance and exit tens of thousands of meters. In the entrance and exit of the personal space, you can even see the shadow of the Earth. So in the 2 opposite entrances and exits, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates shuttled back and forth, constantly moving various equipment from the relic subspace to the Earth in Lin Xu's personal space. And Lin Xu and the other 5 entered the relic subspace, mixed with a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates. In the relic subspace, there is an asteroid about the same size as an asteroid, which is covered with various buildings densely packed on the top of the asteroid, decorating the entire asteroid like an interstellar fortress. But in fact, this is a research base and production base, and the defense force is just some nanorobots and autonomous mechanical aggregates, but now they have been incorporated by Lin Xu. So there is no defense force here. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates continuously dismantle the buildings on the asteroids in the subspace and transport them back to Earth. Lin Xu and his 5 companions landed in an area that had not yet begun to be dismantled. According to Lin Xu, this is the core database and the most important part of this relic base, so they have to wait until the end to load and unload. And here, Lin Xu can't directly order the wall composed of nanorobots to make way like he did last time in the base of the clan. Because the walls here are not made of nanorobots. Instead, they are made of special alloys, and the strength and quality of the building are far superior to nanorobot aggregates. So Lin Xu can only go through the main door. Fortunately, as a human, he can use his face here. He doesn't even need Lin Xu, who has taken over the database, to open the door for him. As soon as Lin Xu walked in, The door opened automatically. Strange, can anyone enter here? Lin Xu, who walked into the main door, looked at the hall that instantly lit up with a soft light and wondered. Isn't it only humans who can enter? Miss Qiu didn't understand what Lin Xu meant. She has gradually changed to calling humans the Panga tribe, because Lin Xu is more accustomed to calling humans, so she also follows suit and uses the term humans more often. Yes, but this is the core data, right? 10,000 years ago, could anyone enter and exit here at will? At that time, all humans had not yet upgraded to a higher dimension. Lin Xu was puzzled. Master, do you mean that the program here is specially set for later comers? After humans leave, people who come here again, as long as they are human, can enter and exit at will. Miss Qiu guessed. Maybe. Lin Xu was not sure. So the 5 people entered the hall, followed the guidance of Yinghe, walked through the hall, and entered a corridor. The doors kept opening for Lin Xu along the way, and he walked through halls and corridors, and finally took the elevator deep into the underground. Finally, the elevator opened and came to a somewhat strange hall. What is going on here? Miss Qiu instantly had a flying sword in her hand, guarded by Lin Xu, and alerted all around. As she spoke, the same voice kept coming from all directions. Here, what's going on? Here, what's going on? Here, what's going on? It wasn't an echo, but in countless identical halls in all directions, there were countless identical Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao standing in the hall. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. And these countless halls formed an endless space, extending infinitely in all directions. Lin Xu reached out and held down the nervous Miss Qiu. Calm down, those are us too. Calm down, those are us too. Calm down, those are us too. Countless Lin Xu in countless halls in all directions also made the same sound. Under Lin Xu's comfort, Miss Qiu gradually calmed down. But, what is going on? Miss Qiu lowered her voice. So Miss Qiu in the countless halls on all sides also lowered her voice. This space has some high-dimensional characteristics. Just like the world in the cartoons we watch is actually made up of pictures. It's the same when we look at our world in the high-dimensional space. Lin Xu explained. I understand, I lost my composure. Miss Qiu looked around and gradually calmed down. She was also a fairy ship person with higher education, how could she not understand these? It was just the first time she saw it, and she didn't react. And her performance was still good. Nanzhu had already hugged Lin Xu's arm tightly at the first time, secretly looking at the countless selves around, and was also looked at by the countless selves around, and dared not speak. Of course, whether she was really scared or just wanted to take the opportunity to hug Lin Xu, it's hard to say. Master, is this the world from a high-dimensional perspective? Miss Qiu asked with rare curiosity. No, the high-dimensional perspective is far more complicated than this. It just has some high-dimensional characteristics. Lin Xu shook his head. Miss Qiu nodded, realizing for the first time how big the difference was between the world in her eyes and the world in Lin Xu's eyes. Lu Yao was more of an action person, after all, she was always reckless. So she ran straight to the hall on the left. Don't go. Miss Qiu wanted to stop her. Don't worry about her, it's okay. Lin Xu stopped Miss Qiu's action to stop Lu Yao. It was not a big deal to signal. Sure enough, as Lu Yao ran to the hall on the left, Lu Yao in the hall on the right also ran to them. Lu Yao in the halls in front, behind, and in countless halls in all directions ran to the hall on the left. Are you Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Mu Tao, or Sao Hu? Lu Yao, who ran from the hall on the right, looked at Lin Xu and others and asked hesitantly. What did you call me? Miss Qiu and Nanzhu asked in unison. Sorry, I was too shocked and accidentally said what was in my heart. Lu Yao was a little embarrassed. I can understand calling me a fox, but why add a slut? Nanzhu said that he couldn't accept it. It's because you get mad as soon as you see Lord Lin Xu. Miss Qiu said the truth. Is that so? Then you can call me Lord Lin Xu's exclusive slut from now on, and I will forgive you. Nanzhu thought for a moment, and said to Lu Yao seriously. Lu Yao stared at her blankly, with only one thought in her mind. To be able to be so shameless and natural, it seems to be true, not fake. You guys, that's enough. Lin Xu had to stop her, otherwise if she continued, she didn't know what would happen. Do I need to go back? Lu Yao looked at the countless self in the countless halls in all directions, not knowing whether she should stay here or go back the same way. If you don't feel used to it, you can go back, there is no difference. There are not countless you here. From the perspective of Gao Wei, you are all the same person, reflected from different angles. Lin Xu explained. As for Gao Wei, he was the one who had the most say in the scene. Okay, I can understand what you said, but I still think it's better to go back. See you later. Lu Yao shrugged, then turned and ran back to the hall on the right. After a moment, Lin Xu looked at Lu Yao who was running back to the left. I told you, there is no difference. I know there is no difference, but I just feel that if I don't come back, it's like I have swapped places with myself in another time and space. This feeling is not good. Lu Yao sighed and said. But that is not you in another time and space. There is only one you in one time and space from beginning to end. It's just that from a high-dimensional perspective, it's just like the pictures in a cartoon. Okay, what should we do next? Lu Yao decided to change the subject. She didn't want to waste her brain on this anymore. At the same time, she decided to do a few more math problems when she went back. Then analyze it from a mathematical perspective, maybe she can understand it. Let's go to the front, I have seen him. Lin Xu said with his eyes looking forward. However, in the eyes of several girls, there was only the same hall and the same few of them in front, nothing. But since Lin Xu said so, it must be right. Who made him a high-dimensional creature, and he has the most say in high dimensions. Not to mention that this is just a space with some high-dimensional characteristics, not a real high-dimensional space. So several people followed Lin Xu's footsteps and continued to move forward. Although Lin Xu still had a headache at this time, it did not prevent him from opening the high-dimensional state. So in the high-dimensional state, Lin Xu led a few people to move forward. The scene around them began to change instantly. The hall disappeared and turned into an ocean, and the few people were in the sea. The huge pressure squeezed on the few people in an instant. If they were not all ordinary people, they would have been crushed into meat patties. And on all sides of the few people, there were also countless Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nansu and Lu Yao. Even every Lu Yao grabbed Miss Qiu's hair in a panic, pulling Miss Qiu to stagger, and they were exactly the same. Lin Xu continued to move forward with a few people. The ocean disappeared, and the surroundings turned into the universe again. In the infinitely extended universe, there were countless Lin Xus, walking forward with 4 girls. The universe turned into stars, and the stars turned into glaciers. Finally, Lin Xu and his companions came to land where meteors kept falling from the sky. Finally, they saw a figure different from the 5 people in front of them. Master. Miss Qiu grabbed Lin Xu's arm. It's okay, that's the person we want to see. Lin Xu patted Miss Qiu's hand and motioned her to calm down. Human. How could Miss Qiu still calm down? This was a human, another human besides her master. Did you say it was just a message? Nansu on the side widened his round eyes. And as if to answer the doubts of the few people, the figure in front, who had his back to the few people and seemed to be admiring the falling meteors in the sky, turned around. It was a young man who looked about the same age as Lin Xu, with a smile on his face, and explained. I am indeed just a piece of information, but it is just like a human drawing a portrait. Then, in the eyes of people in the 2-dimensional space, the person in this portrait looks exactly like them. So, is he a human? Wow! Nansu screamed in fear, and even the hair on his tail and ears exploded. Master Lin Xu, he can speak. Isn't this a recorded message? Of course I recorded a message. I won't really leave a person here and wait for 10,000 years, right? Don't worry, I will disappear after chatting for a while. Don't be so afraid of me. The young man said with a smile. But how can a recorded message predict what we are going to say? Lu Yao said puzzledly. This is the magic of the high dimension. Of course, this is not predicting the future. Don't misunderstand it. The young man was a little emotional when talking about the high dimension. Then he looked at Lin Xu carefully, and his face showed a relieved expression again. Looking at your state, we should be successful in the future. That's great. It's really great. Ha ha ha. As he said that, the young man laughed. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Lin Xu's Mission and the Truth from 10,000 Years Ago. Don't you know about the successful dimensional upgrade? Lin Xu finally spoke and talked to the shadow from the past. I only know that at that time we finally verified many of our long-standing conjectures at the weak point of the higher dimension, confirmed some things, and had more doubts. We have a better understanding of the higher dimension, and also a lot more confusion about the higher dimension, but we have finally taken the first step in deconstructing the higher dimension. The young man paced in place, sighing as if he was recalling the past. Yes, at that time, humans had not yet upgraded to a higher dimension, so you could not understand things that were beyond the scope of human understanding at that time. Lin Xu thought about it and nodded suddenly. Yes, I am the shadow left by the human at that time. The human at that time only had a preliminary understanding of the higher dimension, so my understanding of the world naturally could not exceed that of the human at that time. So my upper limit is only the human at that time. Even if the human is upgraded, my upper limit is still the human at that time. After all, I am just a shadow. I am different from you. When the human is upgraded, you will upgrade with it, but the shadow is still a shadow. The young man nodded and looked at Lin Xu with calm eyes. I was thinking that I could learn from you what happened to humans later and where they are now. Lin Xu felt a little regretful. If you want to know these, you asked the wrong person. However, if you just want to know where humans went next, then I can tell you that humans went to the center of the Milky Way. I don't know more. The young man walked to the side with a smile. With a wave of his hand at the ground, facilities such as sofas and coffee tables appeared on the ground. At the same time, he invited Lin Xu. Sit down and talk. I also have a lot to talk to you. I have been here for so long and finally met someone I can talk to. Let's drink some tea and talk slowly. As he said that, he sat down on the sofa. With another wave of his hand, a set of tea sets appeared on the table and brewed tea. Okay, then let's talk slowly. Lin Xu sat down on the sofa opposite him, and waved to Miss Qiu, Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao to sit down. However, Qiu and Nanzhu looked at each other, and no one dared to sit down. After all, these were two Pangu people talking, so how could they sit down? Miss Qiu and Lu Yao didn't have such a great awe for the so-called Pangu clan. Miss Qiu sat directly next to Lin Xu, and Lu Yao also sat down. Qiu and Nanzhu also sat down. So the five of them sat on the same row of sofas, and the young man was the only one on the sofa opposite. I really envy you. If I had brought a few clansmen with me, it would have been great. The young man looked at Lin Xu's state and his face became melancholy. It seems that he has been suffocated for 10,000 years. At the same time, he handed Lin Xu a cup of brewed tea. Lin Xu tasted it and put it down. At the same time, he took out a bottle of Coke from his personal space, drank it and said, I still like to drink this. Coke is not healthy, but for us, it seems that it doesn't matter whether it is healthy or not. The young man shrugged. I don't know your name yet. Lin Xu asked. You can just call me Wang Jian. What about you? Lin Xu. Wang Jian nodded. Okay, let's continue the topic just now. You must be wondering, since I don't know anything, why do you leave me here? Indeed. In fact, I still know a lot, such as why humans decided to set sail and leave the Earth to pursue the dimensional upgrade. Wang Jian said directly. Why? Lin Xu sat up straight. He had been thinking about this question for a long time. Even the girls next to him immediately pricked up their ears and listened carefully, because they were also very curious. Humans back then did not tell their families about this inside story. Why? Sorry, I can't tell you. Wang Jian made a feint, and then laughed very badly. Are you cheap or not? Lin Xu was speechless. Ho ha, sorry, but I really can't say. Wang Jian waved his hands repeatedly. Why? Lin Xu was puzzled. It's very simple, because you are special, you have your mission, and before you complete your mission, you can't be affected by certain things. Wang Jian restrained his smile and said seriously. I am special? Did I fall into a dormant state due to cancer and was only fished out of the ice 10,000 years later? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. You don't really think that being frozen in the ice can keep you alive for 10,000 years? Wang Jian looked at Lin Xu and said as if he was looking at a fool. What's going on? Lin Xu asked. Let me put it this way. When we started the voyage, we took away all the individuals who participated in the human cryonics program because of terminal illness. Only those who were confirmed to be dead were placed in the ice, which is a kind of alternative tombstone. Wang Jian explained. I crawled back from the cemetery. I became a zombie. Lin Xu suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had walked out of the cemetery. Don't talk nonsense. Where did the zombies come from? In fact, if you look up the database carefully, you should be able to find out that a batch of frozen hibernation chambers disappeared before the voyage, and they disappeared inexplicably. The name Lin Xu is one of them. Wang Jian replied. Missing? I traveled through time and came to the future? No, it was the hibernation chamber that traveled through time. Lin Xu's eyes widened. I don't know, but when we set sail, we did use the chaotic energy to see from a high-dimensional perspective that someone would come to pursue us in the future, so we left Taiyin. But we didn't expect that you would bring the Earth here. Wang Jian looked at Lin Xu and complained. Well, I'm afraid of being lonely on the road. By the way, so Taiyin knew that I was one of the people in the hibernation chamber who disappeared that year? Did you not let him tell me? Lin Xu suddenly thought of it. What are you thinking? What's left for you is yours. You didn't ask well. Wang Jian continued to complain. After saying this, Lin Xu recalled that he didn't seem to have studied it deeply, why he could successfully wake up after 10,000 years. After all, what happened at that time was bizarre enough. What about the Earth left alone? All human beings ran away. Lin Xu's mind was full at that time, and he didn't study it deeply at all. Why after 10,000 years, only he was still alive? I just thought it was my good luck. Other people who participated in cryonics after suffering from terminal illnesses died, but I survived. You just mentioned my mission? What is that? Lin Xu asked. Well, I don't know either. Wang Jian shrugged. You don't know either. Lin Xu looked at him with a look on his face that said, You're kidding me. I really don't know, and humans at that time didn't know either. But when we tried our best to search for key points that would be useful for the future human dimension upgrade from a high-dimensional perspective, the person who chased us 10,000 years later, that is, you, appeared. That means you are very important, although we can't see who you are, nor can we see that you directly open up the Earth. But we know that you are very important to the dimension upgrade of mankind, and you have your mission. Or to put it more mysteriously, you are a part of destiny, an indispensable part. Wang Jian looked at Lin Xu seriously. But humans have already upgraded now. Lin Xu now felt that he was simply confused. So what? You have to know that in higher dimensions, time is not necessarily a straight line. Well, this is a bit pretentious. I don't know what higher dimensions are like. You may know more about them now than I do, but you certainly don't know everything. In short, in higher dimensions, everything is possible, so don't underestimate yourself. Wang Jian continued to make tea, and did not forget to put a cup in front of Miss Qiu and the other girls. Time. Do you think it is possible that the future humans who have upgraded to higher dimension allowed me to travel through time in the past? Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Who knows? Everything is possible. Your travel through time may be part of the plan, or it may be just an accident, or even someone is sabotaging. We have too little information now, and it is meaningless to guess. Instead of guessing, it is better to work hard to get more information. Wang Jian raised the teacup and took a sip. Sabotage? Do we have enemies? Lin Xu said in surprise. How should I know? I'm just guessing, irresponsible guessing, understand? I only know what happened 10,000 years ago, who knows what the human beings will be like in the future? Wang Jian rolled his eyes at him, looking surprised. Okay, then what else can you tell me? Lin Xu gently rubbed his temples. He felt that he had overused his brain a little bit, and his head, which had not hurt much just now, began to hurt again. Miss Qiu, who was standing next to him, saw it and immediately got up, came behind the sofa, and gently massaged his temples for him. Wang Jian, who was still happily drinking tea, saw the scene and immediately felt that the tea in the cup was not fragrant. Are you envious? Lin Xu saw Wang Jian's dissatisfaction and immediately felt much happier. I asked you to give me the riddle, man. This is retribution. Envy? I'm just a shadow. I don't have those worldly desires, understand? Wang Jian said stubbornly. Okay, tell me quickly, what else can you tell me? Lin Xu didn't continue to stimulate him. What if he broke the defense and didn't say anything? I was still counting on getting more information from him. Speak? There's nothing to say. Just keep going forward. Sooner or later, you will catch up with humans. Wang Jian drank tea, his expression still a little unhappy. No, don't you want to tell me something very important? Otherwise, why did I keep you here? Don't give up. Lin Xu reminded him to pay attention to his work attitude. Can't stand seeing others with girls? How can you have fun like this? Originally, there were some very important things to tell you, but you have done everything, so I have nothing to tell you. Wang Jian shrugged. What do you mean? Lin Xu was puzzled. It's disorder and filth. Originally, I stayed here to help you fight against disorder and filth. Who knew that you just arrived here and solved the disorder and filth before you saw me, so what else can I do? I can only give up. Wang Jian drank tea, crossed his legs, and said leisurely. No, what's going on? Are you going to help me fight against disordered filth? Lin Xu felt the regret of a worker who finished his work before his boss gave him the job. Although he had to do his work sooner or later, he would feel unhappy if he did it for his boss in advance. You should know that the fleet sailed to the center of the Milky Way mainly to find a way to fight against disordered filth, right? Wang Jian thought for a while and said. Yes, I know. Lin Xu nodded. In fact, we knew at that time that we couldn't find a way, because the person who could really save the center of the Milky Way was you 10,000 years later. Wang Jian explained. Is this also seen from a high-dimensional perspective? Lin Xu frowned. Yes, although not all, we can see roughly several possible directions. For example, we didn't know how you fought against disordered filth at that time, but we knew you could do it. But we were afraid that you would have an accident, so we arranged for me to give you guidance and assistance. Who knew that you would get it done before I even appeared? In fact, this is also a good thing, at least it shows that your ability is above our expectations. Wang Jian nodded. But why can't I see the direction of the future? Lin Xu wondered. He is now a real high-dimensional creature, and his high-dimensional perspective can be open 24 hours a day without blind spots, but he has never seen the direction of the future. Well, maybe you haven't mastered the method yet. You know, there are many application methods of high dimensions. It doesn't mean that high-dimensional creatures can master them all immediately. They also need to learn. And it's not seeing the future, but just seeing several possible paths in the future. At that time, we were not even sure whether you, the pursuer from 10,000 years later, really existed, but this was the only way we saw at that time to fight against disorder and filth, so we could only gamble. Wang Jian thought about it and said. Lin Xu nodded. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Indeed, when he just woke up on Earth, he was actually a high-dimensional creature, but he couldn't even open the high-dimensional perspective. It was later in the war that he encountered an opponent using high-dimensional weapons, and then he lifted the veil of high dimensions, and learned how to pry part of the power of high dimensions from the opponent's high-dimensional weapons. So, you are heading to the center of the Milky Way to find a way to fight against disorder and filth, but you are actually looking for me. Lin Xu thought about this question again, with a strange expression. Humans from 10,000 years ago came here to find themselves 10,000 years later. This makes me feel scratchy no matter how I think about it. That's right, and now we have found it, right? Wang Jian shrugged again. Do you have a cramp in your shoulder? Lin Xu couldn't help but complain. I just like to shrug my shoulders. Is it your business? I shrug. I will continue to shrug. Wang Jian looked at Lin Xu provocatively, his shoulders shaking non-stop. Lu Yao, who was standing aside, looked at the performance of the two people, with a look of despair on his face. Are all you humans so funny? Please be normal. The little admiration I have just developed for the Pengu tribe over the years. It shattered to the ground with a snap. Or does it mean that if you want to upgrade to a higher dimension, you must have this trait? Even Mu Ziao and Nanzhu turned their heads away, looking like they couldn't bear to watch. Only Miss Qiu continued to massage Lin Xu's shoulders calmly. It's just a funny guy. Miss Qiu has studied human history, so she naturally knows that since the internet age, the number of funny guys among humans has increased dramatically, and this is nothing. Okay, stop cramping. Humans will go to the center of the Milky Way next. Don't you know what will happen next? For example, what's in the center of the Milky Way? In the end, Lin Xu couldn't stand it anymore, and covered his face with one hand. He wanted to say that he didn't know this funny guy, and this funny guy was not of the same race as me. But it seemed to be useless, and he couldn't deny it anymore. Who knows what's in the center of the Milky Way? But you don't have to worry, because I have received the last message sent by the fleet heading to the center of the Milky Way, and everything is normal. And if something really happened, you are no longer a high-dimensional creature now. So don't worry, even if the road is tortuous, we will eventually reach the end. As long as we are sure of this, a little bump on the road is nothing at all. Wang Jian suddenly became deep again. Lin Xu was a little uncomfortable watching this. It's normal for you to switch between being funny and deep. You must have stayed here for too long and your brain has been damaged. Okay, so the ruins I encountered along the way, the complete technical upgrade information, and the complete star map of your next route should all have been left behind on purpose, right? At this moment, Lin Xu had answers to many puzzles he had encountered before. You have guessed it, why are you asking even though you know the answer? Wang Jian wanted to shrug again, but he restrained himself. After all, the same move cannot be used twice against a Saint Seiya, and he didn't want Lin Xu to complain about the same thing for the second time. Actually, if you want to shrug, just shrug. It's even more awkward to hold it back like this. However, Lin Xu thought about it and still expressed his opinion. Wang Jian's action of drinking tea paused for a moment. Looking at Lin Xu's complicated face. You must have been beaten often in the past, right? No, they couldn't beat me. Lin Xu replied. If you have any other questions, ask them now. I don't have much time left. Wang Jian slumped down on the sofa, looking hopeless. It wasn't because this conversation was over that he was going to disappear. He was just a shadow. He would disappear after completing his mission. This was natural. He wasn't sad or upset about it. He was just a piece of information. What was there to be sad about? Then I'll ask you one last question. If I break through the weak point of the high dimension now, can I directly enter the high dimension? Ordinary low-dimensional creatures can't enter the high dimension, but I am a high-dimensional creature, so there shouldn't be any problem entering the high dimension. Lin Xu thought about it and asked the last question. Theoretically, there won't be any problem, but are you sure you want to do this? What exactly is the high dimension? Based on my understanding of the high dimension by humans 10,000 years ago, I can't explain it clearly. Maybe you can really find humans directly by doing this. Wang Jian looked at Lin Xu with a smile on his face. At this moment, Miss Qiu and Nanzhu next to them became nervous. Because if Lin Xu really chooses to directly open the high-dimensional weak point and enter the high-dimensional space, they will definitely not follow him, which means that they will be separated from Lin Xu from now on. Even Lu Yao, who thought she would not care so much, pricked up her ears to listen. Miss Qiu continued to massage Lin Xu's temples, but her slightly faster breathing revealed everything. However, after thinking about it, Lin Xu slowly shook his head and rejected his own proposal. Forget it, if I resolutely enter the high-dimensional space, even if I don't die, I will probably be lost in the high-dimensional space. The high-dimensional space is countless times wider than the universe. Instead of looking for humans in the high-dimensional space, I might as well continue to look for them here. Look, you know very well that you just want to seek some recognition from me. Wang Jian spread his hands. Lin Xu looked at his spreading hands and resisted the urge to complain. Lin Xu didn't know why, but seeing him shrug and spread his hands, there was always a sense of coolness, the kind of person who is obviously a otaku but has to pretend to be cool. It's like someone who can't act is reading lines from a script, which is really awkward. Otherwise, Lin Xu's complaining spirit wouldn't be so highly inflated. However, after all, they are going to say goodbye in the end, and Lin Xu thinks he should be kinder. Leave a good impression, maybe they will meet again in the future. Will I meet you again later? Lin Xu has a feeling that this will not be the last time he and Wang Jian in front of him meet. Well, it should be possible. Anyway, since humans have mastered this technology, there may be traces left in the ruins in the future. And with my personality, I will probably be the one left. After all, everyone else is socially anxious, but I am more socially adept, a nerd scientist, you know. Wang Jian shrugged again. He didn't pretend anymore. He was going to be complained about anyway, so why should he control himself? Are you sure you are a social expert and not a funny guy? Lin Xu finally couldn't suppress his desire to complain. Of course I am a social expert. I am the most sociable person in our laboratory. I am the one who usually shows up and faces the media. Wang Jian immediately said with a proud face. Well, just like Lao Mi's Dai, No matter how much he shows up, the smell of a nerd can't be covered up. The biggest nerd, right? Lin Xu said he understood. No wonder it feels so awkward. I know. Then it's nothing. I'll take my leave. See you next time if there is a chance. Lin Xu stood up. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, who were sitting on the same sofa with him, also stood up. Wang Jian also stood up from the sofa, and with a wave of his hand, the sofa, coffee table and so on disappeared. Okay, let's go. After I disappear, if you want to move, you can move here too. Anyway, the place on Earth is big enough, so I can be considered home. Wang Jian said this, and he was a little happy. Okay, I'm on Earth and I'm helping you pick a cemetery. Lin Xu said with a smile. Fuck, you curse me, then I wish you can come and keep me company soon. Wang Jian raised his middle finger to Lin Xu. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 117, Rushing into the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Lin Xu turned and left. Everything behind him disappeared instantly. He did not pass through the bizarre scenes before, but appeared directly in the hall in front of the elevator. Looking in all directions, there were still countless halls, countless scenes of Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao following Lin Xu. But the few people were no longer surprised at this time. They did not even take a second look at those scenes, and walked directly into the elevator. Then the elevator went up and left the underground. Following the way they came, they left the base. After taking off, they passed through the entrance and exit of the subspace, left this subspace, and returned to the asteroid in the normal universe. At this time, facing the tens of thousands of meters of exit opened in the subspace, Lin Xu's portable space also opened tens of thousands of meters of entrances and exits. A large number of autonomous machines were still busy moving various equipment. The base on the asteroid in the subspace has been demolished by almost half. Master, should the core area be demolished? Yinghuo asked. However, Lin Xu hesitated. The message left by humans here, or the shadow of Wang Jian, has disappeared. The ruins were almost completely demolished, so there was no point in leaving the core area. However, once the core area was demolished and left this high-dimensional weak point, the high-dimensional characteristics that it originally had would probably disappear. This was the reason why Lin Xu hesitated. 10,000 years ago, humans had just begun to have a preliminary understanding of the high dimension, and they were able to build this core area with high-dimensional characteristics, also relying on the characteristics of this high-dimensional weak point. Once they left here, the high-dimensional characteristics would inevitably disappear. But in the end, Lin Xu nodded. Tear it down, there is no point in staying here. A few days later, the bases on the asteroids in the entire subspace had been dismantled and moved to the Earth, including the core area. The core area still retains its high-dimensional characteristics, but when Lin Xu leaves, the high-dimensional characteristics will slowly dissipate until it returns to normal. In the past few days, the intelligent computers on the Earth have also used the newly acquired new technology and the relocated equipment to create a miniaturized 1,000 times light-speed curvature engine and installed it on the Skylark. Even the vacuum zero-point energy collection device was manufactured. Although there was only one, it was enough for the Skylark. Compared with the previous energy supply method of antimatter annihilation, vacuum zero-point energy is more technically difficult, but it is also safer and more efficient. It is just right to support the huge energy consumption of the 1,000 times light-speed curvature engine. It was not until then that Lin Xu suddenly realized the benefits of driving a small spaceship like the Skylark. It is too simple to modify. If the whole Earth is equipped with a new curvature engine and vacuum zero-point energy, how long will it take? Of course, although Lin Xu has no idea of taking the Earth out to continue to drive it, the old curvature engine factory on the Earth has been transformed to produce a new 1,000 times light-speed curvature engine. At the same time, a large number of vacuum zero-point energy factories are also under construction. Then start to upgrade the curvature engines of the whole Earth, and add vacuum zero-point energy to the energy supply method for the Earth. However, these cannot be completed overnight. Anyway, the Earth is in the portable space, so let's transform it slowly. So, when the subspace ruins were moved, the modification of the Skylark was also completed. Lin Xu waved his hand to close the tens of thousands of meters of portable space entrance that had always been open. The Earth opposite the entrance was hidden in Lin Xu's portable space again. Lin Xu and his companions also returned to the cockpit of the Skylark, ready to continue their journey. And this time, the target is the center of the Milky Way. Lin Xu didn't know what the situation was there. Maybe nothing would happen, but maybe there was a high risk. Although the humans of that year finally succeeded in upgrading their dimensions, this means that the fleet that set sail for the center of the Milky Way 10,000 years ago was safe in the end. But who knows if there was any loss in the middle, and how big the loss was. This is also the reason why Lin Xu didn't drive the Earth out again. Theoretically, the disordered filth that has spread hundreds of light years from the center of the Milky Way has become inert filth, and has lost the ability to assimilate order, and is no longer harmful to the Earth. But with such a large target as the Earth, Lin Xu still had no idea about rushing into the real center of the Milky Way. After all, the larger the target, the more harm it may suffer. So after thinking about it, I decided to use the Skylark. It is a small target and has a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. It is fast and it is much easier to escape from various dangers. The current Earth is still 100 times the speed of light. It is not known how long it will take to transform it to 1,000 times the speed of light. Weighing the pros and cons, it is better to use the Skylark. As for the Earth, it will continue to stay in the portable space. In this way, the Skylark slowly took off from the asteroid, and Lin Xu did not take back the nanorobots that had spread around the asteroid. These days, the nanorobots that originally covered the asteroid have been expanding in all directions, constantly destroying the inert filth in the universe. After the inert filth lost the ability to assimilate order, coupled with the high-dimensional suppression of the weak points of the high dimension, it has always been retreating. When Lin Xu was about to leave, there was already a whole piece of space around him that had been cleared. Lin Xu looked at this piece of space, and then at the nanorobots that were still expanding around. However, as the distance got farther and farther, away from the high-dimensional suppression, facing the endless inert filth, the expansion of the nanorobots became slower and slower. So Lin Xu finally gave an order, all the nanorobots returned to the asteroid, and waited for the clan's counterattack. Then, the Skylark rushed into the inert filth and headed towards the real center of the Milky Way. All the disordered filth in the heart of the Milky Way has become inert filth. So in theory, even if Lin Xu does not need to open the high-dimensional state, the Skylark can still sail in the inert filth. At most, it will be attacked by inert filth, but as long as there are nanorobots for protection, or just a circle of protective shields, it will be enough to resist the attack of inert filth. But Lin Xu still opened the high-dimensional state, protecting the Skylark and rushing into the inert filth. Because he wanted to exercise more, it would be best to get used to opening the high-dimensional state every moment. And now he doesn't need to constantly perform high-dimensional interference to transform all the disordered filth in the passing zone into inert filth, so he doesn't feel tired. How far is this from the real core of the Milky Way? Lin Xu asked, sitting in the cockpit facing the porthole. Although it was Yinghuo who was driving the Skylark, the cockpit and control devices were still retained for emergency use. 10 light years, Master. Yinghuo replied. 10 light years, about 3.5 days. Lin Xu nodded. What is the real core of the Milky Way? Lu Yao, who was doing the questions, raised her head and asked. She is now always full of interest in these things related to science. Just like she was so enthusiastic about cultivation at the beginning. Black hole, a massive black hole that extends 0.3 light years. Mu Ziyu replied. For an interstellar civilization, this should be common sense, but Lu Yao is a latecomer after all, so it is normal not to know. Black hole? Are we going to rush into a black hole? Or a black hole with a range of 0.3 light years? What will happen then? Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. She still knew about black holes, but the size was a bit too exaggerated. Who knows? Countless advanced civilizations have sent detection devices to the black hole in the center of the Milky Way, but to no avail. Humans lost contact after entering the black hole in the center of the Milky Way. This is why countless advanced civilizations are certain that humans can no longer return, or even perish. Mu Ziyu replied. So, do we really have to enter the black hole? Lu Yao continued to raise her hand weakly and asked. Of course, otherwise why are we here? Lin Xu said as a matter of course. Okay, but is the current black hole in the center of the Milky Way still a black hole? Won't it be eroded by disordered filth? Lu Yao thought for a while and asked. Do you know why there are high-dimensional weak points near the center of the Milky Way? Lin Xu asked back. Is the black hole related to the high dimension? Lu Yao reacted immediately. No, The black hole has nothing to do with the high dimension, but the time and space distorted by the black hole will move closer to the high dimension, and then involve the high dimension. Is there a difference? Liu Yao asked. Of course there is a difference. Black holes are distortions of time and space, but not all black holes involve higher dimensions. Only when the mass of a black hole is large enough, the distortion of time and space reaches a certain extreme, and time and space will be close enough to the higher dimension, and then have a connection with the higher dimension. And it is precisely because the mass of the Milky Way's center black hole is large enough that the time and space of the Milky Way's center black hole begin to infinitely approach the higher dimension, and have a connection, which forms a varying number of high-dimensional weak points around it. Lin Xu explained. So, the entire Milky Way's center black hole is actually a huge high-dimensional weak point, so can't we reach the higher dimension by passing through it directly? Liu Yao understood instantly. You misunderstood. This place is more like a place where some boundaries between high and low dimensions are blurred. It is an intermediate zone, a buffer zone, like a muddy zone formed by a mixture of water and soil. It has some characteristics of both, but it is neither. It is more troublesome to reach the higher dimension through here than the high-dimensional weak point. Lin Xu continued to explain. So that's how it is. But since it has both high-dimensional and low-dimensional characteristics, then disordered filth can corrode it, right? Liu Yao concluded. That's right. Black holes in the universe are not immune to disordered filth and will still be corroded by disordered filth, because black holes are also a kind of order. But if the mass of this black hole is large enough, so large that the distorted time and space are related to the high dimension, then disordered filth can't do anything to such a black hole. Lin Xu finally explained. 3 days passed in a flash. Everyone in the cockpit, rarely gathered in front of the porthole, sat in their seats. Because the real core of the Milky Way is about to arrive. Even Lin Xu buckled his seat belt. He has seen the area ahead that extends 0.3 light-years from the perspective of high dimensions, where high dimensions and low dimensions overlap and mix together. In this area, low dimensions and high dimensions are entangled with each other, producing many bizarre scenes in the eyes of low-dimensional intelligent creatures. In this area, there is no pure high dimension, but only some of the rules of high dimensions cover this place. Therefore, there is no chaos energy here. Chaos energy is an energy that only exists in pure high dimensions. The black tides around are becoming increasingly scarce. Liu Yao said while observing the porthole. We are already very close to the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, so there is little disordered filth here. Now that the disordered filth has become inert filth, we must be even farther away from the center of the Milky Way. Lin Xu said casually. Until the Skylark suddenly rushed out of the black tide and completely left it behind. Completely out of the area where inert filth exists. But the few people who have been observing the scene outside the porthole did not look relaxed at all, because just after leaving the black tide area of inert filth, what appeared in front of them was boundless and boundless darkness. Unlike the darkness of the black tide, this is the darkness of the black hole. It extends infinitely up and down, left and right, and is a black hole of 0.3 light-years. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Pay attention, we are going in. Lin Xu just reminded. The Skylark, which was traveling at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light, had already rushed into the black hole. In an instant, the light and shadows around it began to distort. Even the Skylark itself seemed to be distorted. Theoretically, the Skylark, which is traveling at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light, can travel 3 light-years a day. 0.3 light-years is just over 2 hours. So not long after the Skylark entered the Milky Way black hole, it was getting closer and closer to the core area of the Milky Way black hole. The closer it was to the core area of the Milky Way black hole, the more bizarre the surrounding scenery became. Liu Yao looked at the scenery outside the window and soon began to feel overwhelmed. My head is so swollen, what's going on with me? Finally, he began to pant rapidly. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Miss Qiu immediately became nervous and held one of Liu Yao's hands. What happened to her? Why are we all fine? Nanzhu also quickly held Liu Yao's other hand, puzzled. Is it because she can't bear the high-dimensional information? Lin Xu looked at Liu Yao's state and suddenly realized. Can't bear the high-dimensional information? Just like those advanced civilizations that can't directly observe the chaotic energy. Miss Qiu understood it all at once. The ferry ship has been fighting against advanced civilizations that casually discarded the residues of chaotic energy in the Milky Way, so naturally it has a better understanding of the state of advanced civilizations when facing chaotic energy. Although the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way have various ways to use chaotic energy, they cannot directly observe chaotic energy. It is because the high-dimensional information contained in chaotic energy will make low-dimensional creatures unable to bear it, so that they go crazy and even do all kinds of incomprehensible things. In the past, the human immortals on the ferry ship could not directly observe the chaotic energy, but from a certain day, when the nanorbits changed and could directly fight against disordered filth, the human immortals on the ferry ship could directly see the chaotic energy. The reason is naturally because humans have upgraded their dimensions. As a member of the human family, the human immortals have also gained the privilege of looking directly at high-dimensional energy. It is the same now. Although the high-dimensional and low-dimensional parts of the galactic center black hole only overlap, which makes the area of the galactic center black hole have some high-dimensional characteristics, it is still not something Lu Yao can bear. She did not go crazy immediately because this place is not purely high-dimensional. As for why the rest of the people are fine, Lin Xu himself is a high-dimensional creature, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Nans who are also members of the family, and all have the authority of high-dimensional pardon. Only Lu Yao was picked up by Miss Qiu from the immortal Fate Star. Although she is also a descendant of human creation, she is not a member of the family. Hey, wake up, how about you also be a member of the family? Lin Xu left his seat, came to Lu Yao and squatted down, stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lu Yao and asked, "Don't make trouble." Lu Yao pushed Lin Xu's hand away and glared at him. "I'm so uncomfortable, and you're still making trouble with me." "I'm not making trouble with you. Tell me quickly whether you agree or not. If you agree, everything will be fine." Lin Xu continued to ask. I agree. Don't bother me." Lu Yao was about to push Lin Xu away when she suddenly found that her head didn't hurt or swell anymore. "Hey? What's wrong with me?" "Okay, you are also a member of the clan now." Lin Xu sat back in his seat and continued to observe the inside of the black hole outside, ignoring this little episode. "No, how did I become a member of the clan?" Lu Yao was still a little confused. "Just now, Master Lin Xu wanted to take you as a member of the clan. You agreed, so you are naturally a member of the clan, so everything will be fine." Nanzu explained for her. "This? Is it that simple?" Lu Yao still didn't understand. "This is the golden words." Nanzu nodded proudly, as if Lin Xu was powerful. It meant that she was also powerful. "The way is simple," Mu Ziyu also said lightly. In short, Lu Yao is now looking at the bizarre scenes outside the porthole. She no longer feels that her head is swollen, but feels very novel. So she simply stopped thinking about it. She had been on the pirate ship for so long, and it was too late to become a family today. At the same time, the Skylark, which had been sailing in the black hole for an hour, was gradually approaching the core of the Milky Way black hole. The surrounding scenery also began to change. The originally dark black hole gradually became colorful. Of course, it was not the scattering of sunlight, but the strange scene formed by the particles produced by the friction of space and time. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Nanzu was about to lie on the porthole, his nose was flattened on the porthole, looking at the magnificent scene outside. At the same time, the alarm in the Skylark was constantly sounding. "Black hole gravity overload, black hole gravity overload, turn on the anti-gravity device to calm the gravity. The repulsive field defense cannot be generated due to the pull of gravity, and the electromagnetic defense is broken by the particle flow." The hull collided, and the self-repair of the damaged part started. "Collision? What did it encounter?" Lin Xu asked. "Suspected stellar fragments." Yinghuo replied. "Okay, can the ship hold up?" Lin Xu asked. "We are trying various defense methods. The shield has been activated. Please rest assured, Master." Yinghuo replied. "It's okay. At worst, I can hide back in my personal space." Lin Xu didn't care. Anyway, he is a high-dimensional creature. Even if he is in the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, he will not die. What is there to be afraid of? "Master Lin Xu, look ahead. What is that? What is that place?" Nanzu, who was lying on the porthole and looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, suddenly shouted. As the Skylark passed through a certain area, suddenly there appeared one piece of white light after another in front of it, or a light curtain of the universe scale. Various wonderful lights and shadows flashed in the white light, with nebulae falling and forming in it, stars constantly forming and annihilating, and even scenes of space fleet battles. Is this a mirage? Lu Yao on the side guessed. It looks a bit like it. Could it be the memory of the Milky Way? Mu Xiaoyu said with a brainwave. It's hard to say, it's hard to say. Lu Yao shook her head while trying to watch. After all, this scene is really rare, just like the entire universe is a screen, showing a movie. The opportunity is rare, so hurry up and watch it. This should be the center of the Milky Way. What will happen if we pass through it? Lin Xu muttered to himself. I don't know, but the humans back then should have passed through it, right? Lu Yao thought for a while and said. That's right, so we also went over to see what will happen if we pass through the real core of the Milky Way. Lin Xu made a decision. So Yinghao controlled the Skylark, like a swift in a storm, passing through the light curtains like a storm. Passing through the birth of stars, passing through the extinction of nebulae, and passing through the cosmic wars that broke out between countless races. Mu Xiaoyu suddenly rushed to the porthole, right next to Nanzhu, because she seemed to see the ferry ship, the scene of the crusade against the rebels. But it was just a flash, and she even doubted whether she saw it wrong. Until, the Skylark finally passed through all the light curtains. There was only endless white light around. Lin Xu, who had been observing all this in a high-dimensional state, suddenly found that everything around the Skylark changed in an instant. It was like switching to a different movie in an instant. People in it could not perceive it, but they could see it clearly in the high dimension. Lin Xu didn't know where this was. But he knew. The surroundings were different. Master, what's wrong with you? Miss Qiu noticed Lin Xu's frown. The others immediately looked over. We may no longer be in the Milky Way. Lin Xu was silent for a moment, but still said. Not on the Milky Way? Then where is this? Nanzhu asked puzzled. Go out and take a look, and you'll know then. Lin Xu already had some guesses, but didn't say them out. So Yinghao drove the Skylark and continued to rush forward. Finally rushed out of the range of the white light. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 118 Space Jump and Extragalactic Advanced Civilization. A black hole itself is just a celestial body with extremely large mass and extremely large gravity, even so strong that even light cannot escape. And it is because of this extremely large mass that time and space will be distorted. A normal black hole is formed when a star dies and begins to collapse toward the center. When the core is completely transformed into neutrons, it becomes a neutron star. But if it does not stop collapsing even after becoming neutrons, a black hole will be formed. After a star the size of the Sun collapses into a black hole, the physical part is only a few kilometers in size, which shows that the mass is compressed to the extreme. It is precisely because of this that a gravitational force so strong that even light cannot escape is generated. The black hole in the center of the Milky Way is equivalent to the mass of 2 million stars, formed after collapse. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The mass of 2 million stars collapses into a black hole, and the distortion of space will naturally reach a certain extreme. Coupled with the role of some high-dimensional characteristics, it even triggers a natural space jump. Speaking of which, was it a white hole that we just passed through? Are we still in the original universe now? Lu Yao observed the white light behind her getting farther and farther away, and then looked at the black in front of her that had returned to pitch black. The opposite of a black hole is a white hole, except that a black hole absorbs matter, while a white hole ejects matter. In theory, a white hole is a black hole after inversion, and the matter that enters a black hole will eventually be ejected from the white hole to maintain a kind of cosmic balance. There is a saying that black holes and white holes should exist in different universes, and the matter absorbed by the black hole from this universe will be ejected from the white hole from another universe. But in fact, from the perspective of the black hole in the center of the Milky Way, they did not pass through the universe, but only through the Milky Way. We are still in the original universe, but the position has changed. This should be another galaxy, but we don't know how far it is from the Milky Way. Lin Xu answered Lu Yao's doubts. At the same time, the Skylark has rushed out of the black hole in the center of this galaxy at 1,000 times the speed of light. In theory, a black hole swallows everything, but as long as the speed is fast enough, it is not impossible to escape. Another galaxy? Did humans come here back then? Mu Xiaoyu looked out the porthole with yearning. It should be. Lin Xu's tone was also a little uncertain. Look, There is no disorder and filth outside. We really have arrived in another galaxy. Lin Xu suddenly pointed out of the porthole and shouted in surprise. Everyone looked carefully and found that as they rushed out of the black hole in the center of the galaxy, the scene outside also came into their eyes. It was no longer the disorder and filth that was shrouded by dense black curtains and wrapped around the entire center of the Milky Way, but became a scene of a normal galaxy center with a large number of stars gathered. The center of a normal galaxy should be composed of the most central black hole and the gradually outward, densely packed stars. The density of stars here is so high. Lu Yao sighed. Near the center of a normal galaxy, the density of stars can reach hundreds of thousands per light year. Miss Qiu replied. With so many massive stars, it's no wonder that the disorder and filth in the center of the Milky Way can devour the order and grow to that extent. Lu Yao sighed. It looks like this galaxy is pretty good. So far, no disorder or filth has been found. Lin Xu, who always had a high-dimensional perspective, saw more than the others. Isn't it a relatively primitive galaxy that has not yet developed an advanced civilization? I don't believe that if there is an advanced civilization, they will not use the chaotic energy, unless the center of the galaxy here does not produce chaotic energy. Lin Xu doubted. There are also high-dimensional weak points here, so theoretically, chaotic energy can be mined, and I have seen facilities that are mining chaotic energy. Lin Xu's face changed, and he said in a complicated tone. See? Where? Can I take a look? Lin Xu asked. Not far ahead. Lin Xu replied. At the same time, he directly opened the portable space. Suddenly, the space around the Skylark fluctuated, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out of the portable space, and then flew in all directions. Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective actually couldn't see too far, and he could see that chaotic energy was being mined because it was close enough. So he needed autonomous mechanical aggregates to scout farther away. Since we saw facilities for mining chaos energy as soon as we left the center of the Milky Way, there would be facilities for mining chaos energy in other places. Soon, the Skylark arrived near the facilities that were mining chaos energy. Lin Xu lay on the porthole, his eyes wide open, looking at everything outside the window. I saw a star floating alone in the universe. Given the density of stars here, it is normal that there are no planets around the star. However, around this star, there are a large number of various industrial facilities. Several star rings surround the star, and a large number of various instruments are aimed at the star, constantly impacting the star with various energies. More importantly, some of this energy seems to be collected from the star. It's like the star is self-impacting. Is this collecting chaos energy? Miss Qiu muttered to herself. Everyone presents the scene of collecting chaos energy for the first time. I saw a large number of various spaceships sailing around the ship. It was like a large-scale interstellar factory, with various transport ships coming in and out. Law enforcement ships can also be seen around to maintain order. So the Skylark appeared here, and it didn't even attract other people's attention. Because there were so many large and small spaceships. Even if the construction style of the Skylark looked different from the civilization that was mining the chaotic energy, the various types of spaceships here were not uniform in style. It looked like they came from all kinds of strange civilizations. So Lin Xu simply parked the Skylark here and watched it openly. Until a moment later, a law enforcement ship discovered the spaceship parked on the side of the road, so it flew over to inquire about the situation. Looking at the inquiry voice sent from the other side and listening to the slightly accented Chinese, Lin Xu was a little confused. Well, Chinese is really the universal language of the universe, right? However, Lin Xu also confirmed that humans did come to this river system back then. Although it is not clear what was left in this river system. But at least it shows that he followed the footsteps of humans and did not go astray. That's good, that's good. Is there a malfunction in the spaceship ahead? Repeat, is there a malfunction in the spaceship ahead? We can help repair it. The inquiry of the law enforcement ship sounded in the cockpit. The fault has been eliminated. Thank you for your help. Lin Xu replied immediately. Enter the channel immediately and prepare to enter the port. Do not stay by the channel. Repeat, prepare to enter the port. Do not stay by the channel. The law enforcement ship sent a message again. Understood. Lin Xu replied. Do we really want to go in? Although Lin Xu on the side looked like he was asking, he could not hide his eagerness in his tone. Let's go in and take a look. We don't know anything about this river system now. Maybe we can get some intelligence this way. Lin Xu decided. Then, under the guidance of the law enforcement ship, the Skylark joined the torrent of spacecraft entering the port. Some of these large and small spacecrafts were about 100 meters long like the Skylark, while some were transport ships that were 1,000 meters long, and some were even 10,000 meters long. For a moment, it was like a fleet of ships queuing to pass through the lock. At the same time, Lin Xu quietly opened the portable space, and a large number of nanorobots began to be released, sneaking into various spacecraft around to collect information. Some even sneaked into the port ahead. Soon, they figured out what these spaceships were for. In fact, they were just ordinary cargo ships, some of which were loaded with various industrial equipment, and some were just ordinary daily necessities. Some were passenger spaceships, and some were here to do business. It turned out that this huge factory that mined chaotic energy was also a huge settlement. Think about it, such a large factory must need a lot of people to maintain daily operations. It is normal to need various daily necessities. Soon, it was the turn of the Skylark to pass the customs. With so many spaceships, it was naturally impossible to have people on board to check every spaceship. Instead, robots were responsible for checking whether there were any contraband in the spaceship. The first was the large external sensor, and the second was the robot detection inside the spaceship. These were naturally easy to deal with for the Skylark. Lin Xu didn't know if there were any contraband items in the Skylark relative to the civilization. So he was conservative and let the nanorobot sneak into the machine during the inspection, blocking the signal alarm device, and then pass the customs easily. As for electronic passes and the like, they were also copied from nearby spaceships by nanorobots. At the same time, the nanorobots entered the information of the fake pass into the computer system of the checkpoint, so the pass was safely cleared. The Skylark sneaked into the factory that mined chaos energy. Of course, it only entered the port living area. Following the guidance signal, it came to a certain part of the star ring surrounding the star and slowly docked. The huge city located on the star ring immediately appeared in the eyes of several people. Does it look prosperous, Lord Lin Xu? Should we go for a walk? Nan Xu immediately became eager to try. Sure, let's go. We have been nervous for so long, just relax. Lin Xu stretched and stood up. Yeah, let's go shopping. Nan Xu cheered, hugged one of Lin Xu's arms, and walked out. Lu Yao, who was still doing the questions, was a little hesitant. She was reluctant to give up the big questions in front of her, but also wanted to see this city of unknown civilization. Let's go together. Don't hold it in here all the time. Maybe relaxing will help you to brush the questions. Mu Ziao directly pulled Lu Yao up. Miss Qiu also followed Lin Xu automatically. In this way, the 5 people left the Skylark and came to the port. In the noisy port, there are all kinds of strange races, but in general, the most are upright mammals. Because only this form of creatures has the greatest possibility of evolving into intelligent life. And the appearance of Lin Xu and his friends did not seem to be unique among these strange creatures. Even Nan Xu, who has fox ears and fox tails, can shake his big tail openly without attracting anyone's attention. Well, it's not that they didn't attract attention, but the reason for attracting attention is not because of their racial characteristics, but because of their personal characteristics. For example, the appearance of several people is very good-looking even in the eyes of aliens. After all, they are all upright mammals, and their appearance is not very different from humans, so they naturally have similar aesthetics. Just like when we look at Avatar and A, which one is better looking, it is clear at a glance. Of course, after all, they are not of the same race, so at most they just think it looks a little more pleasing to the eye, just like we think Avatar is a little more beautiful, but we will never react to it. Well, except for some special groups, they are no longer considered. Walking on the streets of the airport, there are tall buildings in all directions, and the sky is wrapped in a membrane, filtering out some of the starlight and shining on the huge airport. Nan Xu pulled Lin Xu, his eyes full of interest. Miss Qiu, who followed behind, was as quiet as ever. Mu Ziao and Lu Yao were also curiously looking at everything around them. While shopping, Lin Xu did not forget to receive information sent back by the autonomous mechanical aggregates exploring in all directions through the nanorobots spreading around him. At the same time, the portable space around him was opened, and nanorobots were spreading everywhere he went. This is already a habit of Lin Xu. No, it's not just Lin Xu's habit. Mu Ziao, Xu and even Liu Yao are also spreading nanorobots in all directions through their respective portable spaces. For several people, being in an environment without nanorobots always makes them feel uncomfortable, unadaptable, and insecure. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. So no matter where they go, as long as they see a place without nanorobots, they always spread some. Anyway, nanorobots can replicate themselves, which is endless for them. The more they spread, the more they can replicate in their portable space. So even if they spread them out, they will not be used in the end, so they don't care at all. However, just as several people were happily strolling around the airport of an unknown civilization and collecting information about this unknown civilization, suddenly, an alarm sounded in the airport. A large number of small machines took off in the airport and patrolled back and forth. At the same time, the announcement also sounded. Warning, warning, traces of devouring particles have been found, and it is suspected that a devourer has sneaked into the port. Please keep calm and cooperate with a guard search. Please keep calm and cooperate with a guard search. The announcement was accompanied by a commotion in the entire port. The crowd around Lin Xu, who had been very calm and watching the melons, suddenly became uneasy when they heard about devouring particles and devourers. Devourer? Has a devourer sneaked in here? Damn port administration, are they all a bunch of shit? They can even sneak in. No, I have to leave quickly, my goods are still on the ship, what if they are eaten by a devourer? Go home, I want to go home, my daughter is still waiting for me, I can't die here. I should have known not to come here to transport this cargo. Some people even ran directly towards the direction of the port, obviously preparing to escape back to the ship. But before he could run a few steps, a laser from a small patrolling machine in the sky shot over and hit the floor in front of the man, melting a big pit in the ground. Warning, warning, please keep calm in the port, otherwise you will be treated as an accomplice of the devourer. Suddenly, those who had planned to run back to the port did not dare to move and could only stay where they were. But the loud curses never stopped. And the patrolling small machines did not care what you cursed, as long as you did not run, they would ignore you. Lord Lin Xu, what is a devouring particle? What is a devourer? Have we encountered a wanted criminal? Xu held Lin Xu's arm and looked at the small patrol machine in the sky, with a curious and eager look. It seemed that he wanted to catch one to study at any time. You ask me, who should I ask? Lin Xu shrugged, but still looked around. His eyes fell on someone who looked like a tour guide. Find someone to ask? As he said, Lin Xu walked towards that person. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao saw Lin Xu move, and naturally followed Lin Xu to that side. The small machines patrolling in the sky did not ask about such small-scale movement. They did not require everyone to stay still, but not to make movements that could easily cause riots, such as running. Brother, I want to ask something. Lin Xu waved. The race of that person is 80% similar to that of humans, except that some joints on his body are slightly different from those of humans, and his hair is naturally thinner than that of humans. He is a race of natural Mediterraneans. When he saw Lin Xu greet him, the natural Mediterranean frowned. Are you from our tour group? No. Lin Xu shook his head. The man looked at the several beautiful women following Lin Xu, and his mood suddenly became worse. They look 80% similar to humans, and their aesthetics are almost the same. Oh, then I have no obligation to answer you. Natural Mediterranean turned his head away and did not intend to pay attention to Lin Xu. So when faced with this situation, Lin Xu had to use his ability to pay money. He reached out and took out a banknote from his body and handed it directly to Natural Mediterranean. Of course, he copied the banknotes with nanorobots, so he could have as many as he wanted, so he copied the largest denomination. The tour guide, who was unwilling to answer Lin Xu's question just now, suddenly brightened up. He took the money and put it in his pocket. If you don't understand anything, just ask, boss. In the interstellar era, especially among those who need to travel far, physical currency has replaced electronic payment and revived. The main reason is that the universe is too big. Even digital currency that does not require the internet is not as popular as banknotes among voyagers. Because some of the places they are going to are even backward and there are no electronic devices that can store digital currency. This has led to a trend of physical currency and electronic currency running in parallel. I want to ask, what's going on? Lin Xu pointed to the small machine that was still patrolling back and forth above his head and asked, what's going on? It's just catching the devourer. Shang Mediterranean looked confused. as if he was saying something that was taken for granted. What is a devourer? Lin Xu asked. What is a devourer? Boss, you don't even know a devourer. Xiansheng Mediterranean's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Xu, as if he was looking at a primitive man. Should I know? Lin Xu said, throwing out another large bill. It's normal for the boss not to know. After all, who would pay attention to the devourer, right? Ha ha ha. Xiansheng Haidi carefully looked around, kicked the banknotes into his arms, and laughed. You have the most money, you are the most powerful, as long as you pay, whatever you say is what it is. Okay, tell me quickly, what is a devourer? Lin Xu asked. Boss, you just joined the alliance not long ago, so you don't know much about the alliance's wanted devourer. Haidi helped Lin Xu to fill in the blanks. Yes. Lin Xu nodded. That's it, I tell you, this so-called devourer was once a member of the alliance, but at that time they hid their true identity and lurked in the alliance. It was not until their true identity was revealed that everyone knew their purpose. It's terrible, it's really terrible. Lin Xu did not interrupt him, but waited for him to continue. It turns out that this devourer can control a special particle in the universe called devouring particle. This devouring particle will continuously devour all the matter in the universe and copy the matter into the devouring particle itself. Just think about it, how terrible it is. Devour matter and copy it into itself. Why did Lin Xu feel so familiar when he heard it? When he first heard about the devouring particles, he thought it might be related to disordered filth. But now the more he listened, the less it seemed. Although disordered filth can also assimilate order into disorder, I have never heard of any intelligent life that can manipulate disordered filth. Then the only thing that fits this statement is the nanorobots? Is this scary? Lin Xu was a little confused. Think about it, if they are allowed to devour and replicate like this, sooner or later, all the matter in the universe will become this kind of devouring particles, right? Isn't this scary? The natural Mediterranean tour guide said this with an inexplicable look of fear on his face. It can be seen how much mental trauma this so-called devourer and devouring particles have caused him. Of course, this is not necessarily something he has encountered personally, but in this era, even if he has not encountered it, it is still very simple to watch a few videos or even experience it in virtual reality. I just don't know what scene he has experienced. Lin Xu and a few girls looked at each other and finally understood. It turns out that the devourers who sneaked into the port are them. Especially the portable spaces of several people, which are still releasing nanorobots. They are so reckless, they must be discovered. At this time, the crowd that originally gathered on the street was also slowly dispersing. No one caused chaos, so everyone slowly left, and the patrolling small machines naturally didn't care. The Mediterranean tour guide was also preparing to take his tour group members back to the hotel. After such a thing happened, who would still want to continue to play? It would be safer to go back to the hotel quickly. Lin Xu thought about it, took out a whole stack of banknotes and handed it to the Mediterranean tour guide. The tour guide's eyes lit up immediately. He looked like he was willing to go through fire and water for Lin Xu. How about a few of us temporarily joining your tour group now? Lin Xu asked. Temporary joining? Now? No problem, of course no problem. But, we are going back to the hotel now. No problem, just add a few rooms for us in the hotel. Lin Xu replied. Although he was wanted by the port, he didn't want to leave just like that. Regarding the so-called alliance, there are devourers, and devouring particles. Lin Xu needs more information. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 119 Lin Xu and others on the wanted list. Above the port of the Star Ring node. Lin Xu and his companions followed the tour group and took the maglev bus back to the hotel. The hotel is located above the port, built from the zenith above, across the port in the air. There are countless buildings built in the same way, densely hanging above the zenith of the port. You must take the maglev bus to the door before you can enter. Then, with the help of a tour guide named Nasiri, several people opened a suite as part of the tour group. When several people entered the room, they used nanorobots to detect every corner of the room, and did not find any eavesdropping devices or secret camera devices, so they spoke. Master Lin Xu, are we actually the ones wanted? When Lin Xu talked about this, his eyes were still shining, as if he had encountered something interesting. It looks like it, but why is it called a devourer when using nanorobots? Lin Xu stood in front of the window, looking at the various cyberpunk scenes outside the window, and the various suspended vehicles that kept passing through the sky, full of confusion. I think this should be a deliberate stigmatization, deliberately slandering the enemy as a devil to make people feel afraid. It can only be an old routine, but it is very effective. Miss Qiu on the side guessed. The tour guide just now said that the Devourer was once a member of the Alliance. Could it be that for some reason, the Alliance betrayed the Devourer and then killed the Devourer? Nansu guessed. Now the information is limited. It is hard to say who betrayed whom and what happened. It's just that according to the existing information, the so-called Devourer is also someone who can control nanorobots. Lin Xu did not make a direct conclusion. Could it be a clan? Miss Qiu thought for a while and said, I think it's a clan. Nansu thought for a while and said, not necessarily, I don't think so. Liao has a different view. Why? If it is just an artificial species with low-level permissions, the control over nanorobots is limited. Nansu was puzzled. It is precisely because of the limited control power of low-level authority that I feel that it is not a clan. If it is a clan with intermediate authority, it is impossible to be forced to the point where everyone shouts and wants it, right? You mean, when others say that you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better really have them, so that the other party will not dare to force too much? Now that the Devourer has been forced to this point, it means that the Devourer itself is not strong enough to threaten the Alliance, so it is wanted recklessly. There is some truth in this. Nansu understood Liao's meaning. But what if the number of clans is too small? Miss Qiu put forward a new view. Like the ferry ship, the huge power of all the clans is naturally terrifying. But if it is just a small number of clans, no matter how strong the individual strength is, it will not cause much trouble in the universe. While Lin Xu and others were talking about the Devourer, in an office in the administrative agency at the entrance of the port, a man with scales on his body and a rounder head than human slammed the table at another person opposite. How did you do it? You actually let the Devourer sneak into the port, and sneak in so brazenly. I'm sorry, sir, but the Devourer used the devouring particles to modify the port's customs clearance information, and we didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for the routine maintenance later, an engineer noticed something was wrong and detected traces of chaos particles. I couldn't believe that the Devourer was so bold. Using devouring particles to modify the port's customs clearance information? How is this possible? Such a delicate operation doesn't seem to be something that ordinary devourers can do. Could it be those legendary old guys? But why are they here? Oh no, they can't be coming for chaos energy. In an instant, the officer behind the desk was frightened by his own conjecture and could no longer sit still. He jumped up and rushed out of the office. Report to the Alliance Council. Report to the Alliance Council immediately. The Devourer has set his sights on chaos energy. Hurry up. In an instant, the entire administrative agency began to jump. At the same time, the small patrol machines in the port once again increased the patrol density, and at the same time, various weapons and equipment appeared more and more on the streets. Now, the flow of people on the street became even sparser, and everyone chose to return to their homes. On the other side, Lin Xu and his friends in the hotel room were still releasing nanorobots, allowing the nanorobots to infiltrate all aspects of the port to collect more intelligence, without any awareness that they were being wanted. What was wanted? Lin Xu didn't care at all. Several girls also didn't think that such a large factory that collected chaotic energy could trap them if they wanted to leave. Because they were confident, they were unscrupulous. Until bursts of explosions came from the street. Standing in front of the window and looking out, there was a fierce battle somewhere, and the roar was mixed with sword shadows, as if someone was fighting with armed machinery with sword energy. At the same time, Lin Xu also received a call from the hotel intern line from the Asile tour guide who took Lin Xu's money. You are still in the hotel? That's good, that's good. What's wrong? Nothing, just reminding you, don't go out. I heard that the Devourer has been found and is being captured. If you are involved, it would be a waste if you die. Just hide in the hotel. I should call other guests to confirm that they are safe. No more. Asile tour guide said, and hung up the phone. Lin Xu smiled and shook his head, hung up the phone, and looked out the window. Master, what should we do? Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu. The others also looked at him. Although I don't understand who took the blame for us, since the other party is the Devourer, there must be more intelligence information. Let's go and save the people. Lin Xu decided. So the next moment, several people had already come out of the open window, flying quickly towards the place where the explosion occurred. At the same time, The tour guide who had just put down the phone and was about to make another call. With a bang, the door was knocked open by the huge impact force, and several fully armed robots rushed in directly, followed by several police officers. Put down your weapons, Devourer, you are surrounded. Where are your companions? Tell me. I don't know, I didn't do anything, I'm not a devourer. The tour guide was already scared and crying. Then he was pressed directly to the ground. However, the robot didn't listen to his beeping. Although the robot did not detect the reaction of the devouring particles from his body, the devourer itself is extremely cunning, and many experienced devourers can also hide the devouring particles on their bodies. So as long as anyone is a potential devourer, you must be extremely careful. So the tour guide who was mistaken for a devourer was miserable. Still not admit it? You are really bold enough to use the devouring particles disguised as banknotes. It's not me, that's not mine, someone else gave it to me. The tour guide was pressed to the ground and almost couldn't breathe. It's not you? Where is the person who gave it to you? I'll take you to find him, I'll take you to find him. So a moment later, when the tour guide rushed into the room of Lin Xu and others with fully armed robots and combatants, there was no one inside. At the same time, on the harbor street, Sayidonggu, who was besieged by a large number of armed machines, was struggling to deal with the armed machines. Unfortunately, manpower is sometimes limited. Facing the siege of the tireless armed machines, Sayidonggu is rapidly consuming the energy of the God-given particles in his body. Once the energy of the God-given particles is exhausted, it is necessary to replenish the energy for the God-given particles so that the God-given particles can operate again. If it weren't for the fact that there were a large number of God-given particles in the air here, for some reason, allowing him to communicate with the God-given particles in his body and borrow the power of the God-given particles in the outside world, I'm afraid he would have been unable to hold on. But, haven't the God-given particles been banned by the Alliance on various planets long ago? Why do God-given particles exist here? Of course, this question only flashed by. Compared to these things, Sayidonggu is more concerned about whether Adil has managed to escape. As long as Adil runs away, he will be relieved even if he is arrested. With a loud bang, the sword energy slashed by Sayidonggu was shattered by the particle cannon fired by an armed machine, and then two robots took the opportunity to rush to his side. The divine particles around Sayidonggu surged, and he was about to blast out a shock wave. Who knew that he had already squeezed his body to the limit, and suddenly the divine particles fluctuated, and before the shock wave was fired, he was pressed to the ground by two robots. Sayidonggu sighed and was about to self-destruct directly. Anyway, even if he died, he couldn't let others know the information he knew and the existence of Adil. She still had a mission to complete. Who knew that before she could self-destruct, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and the two robots that were originally pressing on her were directly blown away. Sayidonggu was stunned for a moment, looked up, and saw that there were 5 figures beside him, 1 man and 4 women, who had appeared at some point. He also belongs to a race with similar appearance and aesthetics to humans, so in his eyes, the 4 girls are prettier than each other. Even if he only likes Adil, he has to admit that these 4 are much prettier than Adil. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that these people are all surging with a breath of God-given particles without any cover. Sayidonggu thought for a moment that he had seen the elders because of the majestic God-given particles. Then, he saw one of the girls take action. Miss Qiu casually swung out a sword energy, which extended infinitely forward, and the whole street was completely lifted up with a roar, including the sky above the street, which was also covered by the sword energy. Then, under a sword energy that rushed to the sky, the massive armed machinery that originally covered the entire street and the entire sky was instantly cleared. Sayidonggu was stunned for a moment. The power of a sword is so terrifying. Lord Lin Xu. After Miss Qiu cleared the armed machines on the entire street, he turned to look at Lin Xu and asked Lin Xu's opinion with his eyes. Should we continue to fight or not? Let's go. Lin Xu said. So the next moment, Miss Qiu controlled the nanorbits, wrapped Sayidonggu, and took Sayidonggu with him, and several people quickly disappeared on the street. Sayidonggu did not resist. Although he did not know who saved him, in this case where the God-given was wanted by the Alliance, the other party also used the power of the God-given particles, so there was a high probability that it was his own people. As for why it is not 100%, but only a high probability. Naturally, it is because, in addition to the wanted God-given, There are also some God-given who are acting as dogs for the Alliance. Relying on the power of the God-given to deal with the God-given, the ruling class has always been like this, and there is no exception. And among the God-given, there are naturally some who are willing to take the initiative to act as dogs for the ruling class for power and so on. So even though Cai Donggu was rescued by Lin Xu and his friends, who were also God-given, he did not immediately believe that Lin Xu and his friends were his own people. It was not until he discovered the route that Lin Xu and his friends were flying that he began to struggle, but unfortunately, he could not break free from Mu Xiaoyu's restrictions. "What's your name?" Lin Xu asked. "Cai Donggu. What should you call me?" Cai Donggu thought about it and answered. "The latest novels are published on the 69th book bar. Just call me Lin Xu. We'll leave after we find the girl you just separated from. Don't worry." Lin Xu comforted. Cai Donggu smiled bitterly. "It was because you wanted to find her that I was worried. If it were just me, even if you were really the running dogs of the Alliance and pretended to be my own people to contact me, I could deal with you, but Odal. How did you find Odile?" Since he couldn't resist, Cai Donggu could only stay calm as much as possible. "It's very simple, just mark her." Lin Xu replied. "Use God-given particles to mark? How did you do it?" Cai Donggu exclaimed. Cai Donggu had never seen such a skillful use of God-given particles before, and now he began to hope from the bottom of his heart that Lin Xu could really be his own. God-given particles. Lin Xu first listened to the name of God-given particles thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "It's very simple. If you want to learn, I can teach you." This is exactly why Lin Xu talked to him, trying to get some information as unknowingly as possible. Because many things that are just common sense to them are information that can resolve a lot of doubts for Lin Xu. "Teach me? Really?" Cai Donggu was surprised. "Can this secret skill be taught casually?" "Well, it's okay, right?" Lin Xu looked at Lu Yao next to him. After all, Lu Yao is the most professional in teaching people with low-level permissions of nanorbits, because she only had low-level permissions before. For example, Mu Xiaoyu and Nanzhu, although both are stronger than Lu Yao, they have not had much contact with low-level privileges and are not professional enough. "No problem." Lu Yao nodded. Although the cultivators on Xianidun Star were not very strong, the various applications they developed were still very practical. "No problem, I can teach you," Lin Xu said. Soon, several people found Audrey hiding in the shadow of an alley behind a building. When she first saw Lin Xu and others falling from the sky, she was still a little wary. But then she noticed the undisguised aura of nanorbits, or the aura of God-given particles on several people. She also saw Cai Donggu, who was taken by several people. "Mr. Cai, are you okay?" Audrey immediately rushed to Cai Donggu, and nervously helped Cai Donggu check his whole body. After confirming that he was okay, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's talk about the past later. Let's go to the port first and go back to the spaceship, otherwise the pursuers will be here soon." Lin Xu looked at the armed machinery gathering more and more densely in the sky. It can even be seen that the warship has been started outside the airport, and the thick muzzle is pointed in the direction of the port. "Go to the port and return to the spaceship? Are you leaving here?" Cai Donggu was stunned. "Yes, we are all wanted, why stay here, there's nothing fun." Lin Xu nodded and said. "Sorry, we can't leave yet, we still have a mission." This time it was Odal who refused Lin Xu. "Mission? What mission? Do you mind if I find out?" Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became interested. Odal wanted to refuse, but Cai Donggu said first. "If it was someone else, of course it wouldn't be possible. But you saved us, and you are also the chosen one of God, of course there is no problem." Odal looked at Cai Donggu strangely, thought about it and felt that what he said was right, so she nodded. Cai Donggu smiled bitterly in his heart. If the people in front of him are really his own people, then let them know. But if the people in front of them were the hounds sent by the Alliance, and they saw that they were suspicious, they would have a falling out. Cai Donggu was not afraid, but he did not want Odile to be hurt. So he could only pretend to be polite for the time being. "Actually, we are here to pick up something," Cai Donggu explained. "Something? What is it? Is it convenient to tell me?" Lin Xu asked curiously. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know what it is. We were going to get the things and leave as soon as we arrived at the port, but we didn't find it soon after we entered the port. It seems that the Alliance has more advanced technical means to detect the existence of the God-chosen particles. Alice. Slightly Dong sighed when he said this. Only Lin Xu felt that this should not be because the Alliance had more advanced technical means, but because he and his friends had used and released nanorbits recklessly before. But he would definitely not explain it. Seeing that Lin Xu and his friends were unwilling to leave on their own, Slightly Dong had to bite the bullet and take Lin Xu and his friends to pick up the goods. Fortunately, the goods to be picked up this time were not particularly important. Although Slightly Dong didn't know what they were going to pick up, according to past experience, they should only be some technical information that did not involve confidential information. So Slightly Dong and Audrey took Lin Xu and others through the streets and alleys of the port. With the help of Lin Xu and others' abilities, they constantly avoided the patrolling small machines. It can be seen that the two should be very familiar with the port, and they obviously came here to pick up goods more than once. Soon, several people came to a somewhat dirty alley deep in the alley and knocked on the door of a slightly run-down shop. "Who is it? It's closed, why are you still here?" A somewhat lazy voice opened the door with a yawn. But the moment he saw Slightly Dong and Audrey, he wanted to close the door. But before he could close the door, Slightly Dong pressed the door. "What do you mean? You betrayed us?" Slightly Dong frowned. "No, how could I dare to do that? I'm afraid. You are being wanted outside. Look, look." The man pointed to a wall of display screens next to him. Lin Xu also looked over curiously, and his face suddenly became strange. Because the wanted order was playing on it, not only Slightly Dong and Audrey, but also Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao. Why are we included? We were not seen in the battle just now, right? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Was the tour guide arrested? Miss Qiu thought for a while and said. So he sold us out. Lin Xu nodded in understanding, but didn't take it seriously. I'm here to pick up something. Is it still there? Slightly Dong asked. Yes, of course it is. Boss Tom gave me something, how dare I not keep it well? The man smiled flatteringly, obviously afraid that these desperate men would give him a hard slap before leaving. I'll leave after I get the thing. Slightly Dong said. Okay, I'll find it for you right away, you wait. So, in order to let Slightly Dong leave earlier, the man immediately began to search in a hurry. Finally, he found a metal box from a corner and handed it to Slightly Dong. After checking it, Slightly Dong nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Lin Xu and his companions left. The man immediately closed the door and locked it. We can leave now, right? Lin Xu asked. We can leave, but how do we leave? The port has been blocked, right? Even if we can get back to the port and get the spaceship, we can't leave. Slightly Dong said worriedly. It's not that simple, just fight it out. Nanzhu, who had been holding Lin Xu's arm, swung her beautiful golden tail and said nonchalantly. With this defensive measure, she could easily fight it out, not to mention that there were so many of them in Lin Xu. Fight it out? This is the Alliance's Chaos Energy Collection Factory, and there is a fleet nearby. Slightly Dong said as if he had heard some Arabian Nights. Odal also nodded repeatedly. It's okay, don't worry, we are familiar with this matter. Nanzhu said with a look on her face, you can rest assured that we can do it. Lin Xu laughed. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 120 Space Pirates in the Chaos Star Region. There was a loud bang. Nanzhu rushed to the front and kicked in the air. Along with this kick, a huge foxtail shadow was drawn from the sky, sweeping down all the armed machines in the sky. For a while, the sky was full of armed machines and various parts falling with sparks. Lin Xu and his group quickly crossed the sky and rushed directly into the airport. Mr. Sai, who are they? They look so strong. Odal asked Slightly Dong carefully. Slightly Dong just smiled reluctantly. The two people flew with flying tools, and the speed was not slow. At least they could keep up with Lin Xu and others. As soon as they entered the airport, they saw the spaceship they took when they came here. Now it was locked on the slipway by huge heavy machinery and could not be started at all. Such a thing had been expected by the two people, so when they first knew that Lin Xu and others were going to return to the airport to retrieve the spaceship, they expressed their opposition. But unfortunately, the two had no say at all, so they had to follow Lin Xu and others to continue to act together. Until they really rushed into the airport and saw that their spaceship was locked, both of them showed an expression of as expected. Then they followed Lin Xu and others and found the location of the Skylark. Why is your spaceship not locked? Audrey's tone was full of confusion. Maybe we are faking it, Lin Xu said with a smile. In fact, Ying Huo invaded the port's database through nanorbits and erased the record of the Skylark when it entered the port before. Now the port is still urgently recovering the data, and it will not be discovered for a while that the Skylark is the spaceship that Lin Xu and others took. Okay, you guys come up too, just in time we have space on the ship. Nanzu invited enthusiastically. Mr. Sai, we can really leave smoothly. Audrey happily grabbed Sai Donggu's sleeve and jumped. Sai Donggu also showed a happy look on the surface, but in fact he was still alert in secret. In this way, everyone boarded the Skylark and entered the cockpit. Then the Skylark began to slowly exit the port. In an instant, the alarm that had just sounded in the entire port with the invasion of Lin Xu and others became even louder. At the same time, in the military port on the other side of the star ring in the distance, a large number of warships were also leaving the military port and heading towards this side, as if they were going to intercept the Skylark. It's the fleet is indeed dispatched. Sai Donggu saw the scene in the distance through the porthole, and a solemn look appeared on his face. He turned his head and wanted to remind Lin Xu and the others, but he saw that several people didn't care at all. For a while, he didn't even know what to say. I know you are very powerful, but that is a fleet. Although it is not the entire fleet that is dispatched, but only a few warships, it is not something that such a small spaceship can resist. Are they surrounded? Does anyone want to deal with them? Lin Xu asked. In this small scene, Lin Xu didn't want to use the autonomous mechanical aggregate in the portable space, which was simply a cannon to kill a mosquito. Of course, if no one wants to do it, then Lin Xu will do it himself. Let me do it. Miss Qiu didn't know if she saw that Lin Xu wanted to do it, so she spoke first. After all, in her opinion, if Lin Xu had to do this kind of trivial matter himself, it would be her dereliction of duty. So Miss Qiu turned and left the cockpit, and appeared in the void of the universe a moment later. Why did she go out? What is she doing? Odal pointed at Miss Qiu outside the porthole with a surprised look. Why doesn't she even wear protective clothing? This is the universe. Sai Donggu was also puzzled. Then the next moment, the two saw that Miss Qiu's body suddenly became bright, and a 100-meter-long boat shadow enveloped her. That was the 100-meter-long flying boat that was reproduced from Miss Qiu on Earth. Then the flying boat drove Miss Qiu's figure to move rapidly in the universe, and in the blink of an eye it approached the warships that came to block the Skylark. Immediately afterwards, sword energy shot out from the flying boat, and continuous explosions sounded, and the warships were blown into pieces outside the airport. When the Skylark had sailed out of the range of the debris, Miss Qiu also returned to the cockpit. Sai Donggu and Audrey's mouths widened in surprise, but they didn't close. The two looked at Miss Qiu as if they were looking at some alien monster. In particular, the two recognized that Miss Qiu had just used the power of the God-given particles. It turned out that the God-given particles could burst out with such a powerful force. Even on the front battlefield, they could directly compete with warships. Although they had practiced the God-given particles for a long time, they only thought that the God-given particles gave intelligent life the power to fight against mechanical creations, but they never thought that flesh and blood could burst out with the power to destroy warships. Okay, let's talk. I have some questions to ask you. Seeing that the Skylark had completely left the airport, Lin Xu said to the two people who were still in shock. Please ask, as long as I can answer, I will definitely not hide it. Sai Donggu said with an increasingly upright attitude. Audrey also nodded repeatedly. I heard that the God-Giver was also a member of the Alliance. Can you tell me what happened later? What made the God-Giver a wanted devourer? Lin Xu asked. Don't you know? Sai Donggu was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Xu would ask such a common-sense question. Well, it can't be said to be common sense, but it is also the kind of question that can be analyzed as long as you pay a little attention and read some messy posts on the internet. Although I don't understand why Lin Xu didn't even know this, since it is not a secret, Sai Donggu has no worries about talking about it. It's betrayal. Our God-Giver was shamefully betrayed by the Alliance. Sai Donggu said with a heavy face. Odal beside him also nodded. Tell me in detail. Lin Xu gestured. It all started 10,000 years ago when the Alliance was established. At the beginning, there were only a few civilizations that signed the treaty with the Galaxy Alliance. The God-given ones joined the alliance at that time and were one of the first signatories of the alliance. Later, the alliance continued to expand and promote the alliance's philosophy, such as racial peace, coexistence of civilizations, opposition to hegemony, etc. Until 3,000 years ago, the alliance had expanded to occupy more than half of the galaxy and was officially renamed the Galaxy Alliance. The contradictions that had been covered up by the continuous development and growth of the alliance finally broke out at that time. The God-given ones, as a special group, began to be rejected by ordinary people in the alliance who could not sense the God-given particles. No one knows why some intelligent life can sense the existence of God-given particles, but some cannot. Countless scientists in the alliance have studied God-given particles. From the beginning, scientists in the alliance tended to believe that God-given particles were man-made. Later, the more we studied, the more we overturned the possibility that the God-given particles were man-made. Because the existence of God-given particles has surpassed the limit of what intelligent life can create. Some scientists even suspect that God-given particles contain information from higher dimensions. It is the embodiment of some kind of interference of higher dimensions on lower dimensions. It was also from that time that a huge number of ordinary intelligent life forms became more and more jealous of the few God-given ones who could perceive the special nature of God-given particles. In addition, ordinary intelligent life forms can also master huge power through scientific research. Although God-given ones can control God-given particles and do all kinds of magical things, they are not as useful as a battleship on the battlefield. Therefore, it is natural that this special group of God-given ones is overturned by ordinary intelligent life forms. As he narrated, Saidong even smiled, and it was not known whether he was mocking himself or mocking those ordinary people who were jealous of God-given ones. Lin Xu looked at Nanzhu and Mu Zhi respectively, and then looked at Lu Yao, who was still in deep thought. Saidong's words just now really contained a huge amount of information. Scientists can't figure out why only the God-given can sense nanorobots. But Lin Xu knows, because these people are the descendants of human creation. But Lin Xu didn't expect that scientists didn't even find out that the so-called God-given particles are actually nanorobots. Are the scientists in this galaxy more useless, or are the changes in nanorobots really that big after humans upgrade? Thinking of this, Lin Xu looked back out the window and saw the airport battleships chasing the Skylark. According to calculations, the speed of those battleships has even reached 100 times the speed of light, and they are still accelerating. The speed of the battleships is countless times faster than that of the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. From this point of view, it is not that the scientists are useless, but that the nanorobots have really undergone unknown changes after humans upgrade. It can even be said that it is because the scientists here are too excellent that they can perceive the incredibleness of nanorobots, and believe that this cannot be created by intelligent life, and even identify it as a gift from God. Are there still many God-given now? After understanding the basic information, Lin Xu wanted to know some of the current situation. I don't know. No one knows. If a God-given person really disperses all the God-given particles in his body and completely hides himself, no matter how advanced the instrument is, it will not be able to detect it. Moreover, if a God-given person wants to control the God-given particles, he needs to learn it after birth. If he has never learned how to control it, he cannot master the God-given particles. In the eyes of the Alliance, he is just an ordinary person. So how many God-given people are hidden among ordinary people? No one knows. But if you want to ask about the God-given people who have mastered the power and are hunted by the Alliance, there are not many, and most of these people are concentrated on Storm Star. Storm Star? What is that place? Lin Xu asked. Storm Star can be regarded as the place with the largest number of God-given people now. It is the base camp of the God-given people. The Elders' Council of the God-given people is also there. Saidong looked at Lin Xu with confusion in his eyes, but still answered very seriously. Although he didn't understand why Lin Xu didn't even know such basic information, it was not a secret. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Can you tell me the coordinates of that Storm Star? Lin Xu asked. I'm sorry, the location of Storm Star is the biggest secret of the God-giver. The Alliance only knows that Storm Star is somewhere in the Chaos Star domain, but they don't know the exact location. Otherwise, Storm Star would have been cleared out long ago and it would not exist until now. Not to mention, I actually don't know the location of Storm Star. Every time I go in and out of Storm Star, it's the guide who takes me there. Saidong shook his head slowly. Is that so? Then where is the Chaos Star domain? You can tell me about that. Lin Xu asked. Of course, the coordinates of the Chaos Star domain are not a secret. Slightly Donggu replied. Where is the guide? Where can I find him? After getting the coordinates of the Chaos Star domain, Lin Xu continued to ask. The guides are scattered all over the Chaos Star domain. There are guides in any larger settlement in the Chaos Star domain. As long as you reveal your identity as the God-giver and say that you want to go to Storm Star, the guide will naturally take you there. It's very simple. But you can only stay in the closed cabin on the way and can't observe how to reach Storm Star. Slightly Donggu explained. Okay, I understand. That is to say, if I just want to go to Storm Star, I can go to Chaos Star Field and find a guide. Lin Xu nodded to show that he understood. Yes, it's very simple. Slightly Donggu had something else to say. As long as there is no evil intention, it is still very simple for the God-given to go to Storm Star. Find a guide and the guide will naturally take you there. But if you have other purposes. The latest novels are first published on Liu Shuba. I understand. Thank you for your information. What are your plans next? Do you want to go back to Storm Star? Lin Xu asked. Me? No, we still have our own tasks to complete. Slightly Donggu shook his head. Is that so? All good things must come to an end. Let's separate here. We will go to Chaos Star Field and you will do your things. Anyway, the pursuers have been shaken off and it is safe here. Lin Xu looked out the porthole and said. Separate? But we don't have a spaceship. Slightly Donggu was stunned for a moment, and became a little flustered for a while. He thought Lin Xu wanted to let them die in space. How can there be no spaceship? I brought your spaceship out for you. Lin Xu said with a smile. So the next moment, Slightly Donggu saw that in the space outside the porthole, there suddenly appeared a small spaceship of more than 100 meters. It was the spaceship that he and Otto were riding on that should have been locked in the port before. But wasn't their spaceship locked on the slipway by heavy machinery? How did it appear here? Slightly Donggu looked at the familiar spaceship, his expression was dazed, and suddenly he felt unreal, because today he really experienced too many incredible things. Lin Xu didn't mean to explain in detail. In fact, the matter was not complicated. It was nothing more than that before leaving, Lin Xu put their spaceship into the portable space. Now the spaceship was released from the portable space again. It was locked by heavy machinery, but it was not difficult for Lin Xu. So, Slightly Donggu and Otto returned to their spaceship with surprise and confusion on their faces. The two sides said goodbye, each chose a direction, and the spaceship accelerated away. In front of the porthole, watching the Skylark, which was much faster than his own spaceship, disappear in the space bubble of curvature navigation in an instant, Slightly Donggu's face was full of complicated expressions. He didn't know what the identities of the people he met today were. But he always had a hunch that the opportunity for change had come. Sai, wasn't our original plan to go back to Storm Star and hand the things over to the elders? Odal asked. I just saw that they might go to the Chaos Star region next, so no matter how I answer, they will not change their course because of us, so that we can smoothly follow them back to the Chaos Star region, and then take the opportunity to find a guide and return to Storm Star, or directly follow them to find a guide and go to Storm Star together. I said there was still a task to be completed, just because I didn't want them to know that we also had to go back to Storm Star, but I didn't expect it. Slightly Donggu looked at the spaceship under his feet, and was a little helpless for a while. What should we do? Chase them? No, let's take a detour so that people don't misunderstand that we are following them. Slightly Donggu shook his head. It's okay, they are so fast, we can't catch up. Odal gestured to the space radar next to her, which showed that the Skylark had accelerated to 500 times the speed of light. And it was still accelerating, increasing by 600 times and 700 times. This was far beyond the speed of their spacecraft. At the same time, Lin Xu and others on the Skylark had already forgotten about Slightly Donggu and Odal. They discussed finding a place for humans to settle down. After leaving the center of the Milky Way, where would humans settle down? Lin Xu didn't know. 10,000 years ago, humans didn't know what would happen before entering the center of the Milky Way, so naturally they wouldn't plan their next place to settle down. In addition, humans at that time already had the ability to sail at 1,000 times the speed of light, so humans who arrived at this galaxy could simply use any place in the galaxy as their first place to settle down. So it was even harder for Lin Xu to judge where humans had settled down in this galaxy. As for not being able to find the foothold of human beings, that is impossible. He is still thinking about the latest technology in the human ruins, and without a foothold, how can he continue to follow the footsteps of human beings until he finds the upgraded human beings? So this requires clues. And now it seems that the clues have appeared. Don't you think that the establishment of the Alliance 10,000 years ago is a bit too coincidental? Lin Xu asked, and was also sorting out his thoughts. Yes, it happened to be the time when human beings came to this galaxy. It's really too coincidental. Nansu nodded repeatedly. Do you think that the establishment of the Galaxy Alliance is related to human beings? Lu Yao tilted her head and bit the pen and said, there are God-given people in the Galaxy Alliance. This can't be unrelated. Lin Xu took the tea handed over by Miss Qiu, took a sip and said. At the same time, Miss Qiu also put a pot of tea and teacups on the table. Whoever wanted to drink it could pour it by himself. She was only responsible for bringing it to Lin Xu. So it is also true that there is intelligence about humans in the base camp of the remnants of the God-Giver on Storm Star. Lu Yao poured herself a cup of tea and said while drinking. What remnants? It sounds like an evil party. Lin Xu said speechlessly. I was wanted originally, so it makes no difference. But to be honest, this is the first time I've been wanted. It's quite interesting to think about it. Lu Yao said indifferently. Very good, then the goal is determined. Let's go to the Chaos Star region and look for clues about humans 10,000 years ago. Nansu clapped her hands. Anyway, whatever Lord Lin Xu said was what it was. She would always support any decision of Lord Lin Xu. In this way, the Skylark identified the coordinate direction of the Chaos Star region, accelerated to 1,000 times the speed of light, and began sailing. Lin Xu had not forgotten to recall the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had just been sent out to explore but had not found any clues. The current location of the Skylark is not far from the center of the Milky Way. The Chaos Star region is located at the intersection of one arm of the Milky Way and another. As the name suggests, because of the intersection of the arms, collisions between planets and even collisions between stars occur from time to time, resulting in a chaotic star region. Even the Alliance cannot establish effective rule here. Over time, it has become a lawless place. It is a paradise for all kinds of adventurers and criminals, and a place for interstellar pirates to sell stolen goods. This chaotic star region is 6,000 light-years away from the current location of the Skylark. At the speed of the Skylark, it will take 6 years to sail. But it doesn't matter, Lin Xu has plenty of time to wait. And 6 years is not a long time in the scale of the universe. It just passed in the blink of an eye. In the 11,401st year of the departure calendar, the Skylark rushed into the center of the Milky Way and left the Milky Way. In the 11,407th year of the sailing calendar, the Skylark arrived at the Chaos Star region, slowly slowed down, and temporarily stopped at the periphery of the Chaos Star region. It must be said that it is really chaotic to be named the Chaos Star region. Because of the collision between the two cantilevers, a large number of stars collided, forming a large number of fragments wandering in the star region. This means that any spacecraft that comes here must slow down to pass, otherwise it is likely to directly hit a piece of star fragment. This is also the reason why the Alliance has never been able to clear this place. Of course, the reason why the Skylark stopped at the edge of the Chaos Star region was not because it was scared by the bad environment here. It was because they encountered pirates. And it was a group of pirates who established a base here and collected protection fees from all the ships coming and going. This can no longer be considered an interstellar pirate. It's better to call it an interstellar bandit, right? Nansu complained. If you shout I opened this mountain and planted this tree, it will be more like it. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 121 Flesh, Weakness, and Mechanical Ascension. You know what? Actually, the Chaos Star region was not like this 10,000 years ago. The young pirate with a pair of ears behind his ears looked at the starry sky outside the porthole and said to his companion, "What was that like? Do you want to tell your story again? Have you forgotten the last time you were hung up and beaten by the captain?" The companion said disdainfully. He is just a rough man who doesn't understand culture or history. He knows nothing but violence. We're pirates, space pirates. What else can we do if not violence? Going to college? Then why am I a pirate? The companion rolled his eyes at him. But the chaos star field was really not like this 10,000 years ago. The operation of the chaos star field at that time was still normal, and the operation conflict between the two cantilevers did not exist. Doesn't exist? Come on, the chaos star field is not small, it's hundreds of light years. You want to say that the chaos in this hundreds of light years suddenly occurred 10,000 years ago? How is that possible? Although I am not very educated, I still have this common sense. Otherwise, how can you say you know nothing? Let me tell you, it is said that 10,000 years ago, someone conducted an experiment in this star field, which completely disrupted the gravitational system of this area, and then the entire chaos star field became like this. Experiment? Could it be the Galactic Alliance? The companion asked in surprise. How could it be the Alliance? The Alliance was just established at that time, so how could it have such ability? Even the current Alliance probably doesn't have the ability to conduct such an experiment. Who could that be? Wait, you actually fooled me. If there really was an experiment 10,000 years ago that turned the chaos star field into this, such a big thing would definitely be known to everyone, and it's still your turn to talk about it. What if some force deliberately buried the truth of history? Buried the truth of history? Why? Haha, it can't be said, it can't be said. The young pirate shook his head proudly, but at this moment, a big hand attacked from behind and slapped him on the forehead. What do you mean it can't be said? There's another spaceship coming, why don't you hurry up and help? You just know how to be lazy here. If you can't collect enough protection fees, the boss will skin you alive. The man, whose 2 legs and 1 arm were completely modified into a mechanical body, said fiercely behind the 2 little pirates. The 2 were immediately scared out of their wits and ran to help. The man who had been modified with a mechanical prosthesis stared at the direction where the 2 had left for a long time, and then turned his head to look at the starry sky outside the porthole. There was the Skylark that was slowly docking. At this time, in front of the porthole of the Skylark, Lin Xu was also observing the level set up by the interstellar pirates in front. Behind Lin Xu, the portable space opened, and Nan Xu hurried out of it, holding Liu Yao in one hand and Miss Qiu in the other. He shouted while running. Interstellar pirates? Let me see, what do interstellar pirates look like? Nan Xu, who was just in the library on Earth, reading a book and brushing questions with Liu Yao, heard that he had encountered interstellar pirates, so he excitedly called Lin Xu to open his portable space and let her out. Of course, when she came out, she also dragged Liu Yao and Miss Qiu out together. Liu Yao did not refuse. For her, who had played a lot of games before, she was still a little curious about interstellar pirates. Compared with Liu Yao, Miss Qiu and Nan Xu were also quite curious about interstellar pirates. When the 2 were still in the Milky Way, although they had heard that there were space pirates in the universe, no one had ever seen them. After all, one of them was on the ferry ship and the other was on the Great Wall of the Galaxy. How blind a pirate would be to rob these 2 places. It was almost like committing suicide. At this time, as the Skylark was getting closer and closer to the checkpoint, it also received a communication from the interstellar pirates in the checkpoint. The Skylark was required to queue up at the back and wait for boarding inspection. Because in front of the Skylark, there were already several shabby-looking spaceships passing through the checkpoint. Lin Xu, standing in front of the porthole, could even see the interstellar pirates wearing power armor and entering a spaceship for a search. It can be seen that there are quite a few passengers on that spaceship, and it seems that they have been in the chaotic star field for a long time, so they are very calm about this scene. The pirates did not embarrass these passengers, but only checked the cargo on the spaceship and took a commission from the cargo. Soon, it was the turn of the Skylark, and it slowly entered the checkpoint. This checkpoint was built in a chaotic asteroid belt. There were all kinds of asteroids moving irregularly in all directions. If the spacecraft resolutely broken, it might hit the asteroid at any time. Only behind this place was a relatively flat area, which was why the interstellar pirates could set up a checkpoint here to collect money. They take a commission based on the goods, but there is no goods on our ship. How can they take a commission? Liu Yao said as she observed what was happening on the spaceship in front. Yet, do we have to pay? Although it is a banknote made of nanorbits, I don't want to give the money to the pirates. Nan Xu muttered. Master, do we need to clean it up? Miss Qiu asked Lin Xu's opinion directly. Let's put them up first and see the situation. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, he also wanted to find out some information about the chaotic star field from these pirates. What if they come in and run around? I don't want them to rush into my room to search. Lin Xu whispered. That's right. Let's go and greet them. If they break in, we can only fight them out. Lin Xu didn't want to be searched by anyone. Just like that, a few moments later, the Skylark's hatch opened, and dozens of interstellar pirates, led by a figure whose upper and lower parts had been mechanically modified, entered the Skylark. Lin Xu and his companions were already waiting for them in front of the hatch. Hey, new faces. The pirate who had undergone mechanical modification came in and saw Lin Xu and others, and his eyes lit up. His expression was like seeing a fat sheep. What's wrong? Do you take more commissions from newcomers who come for the first time? Lin Xu asked curiously. Haha, I've seen a lot of newcomers like you who carry some goods like running trade routes. Generally, they don't live long. So for you newbies, it's better to die here than to wait for you to die in the universe. At least your ship is worth some money. The little pirate leader whose half face was already mechanical said with a ferocious light flashing in his mechanical eyes. Then he also glanced at Miss Qiu and others around Lin Xu. Well, your women are not bad either, they should be able to fetch a good price. Suddenly, Liu Yao, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines and waiting for Mu Ziu or Nanzu to take action, suddenly had a cold light flash in his eyes, and a long-lost nameless anger rose, wanting to take action himself. Captain, look at the ship behind, it's so new, it seems like there's a newcomer. On the several ships in front that had just been drawn and were about to leave the checkpoint, some people stood by the portholes and watched the excitement. Whether it was ordinary passengers or employees on the ship, people who frequently went in and out of the chaotic star field knew the rules here. So when they saw a ship that was obviously as new as it could be and looked worth a bit of money entering the checkpoint, they knew they were done. Even if it is a new ship, it must be aged before it can be used in the Chaos Star region, otherwise it will be waiting for people to rob it. No matter how law-abiding a pirate is, he is still a pirate. Why is it called a newcomer? Only newcomers don't know the rules. Yes, since you are a newcomer, you must not know that if you want to pass the checkpoints here, you can't just take a commission, but also send tribute all year round. Otherwise, there is no such thing as taking a commission to pass. Hey, there are not many routes for newcomers to run, but you have to come to the Chaos Star region. It seems that you are finished. The passengers in front of the portholes gathered there to watch the excitement and prepare to see if there will be a conflict. After all, even rabbits bite when they are anxious. The newcomers who dare to come to the Chaos Star region alone are probably prepared with a certain amount of force. If they really resist, it will be fun to watch. But no one thinks that this resistance can succeed. After all, countless cannons in the entire base have already pointed their muzzles at the spaceship. This is already a situation where it is difficult to escape, and resistance will only make yourself die more miserably. After all, the leader here, the great pirate Tanka, is very cruel. And as expected, the conflict they expected broke out. Just watching the pirates who had just entered the spaceship for a moment, were neatly blown out and turned into a pile of parts in the space of the airport. The onlookers were a little unresponsive for a while. Then, a figure rushed out of the spaceship. With a wave of his hand, several huge sword energies directly blasted open the heavy steel plate structure of the checkpoint in front of him, exposing the interior of the base built by the pirate Tanka directly to everyone. Is this the Devourer? She is manipulating the devouring particles. Some of the passengers who were watching the excitement had already recognized it. What Devourer? That's the God-given. Don't drag us along if you want to die. Someone next to him immediately shouted angrily. Shouting what Devourer in front of others, isn't this courting death? Moreover, this is the Chaos Star region, not under the rule of the Alliance, and others will definitely not hesitate to kill you. Yes, the God-given, I'm talking about the God-given, you heard it wrong. The man also quickly changed his words. How could a God-given person appear here? Tanka is in trouble, he actually wants to steal the God-given person. No wonder he dares to drive such a new spaceship. It turns out to be a God-given person. He should also come to Stormstar, right? I think it's 80% true. God-given people come to the Chaos Star region. Don't they always have only one purpose? But even if it's a God-given person, can one person fight against Tanka's base? There are 10 plasma cannons here. No matter how powerful the particle cannon is, it has to be able to hit the target. The God-given person has been put into the base. Tanka is dead. Tanka is dead. But this spaceship is probably not going to be saved, and the God-given person can't save a ship under the muzzle of the gun. What a pity. Sure enough, as Liu Yao blasted open the heavy steel plate structure of the base, the people in the base also reacted. The muzzle of the gun next to him, which had already been aimed at the Skylark, flashed, and opened fire instantly. In an instant, countless plasma beams attacked the Skylark. However, before they could even get close to the Skylark, they were intercepted by several sword energies swung by Liu Yao, and exploded in midair. Can it intercept the plasma cannon? Are the God-given ones so strong? This should not be an ordinary God-given one. I have seen God-given ones, and ordinary God-given ones are definitely not so strong. Then what should we do? What should we do? Let's start the ship quickly and leave quickly. It's best not to get involved in this kind of battle, otherwise you won't know how you died. Yes, 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 stop watching the fun, hurry up the captain, and leave quickly. However, before they could urge the captain, they saw that figure swung several sword energies again. This time, the sword energy was not aimed at intercepting, but at the turret. In the roar, the turret and the plasma cannon were directly blown away. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Then Liu Yao followed a gap that had just been opened and entered the base. Then, it was a one-sided massacre. Liu Yao did not hold back on the pirates. How could a pirate be a good person? Of course, she was too lazy to chase after those who were only concerned with escaping, but went straight to the location of the leader according to the topographic map obtained after Zhang Xing invaded the base. Soon, in the main cabin of the base, the leader of this pirate base was seen, a famous pirate Tanka who had transformed most of his body into machinery. When Tanka saw Liu Yao coming to him, his face was not angry, but full of excitement. God-given? Very good, very good. I haven't come to find you yet, but you came to me first. That's perfect, I'll use you to test my latest work first. Tanka said, and the mask on his face fell off with a click. Looking at his current appearance, those who don't know might think that he is someone wearing power armor, or simply a robot. But he is not a robot, but only has most of his body mechanically modified, whether it is the limbs, torso, even some internal organs, even the fragile brain is protected by steel plates. Then Tanka jumped up, with a fist with a gravity field, and hit Liu Yao with a heavy punch. Liu Yao frowned slightly and stepped aside. Watching the other party hit the ground with a bang, under the action of gravity tearing, the ground of the base was directly smashed, and the collapsed ground even rolled in several nearby pirates. For a while, wailing was everywhere, and blood and flesh were blurred. Did you see it? Did you see it? God-given. Not only you can have such power that does not rely on external objects, but also belongs to yourself, we ordinary people can do it too. What God-given particles are all bullshit, flesh and blood are weak and mechanically ascending, and can you transcend by relying on flesh and blood? It's all fake, it's all fake. Tanka roared again, and a stream of plasma spurted out from his feet, and the whole person rushed towards Liu Yao again. However, Liu Yao did not dodge this time. She just stretched out one hand and easily caught his punch. Even Tanka's fist did not touch Liu Yao's palm. There was a thick repulsive force field in between. Are these machines installed on your body not considered as external objects? Liu Yao was really curious about how the other party viewed this. This is a part of my body. How can it be considered as an external object? As Tanka answered, his chest opened and two blazing lasers bombarded Liu Yao, who was close at hand. Liu Yao also did not move. She stood in place and let the laser bombard the repulsive force field around her. At the same time, a sword energy emerged in Liu Yao's other hand and slashed towards Tanka in front of him. With a bang, Tanka was knocked out and directly smashed a wall in the base and fell into the ruins. But then, he climbed up from the ruins again, with layers of electric current flashing on his body, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, what about the God-given? He still didn't open my electromagnetic shield. Liu Yao frowned, and suddenly felt a little interesting. She wanted to try the limit of this guy's shield. So she waved her hand again and blasted out several sword ki, which bombarded Tanka again and again. Boom, boom, boom. In the continuous roar, Tanka was constantly blown away, broke through several walls in the base, and finally was directly blasted into space. Finally, the current on Tanka's body gradually extinguished. But then, with the cessation of Liu Yao's attack, Tanka's electromagnetic shield restarted, and layer after layer of current reappeared on his body. It's useless. I carry a micronuclear fusion battery on my body. I bought it from the mechanical empire at a high price. With this, my energy is endless. Tanka's voice was transmitted in the universe in the form of electromagnetic waves. Micronuclear fusion battery. Lu Yao's expression was a little subtle. Because after she came to Earth, she knew that the golden elixir cultivated by the monks on Xionidan star was actually a kind of micronuclear fission battery, and the nascent soul was a micronuclear fusion battery. A god-transforming person like her had more than one micronuclear fusion battery. Not to mention that she later had the intermediate authority given by Lin Xu. Although her current strength was not as good as Miss Qiu and Nanzhu, it was completely possible to say that she had reached the level of a combined Mahayana. Who are you trying to scare with your nuclear fusion battery? So the sword energy in Lu Yao's hand was released again. Tanka was spraying plasma under his feet, facing the sword energy, and at the same time, he punched out, and the gravity field on his fist was activated to the maximum, intending to smash the sword energy with one punch and attack Lu Yao at the same time. It was only when his fist came into contact with the sword energy that he suddenly discovered that this sword energy seemed to be very different from the previous sword energy. Before he could react completely, this sword energy had easily penetrated his electromagnetic barrier and shattered the gravity field on his fist, and at the same time, cut off half of his arm and the entire lower half of his body. Just like that, Tanka was left with only one arm and the upper body, floating in the universe. Looking at the electronic internal organs that slipped out of his body, his eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible, this is impossible, just a flesh and blood body, just a flesh and blood body. It is obvious that mechanical transformation is the correct direction of evolution. When he was doubting his life, Lu Yao had already come to him. Tanka still wanted to resist, but he saw him waving his only remaining arm, swinging it like a whip, and hitting Lu Yao. However, Lu Yao just condensed a fine sword energy at her fingertips and cut it out, easily cutting off his arm, and then took out a micronuclear fusion battery on his chest. Tanka completely lost the power to resist. He was carried by Lu Yao and came to the Skylark. Then Lin Xu looked at the guy who was thrown in front of the Skylark cabin door by Lu Yao, with only half of his body left, looking more like a robot than a human, and his eyes couldn't help but jump. After being transformed into this, what is the difference between him and a machine? Haha, ha 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 ha, I advise you to let me go. Even at this point, Tanka still laughed wildly at Lin Xu. I don't know if he is mentally ill or what. Let you go? Give me a reason. Lin Xu looked at the scattered electronic organs that had fallen out of his stomach and asked with interest. Because they were electronic organs, they were not so bloody, otherwise Lin Xu would not be able to bear to watch them. Why do you think I was able to transform into this? Isn't it because you are a pervert? Lin Xu asked curiously. Tanka thought that Lin Xu was provoking him by saying this, so he deliberately didn't respond. After all, he was living under the eaves. He seemed reckless, but in fact, he could become a big pirate, and he was not stupid at all. His arrogance now was just a pretense. I have been professionally transformed by the mechanical empire. Outsiders can't enjoy such a transformation. Tanka reminded in a tone. Oh, so what? Lin Xu heard the hidden meaning in his words and felt more curious for a while. To tell you the truth, I am actually a nailed here by the mechanical empire. I am from the mechanical empire. If you kill me, it means you have offended the mechanical empire. You will be wanted by the empire, and the empire will not let you go. Tanka looked at Lin Xu's unmoved look and became a little anxious. Oh, the mechanical empire. Lin Xu nodded slowly. He still didn't know what the mechanical empire was, but the one that Tanka used to threaten people so seriously must be a very powerful existence. At this moment, Nanzhu, who had just run out and went to the pirate base, suddenly ran back with a strange look on her face. What's wrong? Lin Xu looked at her puzzledly. Master Lin Xu, look at this, our wanted order is still in paper version. Nanzhu handed Lin Xu a thick stack of color-printed paper with excitement. It was printed at a glance. Lin Xu unfolded it and saw that it was the wanted order for them. There was even a bounty. The one with the highest bounty was Miss Qiu, who had a full 500 million. Apparently, Miss Qiu's behavior of blowing up the warship when she ran out of the airport made her the leader of Lin Xu's group. However, Lin Xu frowned when he looked at these wanted orders. Does the Galaxy Alliance have a way to quickly transmit information across space? After all, as soon as they left the airport, They rushed here at 1,000 times the speed of light. How could the wanted order arrive first? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 122 Mechanical Heaven Consciousness Upload. Hey, I said I'm from the Mechanical Empire, did you hear me? Don't ignore me. Tanka, who only had half of his body left and no arms, could not move except for talking. But his body was mechanical after all, and with the help of the mechanical ups and downs, he could move a little on the ground. Just after moving a few times, he was stepped on by Lu Yao. Hey, be honest and stop crawling around like a worm. Well, Lu Yao's behavior may be a reward for a certain group, but Tanka obviously doesn't think so. Swear words came out of his mouth. As soon as he said that, Lu Yao kicked him in the mouth, and the heel of the shoe directly filled his mouth, making him unable to say a word. Well, for a certain group, this reward is more generous, but Tanka was so angry that he almost died. Tell me, what exactly is the Mechanical Empire? Lin Xu finally put aside the wanted order for the time being and continued to ask. You don't know the Mechanical Empire. Lu Yao's heel was removed, and Tanka, who was finally able to speak, looked incredible. Should we know? That's the Mechanical Empire, the only existence that can compete with the Galaxy Alliance. You don't know? Which rural civilization did you just come from? We are rural people, I'm really sorry, so are all the Mechanical Empire's people like you? Lin Xu continued to ask expressionlessly. Ha, of course not. Ordinary low-level flesh and blood creatures are not qualified to be transformed. Only people like me who have passed the test and are qualified to ascend can be transformed, be machines in life, and ascend to the mechanical heaven after death, and live forever. Mechanical heaven. Another new term, Lin Xu asked, does it mean becoming a digital life in the network? How can it be something as superficial as digital life? This is the real soul ascending to the mechanical heaven, not just copying a piece of your memory signal and storing it. Do you understand the difference? You idiot. Then he was rewarded by Lu Yao kicking him in the mouth with a heel. The real soul ascends to the mechanical heaven. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. Does intelligent life have a soul? Of course not, that kind of illusory thing is not scientific or materialistic at all. But does intelligent life have consciousness? This is definitely true. Although consciousness cannot be seen or touched, it is a real objective existence. The soul you are talking about, do you mean consciousness? Lin Xu continued to ask. So Lu Yao pulled out the heel and glared at him fiercely. I don't know if he was tamed by Lu Yao, but Tanka really continued to answer honestly. Yes, it is consciousness. When my consciousness was undergoing body transformation, it was briefly uploaded to the mechanical heaven. I am very sure that it is my consciousness, and it is absolutely correct. When Tanka said this, his eyes were still flashing with fanatical light. Consciousness uploading technology. Lin Xu nodded. Yes, it is consciousness uploading, a technology that only the mechanical empire has mastered. Tanka is not the kind of religious madman who has been brainwashed by religion. He is simply a mortal who wants eternal life. After all, the temptation of eternal life, I believe that not many people can resist it. I see. The last question. You said you are a nail that the mechanical empire nailed here. Lin Xu asked. Yes, this is one of the borders between the mechanical empire and the Galaxy Alliance. Both sides have nailed a lot of nails here. They all want to take this place for themselves, but they are also concerned about each other. Otherwise, the chaotic star field would have been flattened long ago. Tanka said disdainfully. So that's how it is. Okay, thank you for your information. Then, can you let me go? I didn't promise to let you go. You bitch. But before she could say it, she was kicked into her mouth by Lu Yao's heel again. Lu Yao, don't you feel dirty? Your saliva is so disgusting. Nanzhu, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help but say. It's okay, just throw away these shoes later. Lu Yao said calmly. Then he bent down and picked up Tanka and took him outside to deal with it. After all, the Skylark couldn't be dirty. And Lin Xu followed Nanzhu into the base where the remaining interstellar pirates were scattered like birds and beasts, and came to the place where Nanzhu found the wanted order. This seems to be an ordinary quantum communication device. Although it is indeed powerful and can receive quantum signals from several light years away, it can't be so fast. Lin Xu said puzzled. Then he opened the portable space and released a large number of nanorobots to take over the entire half-abandoned base. Then Zhangxing took over the database and began to search for information. Zhang soon completed the search for intelligence. After all, it was just a pirate base, and there could not be any massive data or special intelligence. However, some information about the communication device was indeed found. Hyperspace communication technology? Transmitting information packets by information jump. Lin Xu was stunned by what he found. Yes, the entire Galaxy Alliance has established countless communication base stations in the vast galaxy. Basically, there is one every 100 light-years. Transmitting information packets by jump allows information from all parts of the Alliance to be transmitted to all parts of the Alliance within a few days. This is the information highway strategy that the Alliance has adhered to for countless years, and it is also one of the basic policies of the Alliance. What a big deal! Lin Xu said with emotion. Of course, this does not mean that the Alliance has mastered the ability of spacecraft to perform space jumps. Compared to space jumps for specific physical objects, such as an apple or a bottle of water, space jumps for information are obviously much simpler. Because information, as long as an atomic-sized space jump channel can be opened, it is enough for a large amount of information to pass through. Physical objects are troublesome. The difficulty is simply not at the same level. Even so, the Alliance has built a communication network throughout the Alliance by using information space jumps without being able to master the space jump of specific physical objects. At least if the Great Wall of the Galaxy had this level of technology, it would not need to use stars to establish communication channels. Thinking of this, Lin Xu discovered the difference in technological development between the two galaxies. On the Galaxy Alliance side, both communication technology and curvature engine technology are obviously superior. On the Milky Way side, war technology is more advanced. This can be seen from the previous battle between Miss Qiu and the blocking fleet at the Star Ring port. Their warship technology is really not good. It can only be said that the environment here is too peaceful. Although the Mechanical Empire and the Galaxy Alliance are in conflict, they are only in conflict most of the time, without direct acts of war. The subordinate civilizations below are relatively stable because they have big bosses above them, and they will not fight easily. Peaceful development is the mainstream. Unlike the Milky Way, they are all going to fight into a mess. Not only are they fighting each other, but the clans also have to fight against disorder and filth. How can the war technology not be developed? I believe that if the two sides have the opportunity to meet each other, the first feeling is probably that each other thinks that the other's technology tree is wrong. Knowing the way of information transmission, Lin Xu is no longer interested in this base. After all, what he sees in front of him is indeed just an ordinary quantum communication device, and the range of communication is only a few light-years. After receiving the information packet, the communication base station, which is 100 light-years away, will broadcast the information that can be known to the public. In this way, all places can listen to the information of the entire Alliance as if they were listening to the radio. And the quantum communication device in front of him, to put it bluntly, is just like a radio used to receive the broadcast of the communication base station. After Zhang scanned its structure, the quantum communication device on the Skylark was slightly changed to a different receiving frequency band, so that the Alliance information could be received. That's right, Lin Xu also wanted to listen to the information that the Alliance had widely publicized, so that he could grasp the latest developments. Then he returned to the Skylark, which slowly left the checkpoint and finally left the interstellar pirate base that was already half ruined. As soon as he arrived in the Chaos Star region, he struck a wave of pirates, which was considered a good thing. In addition, he learned the star maps of several large settlements in the Chaos Star region from the pirates' database, which could bypass the chaotic area full of asteroid belts. Congratulations, congratulations. Although Lin Xu didn't care much about the asteroid belt, he could just rush over. But the location of the large settlements was still needed. Master, several spaceships ahead sent messages asking if they could travel with us. Zhang's voice sounded. Travel together? You want to find a free bodyguard? Lin Xu smiled. He didn't care. After thinking for a while, he replied to them, if you can catch up, just catch up. Let's go through the asteroid belt. Soon, several cheers came from the waiting ships in front. Pirates are rampant in this chaotic star field. Pirates like those who can pay to buy their way are still good. The most feared thing is to encounter direct robbery and take away everything. So it would be best if they can go with the Skylark. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Why don't you take the Star Road, but go directly to the asteroid belt? In the curvature navigation state, hitting a meteorite is a dead end. How dare they do this? Their speed is so fast, it has exceeded 500 times the speed of light, and it is still accelerating. With the technology of the Galaxy Alliance, 500 times the speed of light is already the limit of curvature navigation, but the ship in front of them has obviously exceeded this limit. Just like that, the passengers on the ships who were cheering just now looked at each other, and watched the Skylark disappear into the asteroid belt. The Skylark had already penetrated deep into the meteorite belt. At 1,000 times the speed of light, meteorites kept passing by, and the Skylark was like a swift in the clouds, deftly avoiding all meteorites. In the chaotic star field with a range of hundreds of light years, the largest settlement closest to Lin Xu's current location was located on the satellite of a gas planet 20 light-years away. And the distance of 20 light-years, plus Lin Xu walked straight through the meteorite belt, so in just 7 days, he had already arrived above the settlement. The gas planet is far away from the star it orbits, so theoretically, there is no way that there is enough light on the satellite of this planet. However, this gas planet itself reflects the light of the star, and with the light of the star itself, the satellite is not warm, but it is not so cold that it is frozen all year round. At most, it is shrouded in the severe cold of -50 degrees for more than half a year. So such a harsh climate naturally cannot easily give birth to indigenous civilizations. In addition, this place has been occupied and has become a large settlement. Unless the large settlement leaves the planet one day, there is a high probability that no native intelligent creatures will be born on the planet. This is the Harvey settlement, named after the interstellar pirate Harvey, who is also the manager here. Everyone who comes here must abide by his laws, otherwise they will be taken by Harvey to feed his pet vulture. Miss Qiu stood behind Lin Xu and introduced the information here to him. Of course, this information was also obtained from the previous base database, and then Miss Qiu sorted it out in concise language. What kind of laws are they? Is there any in the database? Lin Xu asked. These are not recorded in detail. Miss Qiu shook her head. Okay, anyway, our goal is to find a guide, and we will talk about whether the laws are illegal or not. Lin Xu didn't care. Just like he didn't care about the rules between the ants. The latest novel is first published on 69shu.com. So the Skylark landed on the satellite of the gas planet in front of it, and soon found the most conspicuous oasis on the satellite. Well, you can't expect pirates to have any architectural plans, right? So that large area of messy buildings, piled together, gorgeous high-rise buildings and shacks mixed together, looked like a small Sindhu. The Skylark descended to the ground, and during the landing, it saw various spaceships, which were also taking off and landing. And these spaceships all took off and landed from a fixed location. It was a huge and endless square, with thousands of various spaceships docked on the square. Some were cargo ships, and countless slaves were operating machinery to transport goods. And some were pirate ships, and a large number of interstellar pirates rushed down, ready to have some fun in the settlement. So the Skylark also landed there. Soon, it stopped at a place full of small spaceships. Nanzhu lay on the porthole, looking at the various races outside, shuttling in the square full of various spaceships, her eyes full of curiosity. Anyway, she was very curious about things she had never seen before, and she didn't know if all foxes were like this. Let's go down too. Lin Xu called out. Oh, let's go. Nanzhu jumped and rushed out first. Lin Xu followed behind, followed by Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao. As soon as the 5 people got out of the Skylark, they felt the coldness of this planet. Now is not the coldest season on this planet, but the temperature has also reached below 0 degrees. Although Lin Xu and the other 5 didn't feel anything, in order not to be conspicuous, they also put on thick clothes, just like the people outside. As soon as they walked out of the Skylark, a person wearing strange clothes and with protruding teeth came towards them with a few guards. He blocked Lin Xu's way, staring at Lin Xu with a look of superiority. Well, is there anything dirty on my face? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Pay taxes? You want to leave after paying taxes? You dare not pay Lord Harvey's taxes. I think you are tired of living. The man immediately became unhappy and pointed at Lin Xu to teach him a lesson. So before Lin Xu could act, Miss Qiu next to him stretched out and condensed, and in an instant, an orbit surged, directly grabbing the tax officer with protruding teeth by the neck and lifting him up in the air. Keep your mouth clean, do you want to die? Miss Qiu said unceremoniously. The immortal from the fairy ship who suppressed the galaxy has never been a good-tempered one. Seeing her silly and cute appearance around Lin Xu, that was only around Lin Xu. God-given. Several guards who were originally sloppy next to him immediately raised their weapons nervously, but no one dared to take action first. They have recognized that this iconic ability is like magic, isn't it God-given? Just teach him a lesson. We are just here to find someone. Lin Xu said lightly. So Miss Qiu let go, and the man fell to the ground with a plop. You are so presumptuous. Cough cough. What about the God-given? Lord Harvey is not afraid of you. The tax officer kicked his feet on the ground and retreated a distance, then coughed and said. Although the eyes of Lin Xu and others were angry, they did not dare to step forward. Although Harvey was not afraid of the God-given, it did not mean that those below were not afraid. And Harvey would not break up with the God-given for a few soldiers. And Lin Xu did not want to cause trouble. So he threw out a stack of banknotes, which were just aggregated by nanorbits. This stack of banknotes fell on the ground in front of the tax officer. I don't know if Lin Xu did it on purpose. The banknotes were scattered all over the ground, and they had to pick them up one by one if they wanted to. Take it, we are not here to cause trouble, but we don't like to be troubled by others. After Lin Xu finished speaking, he took a few people away. Looking at the banknotes, or taxes, scattered all over the ground, the tax officer's face turned pale. The people who were still watching immediately dispersed, as if they were afraid of being used as a punching bag by the tax officer. Not long after Lin Xu walked away, a short man with unusually strong legs who could take a long step and whose race he didn't know came to him. Sir, are you looking for a guide? The young man said with a flattering smile. How do you know? Lin Xu asked curiously. Hey, you are a God-given person, and you just said you were looking for someone. If not a God-given person, who are you looking for? I know where the guide is. Do you need me to lead the way for you? But I may need a little reward. The young man said carefully. Okay, then you lead the way. Lin Xu nodded. Although Sai Donggu had said before that guides were easy to find, and their identities were completely public in various settlements, Lin Xu didn't expect it to be so easy. As soon as he arrived at the place, someone who knew about it took the initiative to deliver it to the door. As for the payment, Lin Xu didn't care at all. After all, it was copied by nanorbits, so he could have as many as he wanted. In this way, under the leadership of the young man, several people walked to the outside of the spaceship docking area. Along the way, the young man was still introducing the attractions along the way to Lin Xu, quite like a serious and responsible tour guide. Sir, do you want to take a car? This place is far from the tavern that Mr. Guide often goes to, but I know a driver who can serve you all the way, but he also needs a small reward. As soon as he walked out of the spaceship docking area, the young man continued to solicit business. Obviously, the driver should also give him a commission. No problem, but can so many of us sit down? Lin Xu didn't mind such a small matter. He even admired his hard-working attitude. Of course, he has a very spacious hovercraft, which is very clean inside and will definitely not dirty the clothes of the gentlemen and ladies. The young man smiled happily. Just like that, a hovercraft soon stopped in front of several people. It can be seen that it is obviously not a new car, and it is even very old. But the inside is really clean. Even Nans who doesn't mind that his big tail will get dirty. Several people got on the car and entered the Harvey settlement. There were various shacks on the road first, then some beautifully decorated buildings, and then shacks. I don't know whether a few buildings were built in the shack area, or some shacks were built in the building complex. Finally, we arrived at the tavern that the young man mentioned. Or it would be more appropriate to say that it is a club. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Xu saw the luxuriously decorated gate and several bunny girls standing at the door greeting guests. That's right, it's the bunny girls, beautiful girls of all races, dressed like bunnies, with small tails behind their long ears, there to receive guests. These girls have all kinds of skin colors, even red skin, but they are all very beautiful. As soon as they saw Lin Xu getting off the car, their eyes lit up and they were about to rush up. But then they saw Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao getting off the car with Lin Xu. Suddenly the little bunnies hesitated again, wondering if they would anger these female guests if they went up again. The guide is here. Lin Xu looked at the luxury hotel in front of him with a strange expression. Did you say the tavern? So this is the tavern? Yes, Mr. Guide has a private room here all year round and lives here all year round. The young man said quickly. And the few little bunnies who didn't dare to come forward, after hearing the young man's words, their faces changed. Are you here to find the guide? A little bunny asked hesitantly. Yes, these godsends. The young man immediately introduced them with pride. But, the guide has just been captured by Lord Harvey's men. The little rabbit said, and quietly pointed his finger above his head. Lin Xu looked up and saw that there was a big hole on the top of the hotel building. Obviously, the capture that the little rabbit mentioned was not so peaceful. How is it possible, Lord Harvey and the God-given are going to go to war? The young man's face turned pale instantly. Especially when he thought about the fact that he had just led the way for a God-given. He was just a small figure and didn't want to get involved. So he ignored Lin Xu, even before Lin Xu paid, and turned around and ran. Money is not as important as your life. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Little Bunny. Do you know why the guide was captured? Lin Xu thought for a moment, took out a banknote, and handed it to the little rabbit in front of him. The blue-haired little rabbit, who was a little nervous about talking to Lin Xu, suddenly brightened up. We don't know either. It seems that Mr. Guide owed Mr. Harvey a gambling debt. This kind of thing happened frequently in the past. Generally, it won't take long for Mr. Guide to come back. The little rabbit whispered to Lin Xu. Just like that. Lin Xu had just imagined a lot, such as this Harvey was actually a nail of the Galaxy Alliance. The Galaxy Alliance was going to attack the Storm Star of the God-Giver, so Harvey attacked the guide first, and so on. Who knew it was not the case at all? Yes, every time Mr. Guide paid a little price to repay the gambling debt, Mr. Harvey would let him go. You don't have to worry, just wait for him to come back here. The blue-haired little rabbit continued. The blonde bunny on the side saw the blue-haired bunny talking to Lin Xu, and the girls around Lin Xu, such as Miss Qiu and Nanzhu, didn't seem angry, so she immediately seized the opportunity and jumped out. Sir, would you like to come in and sit down? Play around to see how your luck is? We give free chips to newcomers here. If it was an ordinary person, she wouldn't invite him, but this is a God-given person, so he must be rich, so of course she would take the opportunity to attract business. Free chips? Isn't this a tavern? Lin Xu asked puzzled. It's also a casino. The blonde bunny said playfully. Master Lin Xu, why don't we go in and try our luck? We just happen to be free. Nanzhu, who also has blonde hair, became interested as her eyes lit up. A pair of golden fox ears and a golden furry tail swayed back and forth. Lin Xu didn't understand why a fox would be interested in gambling. But since he had to wait for the guide to come back, he didn't mind having some fun. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Fort Harvey is located in the center of the Harvey settlement. It is also the place with the strongest defense force in the entire Harvey settlement. A large number of turrets are located around Fort Harvey, and the electromagnetic shield flashing with electric current covers the sky above Fort Harvey, making it like a copper wall and iron wall. Deegan, who was just captured, is the guide. He is wrapped in special restraints all over his body and is completely imprisoned. He sits on a restraint chair that is also made of various high-tech. There is even a flash of electromagnetic shield light around the seat, but the direction of protection is inward, to prevent people inside from suddenly rising up. Opposite him is a burly man with 4 arms. That is the ruler of the Harvey settlement, the pirate Harvey. Hey, Harvey, don't treat old friends like this. I admit that I went a little too far just now and broke some things, but I was caught without any resistance. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me? Deegan slumped in the restraint chair like a mess, with a nonchalant look on his face. Deegan, you should pay me back the money you owe me. Harvey didn't care at all. He sat down not far away, drank a sip of tea, and asked step by step. I will pay it back in the future. Let me go first. Deegan tried to break free but failed. Let me go? Why do you want to let me go? Harvey grinned and said. Harvey, what do you mean? Stop playing, let me go quickly. Deegan noticed something was wrong. But it was always like this in the past. Every time Harvey caught him, He would threaten him symbolically and then let him go. He had formed an inertial thinking. Even this time when Harvey caught him, he didn't resist much. Otherwise, with his ability, he would never be caught so easily. Deegan, I'm sorry. I was just playing with you before, but this time, I'm serious. The Interstellar Alliance sent people to ask me to hand over the guide. I have no choice. Harvey said with regret. No choice? I think the price they offered is too high. Deegan gritted his teeth. Ha, it seems that you, old friend, understand me. So listen to my advice and hand over the location of Storm Star. The Interstellar Alliance is serious this time. Not only did they find me, but the managers of all the settlements were also found by the Interstellar Alliance. If nothing unexpected happens, the guides of the entire Chaos Star domain should have been captured at this moment. Harvey looked at Deegan, with a sincere expression on his face. It's so impossible, what are they trying to do? Deegan finally showed a look of horror on his face. Why is it impossible? In the past, the Interstellar Alliance turned a blind eye to you, not because the Chaos Star domain was so difficult to wipe out, but because the Mechanical Empire had been interfering, but now it's different. The Interstellar Alliance has decided to go to war with the Mechanical Empire, so naturally they have to wipe out Storm Star before the war. So listen to my advice and hand over the location of Storm Star as soon as possible. This will be good for both you and me. Harvey persuaded earnestly. This way you can sell the location of Storm Star for a good price again. Deegan sneered. Hey, that's why we say we are old friends. You just know me. Ha ha ha. Harvey slapped his forearms on the table and laughed again. While the stalemate was going on here, the entire Harvey settlement was also in chaos. A large number of pirates from the Harvey Pirates group poured into the streets. Led by small leaders, they went to various places in the settlement and destroyed the intelligence points belonging to the God-given. Since they have already fallen out, they should do it thoroughly. Harvey has always been well aware of this, and he doesn't think that after the Interstellar Alliance has made up its mind, the God-given will have any chance to turn the tables. So there is no worry at all. The boss has no worries, so naturally the younger brothers below will have no worries. It's just that the God-given is the God-given after all, and its own combat power is not weak. Even if it is not a master like the guide, ordinary God-given is not something that ordinary people can fight against. But the times are different after all. This is the era of technology, the era of starships and cannons. No matter how strong the ordinary God-given is, it can't resist the guns in the hands of the pirates. So for a while, the entire Harvey settlement was filled with gunfire and fighting sounds. Although it is normal to hear gunfire in a settlement in the Chaos Star domain, it is still rare to hear such dense gunfire. Soon, there were few people on the street. Those who can survive here for a long time may not understand other things, but they must protect themselves. Only the hunted God-given will occasionally appear on the street, but they will be shot down by the pirates wearing power armor. In the tavern, or in the hotel, Lin Xu was playing cards. The opponents in the card game were both men and women, and the common point was that they didn't look like good people. Miss Qiu and Lu Yao had no interest in playing cards. They used chips to play a machine similar to a slot machine. As they played, Lu Yao became interested in the odds of the slot machine. He was calculating there, muttering to himself, and planned to use mathematical calculations to find a way to make a profit. Only Nan Xu was interested in playing cards, but she didn't play herself. Instead, she lay on Lin Xu's shoulder, watching Lin Xu play and giving Lin Xu advice from time to time. Miss Qiu stood behind Lin Xu as usual, like a transparent person. In addition, there were two obedient little rabbits sitting on the left and right of Lin Xu, the ones with blue hair and blonde hair. One was helping Lin Xu peel the fruit and feeding it to him, while the other was cheering Lin Xu up and massaging his legs from time to time. Lin Xu was still a little uncomfortable, but Nan Xu, who was lying on his shoulder, seemed more excited than Lin Xu himself, directing the two little rabbits to do this and that. Peel the fruit and cut it into small pieces, so it's easier to eat. Press it with a little more force, Lord Lin Xu is struggling. Nan Xu seemed to be playing some interesting game, and Lin Xu had completely become her prop. The people playing cards on the opposite side would look at Lin Xu with ferocious eyes from time to time. Until with a bang, the door of the casino was blasted open from the outside, and a group of pirates from the Harvey Pirates rushed in. The leader, a pirate wearing strange clothes and with protruding teeth, saw Lin Xu, who was happily hugging people on both sides, and waved his hand. "It's him, catch him." Then a large number of pirate guards rushed up, all wearing power armor. Why are they here again? Lin Xu frowned immediately. Miss Qiu's movements were faster. He waved his palm and several sword energies flew out. He had no intention of holding back and blasted the guards out directly. Boom, 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 one after another, the heavy power armor fell to the ground or hit the wall. The buffer device inside the power armor could not handle such a large kinetic energy, and blood flowed out directly from the power armor. You dare to resist. The pirate with protruding teeth was the tax officer who had asked Lin Xu to collect taxes before. This time, it was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. What's going on? Did they say the guide would be back soon? Did something unexpected happen? Lin Xu had already noticed the fluctuations of the nanorbits in the air. It was obvious that there were other God-given ones who were also resisting. I don't know either. The blue-haired little rabbit said tremblingly. Okay, you two should hide quickly. Lin Xu patted the two little rabbits and signaled them to leave. He had already guessed that something unexpected must have happened. So the two little rabbits jumped and ran away. Lin Xu then looked at the pirate with protruding teeth. But at this moment, the pirate had been stepped on by Lu Yao. I don't know if it was because Lu Yao had awakened some strange attributes before. Why does she always like to step on people now? Tell me, what's going on? How did you dare to come back again? Lin Xu walked up and asked. You God-given ones, Lord Harvey has already started to clear you out. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. The pirate with protruding teeth was still threatening in a cowardly manner. Unfortunately, Lu Yao didn't tolerate him at all. She stepped on him with her heel. With a pop, several of his protruding teeth were kicked out. The tax officer immediately screamed and rolled on the ground, but unfortunately, he was firmly controlled by Lu Yao's step on his head, and he couldn't roll away even if he wanted to. Clear the God-given? So, the guide can't come back. Lin Xu frowned. I'm asking you a question. If you don't want to suffer, just answer honestly. Lu Yao said with a slight loosening of her foot. Yes. The tax officer finally calmed down a little in the pain. Especially when he saw the guards in power armor rushing in from the side and being knocked down by Miss Qiu one after another, he couldn't help but calm down. Where is the guide imprisoned? Lin Xu asked again. I don't know. As soon as the tax officer finished speaking, he felt a foot stepping on him, and the force began to increase. I really don't know. I only know that it must be in Harvey Castle. It must be there. Harvey Castle? I see. It seems that we have to go to Harvey Castle again. Lin Xu nodded. So a moment later, the tax officer, whose teeth were broken, covered his swollen face while leading Lin Xu and others to the direction of Harvey Castle. Soon, Harvey Castle, which was covered with a huge electromagnetic shield, appeared in sight. One after another, the guns were aimed at Lin Xu and his party. Obviously, Harvey had received the news. After all, so many pirate guards could not take it down for a long time, so it was impossible that the news had not been passed back. As they got closer and closer to Harvey Castle, the tax officer's eyes turned faster and faster. Finally, a light flashed on the muzzles of the guns, which was the prelude to the firing. The tax officer did not hesitate anymore and ran towards the gate of Harvey Castle. Boss Harvey, save me, save me. The tax officer shouted while running wildly. Lin Xu and others behind him ignored him. Because the muzzles in the distance had already opened fire. In an instant, the plasma bomb fell in front of Lin Xu and others, without any concern that the tax officer was still within the range of the artillery power. A repulsive shield rose in front of Miss Qiu, covering Miss Lin Qiu, Lin Xu and Lu Yao. With a bang, countless plasma bombs fell on the shield and exploded, but the shield did not even shake. On the contrary, the tax collector who ran away, if he had not run, he would probably be within the range of the shield now, and he would be fine. But who made him run away? He ran out of the range of the shield and was directly vaporized by the plasma bomb. The latest novel is published on the 6th book bar. No one cares about the death of a tax collector, not even his boss Harvey. Harvey, who is hiding in Harvey Castle, is now thinking more about where such a powerful God-given person came from. Can it block the plasma cannon? Are God-given people so powerful? Could his decision to clear out the God-given people this time be wrong? However, there is no regret medicine in this world. Miss Qiu has already slashed out with a sword, and in an instant a thick sword energy that spans the sky and the earth came towards Harvey Castle. Along the way, Not only did it engulf the plasma bombs that had just been launched, crushing them to pieces, it also fell directly on the electromagnetic shield of Harvey Castle, directly smashing the electromagnetic shield with one blow. With a loud bang, the electromagnetic shield outside Harvey Castle was broken. Quick, restart the electromagnetic shield, restart the electromagnetic shield. Harvey shouted, and the command technician took action immediately. The guy Taiyin, who was still restrained next to him, was also stunned by the scene on the holographic projection of the monitor. Isn't this too cruel? Is this a God-given one? Our God-given one so strong? But before the electromagnetic shield was restarted, Lin Xu had already rushed into the range of the shield. At the same time, Miss Qiu swung another sword and directly blasted the outer wall of Harvey Castle. Several people walked in so swaggeringly. Then, it was another round of killing. Miss Qiu was the only one who took action throughout the whole process, and she broke all the defense measures in the entire Harvey Castle. Guards wearing various power armors rushed up and were eliminated. In the end, no one dared to rush up again. Until Miss Qiu blasted open the last door, Harvey and the guide Taiyin appeared in front of Lin Xu and others. Everyone, if I say this is a misunderstanding. The big man with 4 arms raised his 4 arms to make a gesture of surrender, and said with a flattering smile. Misunderstanding? Then tell me, what is the misunderstanding? Lin Xu asked with a malicious smile. Harvey really couldn't say it for a while. What misunderstanding? Don't be fooled by him, this guy is a scumbag, and his words never count. Taiyin, who had just been deceived by Harvey, gritted his teeth when he talked about this. Are you the guide? Lin Xu looked at Taiyin. Yes, it's me. Are you all God-given? Taiyin looked at several people, and then focused on Miss Qiu. After all, he had only seen Miss Qiu take action now, and he had to say that she was too strong. Yes, we want to go to Storm Star. Lin Xu nodded and said concisely. No problem, but can you let me go first? Taiyin said with an embarrassed expression. Then, without seeing Lin Xu make any movements, all the restraints on Taiyin's body, including the restraint chair, completely disintegrated. At that moment, Taiyin seemed to sense the fluctuations of the God-given particles, and seemed to feel nothing. This made his evaluation of Lin Xu immediately rise sharply. He is also a master. Sure enough, those who can travel with masters can only be masters. Thank you, I am finally free again. After Taiyin was released from the restraints, he immediately stretched and said with a relaxed look. That, me. Harvey said cautiously on the side. You? Do you mind handing this guy over to me? Taiyin looked at Harvey first, then at Lin Xu and the others. You can do whatever you want. Lin Xu shrugged. A moment later, they heard Harvey's screams coming from the next room. And Taiyin shouts, I hate it most when people lie to me. I treated you as a friend. You're rubbish for betraying your friends. Until the screams disappeared, Taiyin came out of the next room again and smiled apologetically at Lin Xu and the others. Sorry, I was a little heavy. It's okay, can we leave now? Lin Xu asked. Let's go, but Harvey is dead now. Once we leave, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos. Taiyin said with some emotion. He still has some feelings for this settlement. Thinking that there will be a long fight here in the future, until a new boss is elected, it will be peaceful again, and he feels a little bit reluctant. It's not easy, why don't you be the boss here? Lin Xu said indifferently. I'm the boss? But I'm just a guide. Taiyin was stunned. Who said a guide can't be the boss? And it's better for you to manage this place than for the new boss to be elected next time and target the God-given one. Lin Xu said with a smile. Let's talk about this later. Let's go back to Storm Star. I have to report everything that happened here. The Interstellar Alliance is finally going to take action against Storm Star. Taiyin's face was heavy, but what Lin Xu said just now was also hurt in his heart. If this place is directly ruled by the God-given in the future, even if the Interstellar Alliance really launches an attack, it can resist for a little longer. Just like this, not long after, Lin Xu and his companions boarded the spaceship dedicated to the guide. As for the Skylark, it had been secretly stored in Lin Xu's personal space. Then the spaceship took off and headed deeper into the chaotic star field. Lin Xu and his companions were arranged in the room inside the spaceship. There are no windows here, and the external scene cannot be observed, so the location of Storm Star will not be known to others. I'm sorry, although you saved me, according to the rules, I can only arrange you here. Deegan said apologetically. We are not picky about the environment, but how long will it take to get there? Lin Xu asked. The journey takes a month, very quickly. Deegan said immediately. Lin Xu silently calculated and nodded. According to the detection of this hexing, the curvature engine of the spaceship they were riding at this time can reach a maximum speed of about 500 times the speed of light. So in a month, it can fly about 40 light years. Of course, it is impossible to fly in a straight line in the chaotic star field, so the straight line distance of Storm Star may not be 40 light years. But it doesn't matter. After all the measurements along the way, the specific location of Storm Star will be known in a month. Although he was arranged inside the spacecraft and could not observe the starry sky, Lin Xu still had many ways to observe the starry sky. The simplest one is to use nanorobots. The god given here only has the low-level authority of nanorobots and cannot do such a thing. But it is easy for Lin Xu. In short, a month passed quickly. This Lin Xu did not just spend it on the spacecraft. Occasionally, he would open the portable space and go back to Earth to rest and look at the sea. Anyway, as long as he was not discovered by Deegan, he would disappear on the spacecraft. At the same time, the nanorobots have been collecting the navigation route of the spacecraft. When Storm Star appeared inside a month later, Lin Xu had already accurately marked the location of Storm Star on the star map. There will be no need for a guide next time. At the same time, Deegan knocked on the door of Lin Xu and the others. He came to greet them and told them that it was time to get off the spaceship. So Lin Xu on Earth passed through the marked point temporarily anchored in the room by the portable space, and returned to the room with Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao who had been reading in the library, and opened the door. Deegan looked at the room and saw Lin Xu and the four beauties looking refreshed. Envy flashed across his face. With four beauties, he must be refreshed even if he was locked up for a year, not to mention a month. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 124 Human Coordinates. Storm Star is a planet shrouded in storms all year round, so it is named Storm Star. Lin Xu and others were allowed to leave the resting cabin and see the outside world through the porthole only after the spaceship slowly landed at a certain height on Storm Star. Because of the storm that never extinguishes all year round, dust and sands are everywhere on Storm Star, and the sky is always covered by misty yellow sand, which makes it impossible to see the sky and stars clearly, and it is impossible to locate the coordinates according to the position of the stars. In addition, all people who come to Storm Star are prohibited from carrying instruments to observe the starry sky, unless they obtain special permission from the elders. This is also the reason why the coordinates of Storm Star have never been exposed. How do you usually survive in such a big storm? The storm made the visibility of the outside world extremely low. Even when the spaceship was close to the surface, Lin Xu still did not see any facilities similar to the airport. Most of the living supplies on Storm Star are purchased from outside, and there are not many God-given people living here, at most tens of thousands of people, so the supply of supplies is not troublesome. Deegan explained while operating the spaceship to land. Finally, with a vibration from the spaceship, it successfully landed on the ground. It was only then that Lin Xu could see clearly that the spaceship had landed in an airport. However, this airport was also shrouded in storms and yellow sand, and people could not be seen clearly a few steps away. If you want to land safely, you must have a special person to guide you. Okay, we are here. I have informed the Elders Council about your affairs. Normally, an elder should see you soon, but now, it's hard to say. Deegan gave Lin Xu a look that he understood. Lin Xu did understand that the news reported by Deegan was obviously not about himself and a few people, but the news that the Galaxy Alliance was arresting guides from various settlements on a large scale and was about to sweep the Storm Star. Therefore, the elders would naturally give priority to the upcoming sweep of the Galaxy Alliance, and no one would think that the importance of Lin Xu and a few people could exceed this matter. However, Lin Xu did not have to see any elders. The purpose of his coming here was just to investigate what happened 10,000 years ago and to determine the location of the human remains. As for whether to meet the elders, it is not very important. Do you have a place like a library here? Lin Xu asked. Library? Of course there is. Do you want to go? I'll tell you the location. Although he didn't understand why Lin Xu and others wanted to go to the library, Deegan still told Lin Xu the location of the library enthusiastically. Then the two sides said goodbye here. Lin Xu and others followed the signboards every few meters on the ground and went to the Storm Star settlement not far away. Dijin was going to see the elders and report on his work. Although the news had been reported, the elders must see him in person for such a big thing. Not long after Lin Xu and his friends left, the raging wind and yellow sand in front of them suddenly disappeared, and everything suddenly became clear and sunny. Looking more carefully, in front of them was an area covered by a certain cover, with various facilities built inside. It was the settlement on Storm Star. And this cover was also familiar to Lin Xu. Isn't this an ecological dome? Liu Yao next to him had also lived in the ecological dome on Earth for a long time, so he naturally recognized it at the first time. It seems that this place is really related to humans. Lin Xu felt very excited. Soon, according to the address given by Taiyin, several people found the location of the library. Anyone can come here, so there is no need for a dollar card or the like, and they can easily enter the library. It's just that some confidential information is stored in the upper level of the library, so Lin Xu can't get in. Zhangxing, start invading the database. I need all the information in the library, and at the same time find information related to humans 10,000 years ago. Lin Xu ordered. Yes, master. So Zhangxing's invasion of the system began when Lin Xu and his friends entered the library. Soon, the lights in the library flickered, and before the staff could react, everything returned to normal. Everyone just thought there was something wrong with the line, and didn't care. But Zhangxing's invasion has already produced results. Master, all the data information in the library's database has been obtained, and there is no suspected information related to humans after inquiry. Zhangxing's voice was transmitted directly to Lin Xu's auditory nerves through the transmission of the nanorobbot. Lin Xu, who pretended to be flipping through books in the library, frowned slightly for a while. 10,000 years is still too long. Lin Xu sighed. Indeed, it is a bit too much to expect a library open to the public to have secret information from 10,000 years ago. Master, why don't we just invade the core database of this settlement? There must be some information there. Miss Qiu suggested. Core database, it seems that we still have to go to the Elders' Council. But where is the Elders' Council? Lin Xu looked outside the settlement, because he only knew that the Elders' Council was not in the settlement. Why is the Elders' Council not placed inside the settlement, but outside? Nanzhu was puzzled. Who knows, maybe it's because the location of the Elders' Council is special. It can't be moved easily. Liu Yao guessed. It can't be moved easily? Could it be? Mu Zi'er next to him suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xu. And Lin Xu thought of it at the same time. The location of the Elders' Council, it can't be related to humans. In short, it seems that the Elders' Council needs to be visited. As for the location, it's easy to deal with. Storm Star is the gathering place of God-given people. The whole planet here is full of nanorobots. Lin Xu walked on the street of the settlement, watching the pedestrians coming and going. Many people also had nanorobots in their bodies. So Lin Xu just connected his consciousness to the nanorobots outside his body, and in an instant his consciousness enveloped the entire Storm Star, and he easily saw everything on Storm Star. This also included the location of the Elders' Council, which was more than 100 kilometers away from the settlement. Found it. Lin Xu said. Then let's go now. Nanzhu said with a spirit. However, Lin Xu hesitated and did not speak again. Master, is there anything wrong? Miss Qiu asked. I found it, but why is there an autonomous mechanical aggregate here? Lin Xu's tone was full of surprise that could not be concealed. Autonomous mechanical aggregate? It seems that there is really information about humans 10,000 years ago here. Nanzhu said happily. Indeed, this is a good thing, let's go there quickly. But another thing is not a good thing for this place. Lin Xu said with some helplessness. Because just when his consciousness enveloped the entire Storm Star, he had already discovered that at this moment, Storm Star was surrounded by countless alien spaceships. Lin Xu didn't know where those spaceships came from, whether the warships of the Interstellar Alliance had come, but it was obvious that they were not friendly. So, before a few people left, they left this settlement covered by the ecological dome and went to the Elders' Council. With a loud bang, an explosion came from somewhere in the settlement. And this seemed to be a prelude. Then there were loud noises one after another, echoing throughout the settlement. One explosion after another, continuous. In just a short time, the entire settlement was completely in chaos. Fortunately, most of the people living in the settlement were God-given, and and they had strong strength. So after experiencing the initial chaos, everyone soon calmed down. But all this was just the beginning. The explosions continued, and at the same time, a large number of armed robots, from nowhere, poured onto the streets, pouring ammunition and firepower on everything they could see. In this way, the armed robots fought with the God-given. At the same time, the elders who had just summoned Egan gathered at the location of the Elders' Council, which was more than 100 kilometers away, and looked at the direction of the settlement with solemn faces. What's going on? Have the people from the Galaxy Alliance come? This is too fast. No, they don't look like people from the Galaxy Alliance. This fighting style is more like the Mechanical Empire. The Mechanical Empire and the Galaxy Alliance have joined forces? Are they finally going to stop tolerating us? An elder snorted coldly. I don't see it as a joint effort, but more like a coincidence. Could it be that they have found the location? So they don't need us anymore. An elder's face changed drastically in an instant. This is impossible. Only we know the coordinates left by humans. They left them to us, the God-given. They can't get them at all. That's right. It's for this coordinate that the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire have tolerated us for so long, otherwise they would have come to our door long ago. So they are coming to our door now. Doesn't it mean that they already have the coordinates and we are useless? Another elder sneered. For a moment, all the elders fell into silence. After a while, they began to issue various orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xu and others who were still in the settlement wanted to leave the settlement and rush to the location of the elders' meeting. But they also encountered a little trouble on the way. They encountered a large army of invading armed robots. We are so lucky that we can encounter a large army of robots just by running around. Can we buy lottery tickets later? Nanzhu jumped around Lin Xu, looking at the large number of armed robots sweeping along the street. At the same time, Miss Qiu's sword energy turned into a long sword in his hand and handed it forward. In an instant, sword lights flew out of Miss Qiu's hand, and each sword light pierced through all the armed robots encountered along the way, from beginning to end. Countless swords came down, and the noisy street, which was originally under the footsteps of the armed robots, suddenly became quiet. Then, a series of explosions sounded. The endless armed robots that were scattered all over the spacious street in front of them were all cleared by a sword. Lord Lin Xu, do you want to continue fighting? Miss Qiu asked. Because there were more armed robots gathering in the distance and rushing towards this side, and even a large number of spaceships were landing in the sky, with cannons pointing to the ground and the muzzles began to charge. Clear this wave and go. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, and decided to help the God-given here. But he would not help too much, after all, he also had things to do. And the entire Storm Star was surrounded by a large number of spaceships, which was already beyond redemption. Lin Xu could help for a while, but it was impossible for him to help all the time. So Miss Qiu made another move, but this time a large amount of sword energy rushed into the sky, breaking through the clouds in an instant, and even the sky full of storms and dust outside the impacted ecological dome became clear for a while. At the same time, countless sword energies hit countless warships in the sky, blowing up one warship after another amid the exclamations of countless God-givens. Is this the Elders' move? The Elders are not that strong, so many warships, and they were blown up with one blow. Don't worry about it, take this opportunity to run quickly. It just so happens that the warships in the sky are gone, and there is a gap in the encirclement. Let's go to the port quickly and drive the spacecraft to run away. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Lin Xu didn't know what the God-giver planned, because after destroying a batch of warships, Lin Xu and his men had already left the settlement and headed for the location of the Elders' Council, 100 kilometers away. Along the way, they would encounter warships and armed robots from time to block them. And the closer they were to the Elders' Council, the stronger the blocking force. Although none of them were a match for Miss Qiu, it was also a fact that the defense was constantly increasing. Are these armed robots also targeting the Elders? Interesting. Flying in the air, Lin Xu casually grabbed a piece of warship debris that had just been blown up by Miss Qiu. After taking a look, he threw the debris away. Lord Lin Xu, these don't seem to be warships of the Interstellar Alliance. Nanzhu frowned and said. Indeed, they don't look like that. Many of the crew members on the warships are humans who have undergone mechanical transformation. This is more like the style of the Mechanical Empire. Lin Xu also agreed. So it is the Mechanical Empire that has also taken action against Stormstar? Why did the Mechanical Empire and the Galaxy Alliance take action against Stormstar at the same time? Lin Xu was puzzled. I think it should not be against Stormstar, but against the God-Given. They are doing the final cleanup of the God-Given. Miss Qiu also spoke up during the break. Yes, their target is the God-Given, not Stormstar, but that's not right. Why must it be now? Lin Xu was still puzzled. It was just that this doubt was destined to be unanswered by anyone. Until the group broke through the numerous defense lines and finally arrived at the location of the Elders' Council. This place is also covered by a slightly smaller ecological dome, and the Elders' Council is inside it. But now, this ecological dome, which should have been intact, has become extremely dilapidated. A large number of warships are bombing from the sky, and armed robots are attacking on the ground. The defense line in the ecological dome is also trying to fight back. Various artillery positions, in conjunction with the sword lights and explosive bombs fired by the God-Given, are competing with armed robots for the initiative on the ground and the initiative in the sky. Unfortunately, the power of the God-Given is ultimately no match for the long-planned attack of the Mechanical Empire. The defense line is rapidly disintegrating. It was under this circumstance that Lin Xu and others arrived at the outer defense line of the Elders' Council. How do we get in? Attack the defense line with those robots? But will this let the Mechanical Empire take advantage? Liu Yao frowned and looked at the situation in front of him. He felt that it was a mess, which was even more difficult to solve than a math problem. It's easy. Clear out the robots and warships first, and then break through the defense line. Then we won't be taken advantage of. Lin Xu made a very genius suggestion. In other words, fight both sides? You are really a little genius. This strategy works. Liu Yao didn't even know whether to praise her or complain about her. That's right. With our strength, we can fight 10, not to mention 2. So why not fight? What conspiracy and tricks are used when we don't have the strength? If we have enough strength, just rushing in directly is the best strategy. Lin Xu said proudly. Okay, I admit that what you said makes some sense. Liu Yao felt that she couldn't refute it. At this time, Miss Qiu got Lin Xu's permission and took action. He directly cleared the warships in the sky with one sword, and then cleared the armed robots on the ground with another sword. Then, before the God-Given people in the opposite defense line had time to cheer, he used another sword to directly clear their defense line in the stunned eyes of the God-Given people. Of course, this time Miss Qiu held back and didn't hurt anyone. Then Lin Xu and his companions swaggered into the elders' meeting. They saw the last elder guarding here. He was so old that his hair had fallen out. Among the people following the elder, there was Taiyin, who had brought Lin Xu to Stormstar, looking at them with complicated eyes. You are the distinguished guests who saved Taiyin, right? I'm really sorry that I'm meeting you now. The elder said with a smile. Nothing, are you the only elder here? Lin Xu asked. They have all left. Stormstar can be destroyed, but the inheritance of the God-Given cannot be lost. They still have their own mission. What about you? I'm too old. Staying here is my last mission. The elder said with a smile. Lin Xu nodded. The elder in front of him was also just a low authority person, not a clan. It can be seen from this that the other elders are obviously not clans. So, let them go. Lin Xu didn't care. I came here just for one thing. Lin Xu said. What is it? As long as we have it, you can take it. The elder continued to smile. Judging from the current strength comparison, Lin Xu's side is obviously the strongest, and it is too strong. You have to give it to others if they want it. It's better to make the scene look good. Thank you very much. Lin Xu thanked the elder. After all, the sedan chair is carried by people, and he still knows a little about the ways of the world, although it is only a little. Then, behind Lin Xu, in the stunned eyes of everyone, there was a wave of space fluctuations. Several autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared from the portable space behind Lin Xu. Now the autonomous mechanical aggregates, which have more and more potential to become tentacle monsters, are waving various structures such as excavator drilling grabs, like waving countless tentacles, floating in the air, identifying a direction, and rushing towards the ground. Then it changed into a huge drilling rig and drilled deep into the ground. This is, who are you? The elder obviously recognized the autonomous mechanical aggregate, and for a moment his breathing became rapid. I just came to retrieve what belongs to me. Lin Xu said calmly. The next moment, the elder, whose face was flushed with excitement, fell backwards without a breath and fainted. Elder, elder. Quick, medical cabin, quickly pull the medical cabin over. Who can give first aid, who can give first aid? So the scene became chaotic. The crowd, who were just amazed by the spatial ripples behind Lin Xu and the huge machinery that appeared, gathered around the elder and started to get busy. Lin Xu took a few steps back in embarrassment. He didn't expect that the elder was so fragile that he would twitch excitedly just because he saw him and guessed his identity. Seeing that he was so old, Lin Xu felt bad. If he had known earlier, he would not have said it. So in the elders' meeting here, everyone was busy rescuing the elder. In the ground under their feet, several autonomous mechanical aggregates were digging downwards. The autonomous mechanical aggregate buried here was not very deep. So the autonomous mechanical aggregates that were excavated soon dug out the autonomous mechanical aggregate that had been buried here for an unknown period of time. Then Xiangxing connected to the database of the autonomous mechanical aggregate under Lin Xu's authorization. Started to export the information and intelligence in it. After all, it was only an autonomous mechanical aggregate, so the information recorded in the database was limited. But it recorded the most critical information, which was the information that Lin Xu had been looking for. 10,000 years ago, humans chose this place to settle down after arriving in this galaxy. At the same time, humans also built a varying number of laboratories and other facilities there. That is the location of the ruins that Lin Xu is looking for. And that location is not far from the chaotic star field where the storm star is located, about 1,000 light years. Recalling the speed of navigation when he first left the solar system, and now that he no longer takes the distance of 1,000 light years seriously, Lin Xu was filled with emotion. At the same time, since he knew the location, there was nothing to say, and the next step was to rush over. On the other side, the elder who was finally rescued struggled for a moment and then trembled and climbed out of the medical cabin. Under the persuasion of everyone around him, he still looked at Lin Xu. You really are. The elder looked at Lin Xu with hope in his eyes. It's good that you know, you don't have to say it. Lin Xu nodded as an acknowledgement, and also reminded. Although Lin Xu didn't think that after 10,000 years, and when the Alliance deliberately covered up history, how many people would still remember humans. P.S. Ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 125 The Targeted Human Relics. Lin Xu had no feelings for the God-given ones on Storm Star. He had no intention to save them. He was just a passerby. In Lin Xu's view, whether it was the fight between the God-given ones and the Galaxy Alliance or the war between them and the Mechanical Empire, it was just the confrontation between two strange ethnic groups. Lin Xu had no reason to get involved. He came here just to find clues to human remains. He came to do his own thing. He was not here to be a savior. If they were human relatives, Lin Xu would naturally not ignore them. But they were not. They were just descendants of human creations, and they only had low-level permissions to non-orbits, not the intermediate permissions of their relatives. Even the vast majority of them might have forgotten the existence of humans. Even if they remembered, they only remembered some vague information. No one could tell what humans were. So in Lin Xu's eyes, he never regarded these God-given ones as his own people. Just like the elves, orcs, dwarves, etc. on the planet of the test site number 1. Just like the monks on the immortal fate star, etc. For Lin Xu, they were just strangers. So, who are our own people? It is the immortal ships that patrol the galaxy and fight against the disloyalty under the orders of mankind. It is the Great Wall of the Milky Way, where countless families have been fighting and watching for thousands of years. In comparison, these God-given people are really nothing. After getting the coordinates of the ruins he wanted, Lin Xu did not stay on Storm Star for more. He took out the Skylark directly from the portable space, boarded the Skylark, and left Storm Star. But before boarding the ship, Lin Xu looked at the old elder and finally sighed. Let those who are ready to leave get ready and follow me. I will take them out, and then they will rely on themselves. Lin Xu finally softened his heart, but only for a moment. Okay, I'll let them get ready now. The elder smiled. He himself would not leave, but it would be good if more people could escape. In this way, when the Skylark took off and headed outside Storm Star, a long line of various spaceships followed behind him. The elders asked us to follow the small spaceship in front of us. But can we really escape? That spaceship is so small, what use can it be? Don't talk, just listen to the elders. The elders asked us to do this, there must be a deep meaning. Yes, the elders will not lie to us. Besides, we have no chance to escape anyway, and the situation will not get worse if we try. Just like that, countless large and small spaceships, with various ideas in mind, finally followed the Skylark. Soon, the Skylark left Stormstar and came to the orbit of Stormstar. From afar, a large number of mechanical Empire warships can be seen, encircling and suppressing the countless various spaceships that were launched from the settlement and were preparing to escape from Stormstar. The battle is going on fiercely. Or it should not be called a battle, it is more accurate to say that it is a one-sided massacre. Countless spaceships that were ready to rush out of Stormstar were directly blown up in the air when facing the warships of the Mechanical Empire, and they had no power to resist at all. At the same time, the fleet of the Mechanical Empire also discovered the Skylark in a large group of spaceships that had taken off and arrived above the orbit. A large number of warships were immediately dispatched to surround the Skylark. The spaceships following the Skylark began to get agitated. It's terrible, how can we get out? Let's hide back on Stormstar. What's the point of hiding back? We'll be dead if we're caught. We might as well give it a try now. That's right. With so many of our spaceships rushing together, I don't believe they can stop us. Just at this moment, the space around the Skylark fluctuated, and Lin Xu opened his personal space. In an instant, countless autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared out of thin air in the space around the Skylark. After they appeared, they immediately gathered together and combined into temporary warships, heading towards the warships of the Mechanical Empire. Then, everyone on the following spaceships was stunned. Booming explosions rang out one after another, and one by one, the warships of the Mechanical Empire were constantly blown up in midair. Are we saved now? Who is on the spaceship in front? Who knows? Let's run now, no matter who he is. Just like that, under the leadership of the Skylark, more and more spaceships joined the Skylark team, followed behind the Skylark, and rushed out of the encirclement of the Mechanical Empire. With everything in front of them suddenly clear, there were no warships of the Mechanical Empire. A large number of spaceships immediately scattered like birds and beasts, each choosing a direction to escape. Because they didn't check for a while and the gap was opened, the Mechanical Empire warships had already caught up. These spaceships that have escaped naturally don't want to continue to face danger. Lin Xu in the Skylark turned his head and looked at the spaceships that had been following behind him and were now scattered, and smiled. Let's go. It's time for us to set off to the ruins. Lord Lin Xu, don't you clear the warships before leaving? Miss Qiu looked at the Mechanical Empire warships with some itchy hands. No, there is no point in clearing out the warships here. The Mechanical Empire is a huge empire that occupies half of the Milky Way after all. A few warships are not a big deal. We can send more of them after we kill them. We don't have that much time to waste here. Lin Xu rejected Miss Qiu's plan to do it himself. I don't know if it's because of the recent successive attacks, Miss Qiu seems to be a little bit too excited about fighting and always wants to do it. So the Skylark entered the curvature navigation state, and the speed quickly accelerated to 1,000 times the speed of light, and left the Stormstar. The place where humans stay in this Milky Way is 1,000 light-years away from the Stormstar. At the current speed of the Skylark, 1,000 times the speed of light, it will take at least a year to sail. So next, it will be another long wait. Fortunately, a year is not a long time. Even for Lin Xu, who is already accustomed to interstellar navigation, a year is already a very fast time. Okay, everything is fine here for the time being. I'm going back to Earth. Does anyone want to stay? Lin Xu asked. Naturally, no one would choose to stay. So Lin Xu anchored an exit of his personal space on the Skylark, and then opened the personal space. Opposite the open space entrance was the Yanjing city on Earth, in the alley outside the courtyard that Lin Xu was familiar with. Several people walked in, talking and laughing, and the personal space was closed. The lonely Skylark, under the control of Zhangxing, continued to sail in the universe. Lin Xu had returned to his yard, lying on a recliner under the familiar big tree, with spots of sunlight shining through the shade of the tree, and felt a sense of relaxation all over his body. Liu Yao had gone to the library again, and Nanzhu took Miss Qiu to an unknown place. Only Miss Qiu stayed with Lin Xu as always. Time passed little by little. A year passed quickly. In the 11,408th year of the sailing calendar, Lin Xu was playing a virtual holographic game in the room. The character in the game was shot in the head by Nanzhu. Yet, I won. Nanzhu's cheers came from the side. But then, the cheers turned into screams. Ah, Miss Qiu, you have no moral integrity. You sneak attack me. That's right, she didn't kill Miss Qiu again. Lin Xu had already taken off his virtual helmet and planned to rest for a while before continuing. At this moment, Baizing's report came at the right time. Human Lin Xu, the Skylark has arrived near the target point and found a defense line suspected to be established by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. Please give instructions. The defense line established by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire? Were they established separately, or did they join forces? Lin Xu asked after a pause. Established separately, but there are interactive channels between them. Baizing replied. There are interactive channels? I'll go out and take a look later. Lin Xu nodded to show that he understood. At this time, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu also paused the game. Lord Lin Xu, are we there? Nanzhu rushed up directly, lying on Lin Xu's back and asked. We're here, let's go. Lin Xu nodded. So after a while, the cockpit space in the Skylark opened, and Lin Xu, followed by Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Nanzhu, returned to the cockpit of the Skylark. As for Lu Yao, she said that there was a question that had not been solved yet, and she would come back after it was solved. And Lin Xu finally saw through the porthole in the distance, the defense line that Baizing mentioned that the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire were suspected to have jointly established. However, this defense line was not external, but internal, facing a galaxy surrounded by the defense line, as if they were afraid that some prehistoric monster would rush out of that galaxy. What are they guarding against? Nanzhu was lying on the porthole, also observing the defense line. Guarding against human remains. Lin Xu already understood. So, they also know that there are human remains here. Miss Qiu frowned. This was obviously not good news. Look at this defense line. Some parts are still under construction and have not been fully built. Obviously, this defense line was only started to be built not long ago. That is to say, they only knew that there were human relics here not long ago, and then they started to build the defense line here. Lin Xu observed the defense line and said, "Oh, these are not important. What's important is that they know there are human relics here. Will they have dug out the relics? What if they destroy something?" Nanzhu was already nervous when he thought of that scene. Don't worry, human relics are not so easy to dig. Lin Xu smiled and stretched out his hand to rub Nanzhu's head, including the pair of golden fox ears on his head. Suddenly, the originally nervous Nanzhu calmed down, even squinting his eyes and looking like he was enjoying it. If nothing goes wrong, the human relics are still placed in the subspace. The Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire do not have the subspace technology, but now they have blocked this place, and it is still a problem to get through. Lin Xu observed the defense line that locked the entire galaxy from all directions, up and down, left and right, and had a headache. If it doesn't work, just go indirectly. Miss Qiu suggested. As he spoke, a small flying sword appeared in his raised hand, and he looked eager to try. Although they don't have the subspace technology, it will be troublesome if they destroy the subspace anchoring points when they are desperate. So think of other ways first. Breaking in is the last resort. Lin Xu thought about it and rejected Miss Qiu's proposal. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Then, the Skylark flew to one side and quietly hid behind a meteorite. Only then did the space around it fluctuate and flash, and a number of autonomous mechanical aggregates emerged and lurked in the direction of the defense line, preparing for a more detailed investigation. Then, the Skylark also drove towards the defense line. There were a large number of spaceships transporting various supplies, which were transporting supplies to the defense line. The Skylark also mixed in with those material transport ships. Are we going to sneak in again? But won't we be discovered this time? Nanzhu was eager to try but also a little worried. It's okay. This time we don't use nanorbits, we will use real passes directly. Lin Xu took out a pass card and said with a smile. Real pass? Where did it come from? Nanzhu took the pass and said in surprise while flipping through it. It's a replica. Don't underestimate the industrial capacity on Earth. Lin Xu took the card back from Nanzhu and said. What about the records in the computer? Nanzhu continued to ask. We have to use the old method for this. Lin Xu had no choice but to hope that it would not be discovered so quickly. In this way, the Skylark soon relied on the pass, as well as the invasion of the system by non-orbits and White Star, and successfully passed the defense line and entered the interior of the defense line. Suddenly, the huge defense line came into view more and more clearly. A large number of turrets with composite structures densely cover the entire galaxy. The huge defense line built by the two major galaxy powers relies on the planets in the galaxy to build a powerful blocking position. Each planet is a huge firepower point, and all the guns are aimed at the fifth planet in the star orbit. It is the only planet in the galaxy that has not been transformed by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. There is not even a trace of the two major powers entering the vicinity of the planet. The planet is so peaceful and continues to run on its orbit. It is as if the fleets from the two major cosmic powers and the fortress defense line that are so close do not exist at all. That planet should be the planet anchored in the subspace where the ruins are located. Miss Qiu frowned and looked at the planet, always feeling very strange. What's going on? Did the people from the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire go up to take a look? All the planets around have been transformed into war machines, but that planet hasn't moved at all? This doesn't seem like their style, does it? Lin Xu tilted his head and looked out the porthole, his face full of confusion. Something's wrong. Look at that planet. It seems that there are still natives living there. Liu suddenly appeared from nowhere, squinting and staring at the planet in the distance. Wow, when did you come here? Have you finished your big questions? Lin Xu was startled. I finished them. No, that's not important. Look at that planet. It's a completely normal civilization. With so many giant ships and cannons pointing at them in space, they can still develop civilization there peacefully. The psychological quality of this civilization is simply abnormal. Liu said in amazement. Yes, this is too strange, it's simply abnormal. Miss Qiu also nodded in confusion. If it were normal, they would have gone crazy a long time ago. Lin Xu also nodded. Imagine if the Earth in the 21st century woke up and suddenly found that the solar system was full of alien artillery positions, and all the planets in the entire solar system were transformed into war bases, and the muzzles were uniformly aimed at the Earth. There was no need to really attack, the Earth would have to fight first, and nuclear weapons would destroy itself 100 or 80 times. In comparison, the natives living on this planet that is the anchor point of human relics are too calm. It's a bit weird to be calm. Look, they are still launching satellites. I saw the rocket rush out of the low Earth orbit. The satellite has left the cabin and is flying around the planet. Oh, we also received an electric signal, which seems to be a TV signal. Is this a TV signal relay satellite? Lin Xu looked at the planet, his eyes full of question marks. At this time, they are still launching a TV signal relay satellite? They are too calm, right? This time even Lin Xu couldn't help but complain. Lord Lin Xu, what should we do? Should we go directly to that planet? Or should we ask for more information? Lin Xu asked. At this time, Lin Xu had already opened a high-dimensional perspective and observed the planet from a high-dimensional perspective. He immediately noticed that there was an unusually active high-dimensional interference force on the distant planet. Lin Xu didn't know what the meaning of the high-dimensional interference force was, but it was obvious that humans had done something on that planet. Maybe it was some kind of experiment? And it was an experiment involving high dimensions? This is why the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire stopped here and didn't dare to move forward? Lin Xu suddenly thought of the experiments that humans had done on the test site number 1 star and the experiments on the Taiyin star. He immediately had some guesses in his mind. But this time was different from the previous one, because this time it involved high dimensions, which made Lin Xu hesitate for a while and didn't dare to act resolutely. Let's go and get some information first, learn more, and then go to that planet to see what the situation is. Lin Xu made a decision. So the Skylark continued to follow the previous course, under the guidance of the guide ship, and followed a large number of spacecraft that also relied on passes to enter, heading to the satellite of a gas planet not far away. That was the logistics base on the defense line established by the Interstellar Alliance here. It was also the place to receive various logistical supplies. The Skylark entered the defense line in the name of transporting logistical supplies. Of course, it was not a military ship, but just a businessman who saw business opportunities here, so he transported the supplies to sell. There are many such businessmen, so the Skylark is very inconspicuous. After docking at the port of the satellite, no one cared about it for the time being. Lin Xu and his companions changed their image slightly, got off the Skylark, and entered the temporary city on the satellite. As for why they changed their image, after all, several people are still wanted criminals of the Galaxy Alliance. If they don't want a conflict to break out before they get the information, they should be careful. Is the temporary city also prosperous? There are even professional young ladies. Lin Xu stared at several beautiful young ladies who were obviously engaged in special professions and dressed revealingly, with a look of interest in his eyes. The young ladies wanted to flirt with Lin Xu, but they were scared off by Lin Xu's fiery eyes and quickly moved away from Lin Xu. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't scare me." Lin Xu grabbed her furry ears and pulled her back. "I didn't do anything. I was just a little curious. I heard that professionals like this have many special skills. If I can learn a few tricks, wouldn't I be able to take you down earlier, Master Lin Xu?" At this point, Lin Xu's eyes shone brighter. But it only made Lin Xu's head explode. Don't think about messing around. Business is important. Although it is a temporary city, it is also very large, much larger and more prosperous than the super first-tier cities in the 21st century. After all, it is the interstellar era, and everything must be big, which is understandable. Transport ships that continuously landed and took off in the sky brought a large amount of supplies. Soldiers on vacation on the ground and interstellar merchants who have come here to do business are noisy and quarreling in temporary shops. Of course, although it is a temporary shop, it is also an excellent building built with prefabricated parts. It is definitely a luxury mall in the 21st century. Lin Xu was strolling in this prosperous city, thinking about where to go to get intelligence. At this moment, Lin Xu suddenly pulled his sleeve. "Master Lin Xu, look there." Lin Xu stared at another scantily clad young lady not far away and pointed. "Let's do some business, okay?" Lin Xu said helplessly. "No, this is business. She is not on that line of work, she is an intelligence dealer." Lin Xu reminded. "Information dealer." Lin Xu's heart moved, and he looked carefully and found that she was different from other exposed young ladies. Although this young lady was also dressed very revealingly, she had a strong body and did not solicit customers on the street. Instead, she squatted in the corner and smoked boredly. In front of her was an electronic display screen with the word detective written on it. Detective. Yes, isn't this an information dealer? She is in this line of work, and she must be very good at inquiring about information. We just need to pay some money. Lin Xu nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's try it. Lin Xu thought about it and felt that it made sense. So several people walked towards this young lady, who sometimes stood up and sometimes squatted in the corner smoking. The young lady who was squatting there smoking and looking stinky suddenly found a few more pairs of shoes in front of her. When she looked up, she saw Lin Xu and the others, and she was immediately refreshed. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you looking for a detective? I'm the best detective in this entire logistics base. You won't lose money if you find me. This is a military logistics base. A serious detective wouldn't come here to do business, would he?" Lin Xu was skeptical at first. "Well, I'm left here because I have no money for the trip. Don't worry, no matter what you want me to find out for you, I guarantee I can do it. Just give me a ticket to leave. I don't have the habit of squeezing people. Don't worry, you will definitely make a lot of money. It depends on whether you dare to accept the order." Lin Xu thought for a while and said, "What do you want to do?" "I won't do anything illegal." The young lady immediately became alert. "It's not illegal, but it's a little bit against the rules." Lin Xu thought for a while and said, "It's just a little bit against the rules. That's no problem. I'm the best at it. Leave it to me." The young lady immediately patted her full chest and promised. "P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.